Episode 46, Questions Left Unanswered. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we exposed the excommunication of Samson Avard, a man betrayed, used, and discarded like yesterday's trash. We unraveled yet another version of Joseph Smith's so-called first vision, a tale conveniently hidden from church members to keep the narrative tightly controlled. Matilda Spalding dropped a bombshell in the Spalding debate, reigniting accusations of blatant plagiarism. And finally, we left off with Joseph and church leaders making their dramatic escape after being transported to Boone County under custody. This week, we dive headfirst into the audacious claims surrounding Joseph Smith III's supposed succession as church leader. Folk magic makes another bizarre appearance as Smith hands a father a handkerchief, claiming it will miraculously heal his sick child. But the scheming doesn't stop there. Joseph is back at it, selling plots of land to unsuspecting British converts. And wait until you hear who he bought that land from. This episode is packed with deceit and manipulation you won't want to miss. Part 1, Joseph's Successor. On April 22, 1839, Joseph Smith Jr. reportedly made a statement, recorded by his mother, Lucy Mack Smith, that many interpret as designating his son Joseph Smith III as his eventual successor. This assertion has since fueled fiery debates over early Mormon leadership succession and the fractures that ripped the movement apart after Smith's 1844 assassination. Joseph Smith Jr. fathered several children with Emma Hale Smith, but most died young. Joseph Smith III, born in 1832, was one of the few to survive into adulthood. According to historical accounts, Joseph Smith Jr. allegedly hinted at a divine calling for his son, privately suggesting that young Joseph would one day assume leadership of the church. However, the glaring absence of a public or formal declaration left these claims ripe for manipulation and controversy. Joseph Smith III later claimed his father had designated him as the rightful heir, a claim that conveniently bolstered his leadership within the reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, RLDS, now Community of Christ. This narrative became a cornerstone of his legitimacy, despite the lack of concrete evidence that his father ever solidified such plans. The chaos surrounding this supposed succession underscores a fatal flaw in Joseph Smith Jr.'s leadership: his failure to establish a clear process for succession. As prophet, seer, and revelator, Smith wielded absolute power over the fledgling church, holding every major leadership role. Yet his refusal, or inability, to name a successor set the stage for a vicious power struggle following his death. William Marks, a high-ranking Nauvoo church leader and ally of Emma Smith, further stoked the flames by claiming Joseph Smith Jr. had hinted at Joseph III's future role. Marks would later play a pivotal role in urging the younger Smith to step into leadership. However, Marks's claims remain as unverifiable as Joseph Smith III's, steeped more in convenience than in documented truth. Modern historians, including RLDS scholar Richard P. Howard, have scrutinized these claims, often emphasizing their dubious origins and sociological implications. Despite RLDS efforts to cement Joseph III's leadership narrative, the lack of explicit contemporary documentation leaves his supposed divine calling as little more than a self-serving myth crafted to consolidate power in a fractured movement. The truth is stark. Joseph Smith Jr.'s silence on succession was a ticking time bomb, and its explosion reshaped the course of Mormon history. Part 2, The Magic Hanky. In the spring of 1839, Joseph Smith found himself performing yet another act of what can only be described as folk magic. According to Wilford Woodruff's account in Leaves from My Journal, written decades later, Smith gave a handkerchief to a distraught father, claiming it had the power to heal the man's sick child. Smith instructed the father to place the handkerchief on the child, promising that faith would work the miracle. This wasn't the first time Smith used objects to demonstrate his supposed divine power. From seer stones to swords, Smith's use of physical items carried deep symbolism, helping to build the illusion of a prophet connected to God's mysteries. But let's not ignore what's really happening here. Smith's performance wasn't just about faith, it was about control. Moments like this reinforced his role as the ultimate authority, a man who not only spoke for God but could channel divine power into the mundane. To his believers, this was proof of his prophetic mantle. To his critics, it was another stunt designed to exploit the desperate. And what of the child? Woodruff's account conveniently omits the outcome. Did the child recover? Did the father leave believing in Smith's power? Or was this another case of misplaced faith in a man who used every opportunity to solidify his influence? This handkerchief may seem trivial, but it highlights the recurring pattern of manipulation that defined Smith's leadership. His actions weren't isolated incidents. They were calculated steps in a larger narrative, one designed to keep his followers obedient and in awe of his supposed divine connection. One handkerchief, one child, one more act in the endless theater of Joseph Smith. Part 3. The British are coming. On June 6, 1839, the first wave of British converts arrived in Nauvoo, drawn by promises of cheap land and a new beginning. These immigrants were eager to join what they believed was Zion on earth, a place where they could build a future alongside their fellow saints. What they didn't know was that Nauvoo's cheap land came at a hidden cost. Joseph Smith and church leaders were actively promoting these plots, not just as a community-building effort, but as a convenient way to fund their growing ambitions. The British saints brought with them more than faith. They brought money. Land sales were a key strategy for financing the church's relocation and expanding its influence. Smith knew that selling the dream of Zion to these newcomers would bring both loyalty and resources. The promise of cheap land wasn't just a selling point, it was bait. For the converts who spent their savings to settle in Nauvoo, this was a leap of faith. For Joseph Smith, it was a calculated move in his ongoing effort to secure power and wealth under the guise of building God's kingdom. While these new arrivals worked to build a life in their promised land, Smith and his inner circle reaped the benefits, ensuring that Nauvoo's foundation was laid with both faith and financial exploitation. Though the question is, where was Smith to get this land? Part 4. Isaac Galland, the hidden figure. On July 3, 1839, Isaac Galland, a man whose name would become entwined with the early days of Nauvoo, was baptized and ordained an elder by Joseph Smith himself. Galland's baptism marked more than just a personal conversion. It was a strategic move by Smith to solidify a relationship that had already proven invaluable. Galland wasn't just any convert. He was a land speculator and businessman whose properties along the Mississippi River became the foundation of the Mormon settlement in Nauvoo. Smith had struck a deal with Galland earlier that year, acquiring significant tracts of land under terms that allowed the financially strapped church to establish its new gathering place. By baptizing and ordaining Galland, Smith wasn't just welcoming a new member into the fold, he was cementing an alliance. Galland's influence, both in property and local connections, made him a valuable asset in Smith's vision for Nauvoo as the new Zion. But Galland's reputation was far from spotless. He had a history of land speculation and questionable dealings, leading some to question the wisdom or motives behind his rapid rise in the church. Was his ordination a reward for his assistance, or a calculated move to secure his loyalty in the face of growing challenges? Whatever the reason, Galland's baptism and ordination on that July day symbolized the intersection of faith and practicality that defined much of Joseph Smith's leadership. In Nauvoo, every alliance had a purpose, and every act carried a deeper intent. Part 5. Galland plays more of a role. On July 24, 1839, Joseph Smith received a letter from Isaac Galland, but this wasn't just a letter about land deals or local politics. It was a communication brimming with references to Emanuel Swedenborg, an internationally recognized mystic and theologian. Swedenborg's writings were already famous by this time, influencing religious thought across Europe and into Eastern America. His ideas about the afterlife, heaven, and the nature of God were revolutionary, even controversial. For someone like Joseph Smith, Swedenborg's mysticism wasn't just intriguing, it was a treasure trove of concepts ready to be repurposed. Swedenborg taught of multiple heavens, each corresponding to different levels of righteousness, a striking parallel to Smith's later revelations about the 3 degrees of glory in Mormon theology. Swedenborg's descriptions of the spiritual world as a place of order and progression mirrored ideas that Smith would introduce to his followers in the years ahead. Galland's letter wasn't just a passing mention. It repeatedly emphasized Swedenborg's teachings, showing how deeply Galland admired the mystic's work. Smith, ever the opportunist, appeared to absorb Swedenborg's ideas into his expanding theological framework. Though was Galland the inspiration behind Smith adopting the teachings? The influence of Swedenborg on Mormonism cannot be overstated. His doctrines provided a foundation for some of the most distinctive aspects of Smith's theology. Concepts of eternal marriage, spirit communication, and celestial progression all echo Swedenborgian thought, rebranded under the banner of Smith's revelations. This letter from Galland wasn't just correspondence. It was a bridge between the mysticism of Europe and the burgeoning theology of Mormonism. Swedenborg's ideas, filtered through Smith's lens, would become cornerstones of LDS doctrine, reshaping the beliefs of generations to come. Part 6, Money and Power. In August 1839, Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, and Sidney Rigdon made a monumental move for the future of Nauvoo, agreeing to what became known as the Hotchkiss Purchase. This deal secured a 500-acre tract of land strategically located near the main steamboat landing, prime real estate for the burgeoning Mormon settlement. The terms of the agreement: a staggering $53,500 plus interest, a massive sum for the struggling church. This wasn't an outright purchase, but a contract, a gamble that assumed the fledgling community could generate enough income to pay off the debt. Why this land? The proximity to the steamboat landing wasn't just convenient, it was critical. This location ensured that Nauvoo could become a hub for trade and immigration, a gateway for the steady stream of converts arriving from across the United States and Europe. But let's not sugarcoat this. The Hotchkiss Purchase wasn't purely an inspired move to build Zion. It was also a calculated business decision. Smith and his associates knew that controlling land meant controlling wealth. They planned to resell plots to the incoming converts, turning faith into revenue. Yet the deal came with significant risks. The church was already strapped for cash, and this agreement added a heavy financial burden. The payments loomed over Nauvoo's early years, creating tension and contributing to the church's growing debts. The Hotchkiss Purchase wasn't just a land deal. It was a gamble that tied the success of Nauvoo to Joseph Smith's ability to manage both the spiritual and financial demands of his growing kingdom. And while Smith may have preached of building Zion, the Hotchkiss Purchase reminds us that his vision for Nauvoo was as much about economic control as it was about spiritual salvation. Part 7, The Scam continues. By October 20th, 1839, the Nauvoo High Council made a significant financial declaration. The average price of lots in the city would be set at $500, with none priced lower than $200 and none higher than $800. This decision, recorded in the History of the Church, 417, marked a critical escalation in Joseph Smith's speculative land dealings. What was the rationale? Smith and his leadership positioned Nauvoo as the new Zion, a promised land where faithful converts could build their lives. But this wasn't just a spiritual endeavor, it was also a bold financial play. The pricing scheme reflected an attempt to capitalize on the influx of settlers, particularly those arriving from overseas, who were eager to buy into the dream of Zion. Yet, the cracks in Smith's financial empire were already showing. The rapid escalation of land speculation wasn't sustainable, and Nauvoo quickly became a powder keg of economic instability. Converts, many of whom had sacrificed everything to join the church, faced exorbitant costs for land. For some, the promise of Zion turned into crushing debt. This was far from an isolated event. Smith's land dealings would become a recurring theme, with financial failures and mounting debts haunting the church in the years to come. October 20th, 1839, may have formalized the pricing of lots, but it also set the stage for future crises, including the August 15th, 1841, land tax struggles and the disastrous March 5th, 1842, bankruptcy proceedings. While Nauvoo's promise shimmered as a beacon to converts, behind the scenes, Smith's financial schemes were unraveling. The land speculation that promised to fund Zion's growth became a trap, one that would plague the Mormon movement for years to come. For Joseph Smith, the Nauvoo dream was never just about faith. It was a high-stakes gamble, one that would leave many of his followers footing the bill for his financial ambition. Conclusion: Joseph Smith's failure to establish a clear succession plan created a leadership vacuum that would tear the Mormon movement apart after his death. His manipulation of religious symbolism, financial schemes, and land dealings, particularly in Nauvoo, illustrated his efforts to maintain control, often at the expense of his followers. These tactics, from the promise of cheap land to dubious spiritual claims, reveal a pattern of using faith as a tool for personal gain. Ultimately, Smith's complex legacy is marked by his blend of prophetic ambition and financial instability, leaving his followers caught between devotion and exploitation. Episode 47, a new cast comes on set. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we dived headfirst into the audacious claims surrounding Joseph Smith III's supposed succession as church leader. Folk magic made another bizarre appearance as Smith handed a father a handkerchief, claiming it would miraculously heal his sick child. But the scheming didn't stop there. Joseph was back at it, selling plots of land to unsuspecting British converts, land bought from Isaac Galland, a devout follower of Emanuel Swedenborg. This week we explore Orson Pratt's pamphlet in Scotland, introducing the first vision, to Scots, not Americans. Joseph Smith is at it again, making yet more changes to the supposedly perfect Book of Mormon. We'll also meet John C. Bennett, a man whose charm and corruption reshaped Nauvoo, and dive into the creation of the Nauvoo Legion, a militia that stirred fear and resentment among the locals. Finally, Joseph Smith redefines the nature of God and doubles down with a bizarre claim about how Earth was formed. Part 1, Scotland's Testing Ground. It's 1840. Orson Pratt, one of Joseph Smith's closest allies, publishes a pamphlet in Scotland called An Interesting Account of Several Remarkable Visions. In this little booklet, Pratt casually drops the first ever published account of Joseph Smith's so-called first vision. That's right, the story that's supposedly the foundation of Mormonism didn't see the light of day in print until 20 years after it supposedly happened. And where was it published? Not in America, not where Joseph Smith founded his church. No, it was tucked away in Scotland. Why? If this vision was so crucial, so divinely important, why wasn't it shouted from the rooftops? Why wasn't it in the Book of Mormon? Why wasn't it even in Joseph Smith's own early writings? Do not forget, it had written it down in 1832 and recited another version in 1835. The answer is simple. It wasn't central. It wasn't even a thing. Not until Orson Pratt gave it a test run far from the critics back home. This pamphlet wasn't for the saints back in the U.S. It wasn't for Joseph's closest followers. It was a calculated move to introduce a narrative in a place where people had no idea about the inconsistencies and contradictions already piling up around Joseph Smith. The first vision wasn't sacred, it was strategic. And let's not forget, this wasn't Joseph Smith's account. It was Pratt's interpretation. Joseph wouldn't publish his own version until 1842, and even then, it was full of contradictions compared to earlier stories. So why did Pratt push this story first? Because they were building the myth, one piece at a time, wherever they could get away with it. The first vision didn't build the church. The church built the first vision. They tested it in Scotland, tweaked it for American audiences, and over time, they turned it into the foundation you've been taught to believe in. But here's the truth. It was an afterthought, a story crafted long after the fact to cover the cracks in Mormonism's shaky foundation. Part 2. God made another ops in the Book of Mormon. The 1840 edition of the Book of Mormon introduced a glaring and significant change to 2 Nephi 30 verse 6, altering the phrase white and delightsome to pure and delightsome. This seemingly subtle edit has unleashed waves of scrutiny from historians, theologians, and critics of Mormonism. Why? Because it directly exposes the cracks in Joseph Smith's supposed translation by divine revelation. Let's start with the facts. In the 1830 edition, 2 Nephi 30 verse 6 reads, "And many generations shall not pass away among them, save they shall be a white and a delightsome people." In the 1840 edition, this phrase was revised to, "And many generations shall not pass away among them, save they shall be a pure and a delightsome people." This revision was made under the direction of Joseph Smith himself. But here's the burning question. If the Book of Mormon was translated by the gift and power of God, as Smith claimed, with every word painstakingly dictated by a seer stone, why would it need revisions at all? Were God's words not perfect the first time? Let's be clear, this wasn't an isolated correction. The Book of Mormon underwent thousands of changes before 1840. Grammatical tweaks, theological clarifications, and outright doctrinal shifts were made to align the text with Joseph Smith's evolving teachings. If this truly were the unchanging Word of God, why did it need so many adjustments? Doesn't this place the Book of Mormon under the same criticism the LDS Church levels at the Bible? That edits and revisions corrupted its divine purity? Now let's address the elephant in the room: race. Early Mormon theology tied the physical characteristics of the Lamanites, the supposed ancestors of Native Americans, to divine favor or disfavor. The 1830 phrasing of white and delightsome explicitly reinforced this. The notion that Native Americans would become physically lighter-skinned as they embraced the gospel was central to the Book of Mormon's narrative of curse and redemption. While fair Mormon apologists argue that changing white to pure shifted the focus to spiritual purity, this defense crumbles under scrutiny. If Joseph Smith truly intended to emphasize spirituality, why did passages like 2 Nephi 5:21 remain untouched? In this verse, the Lamanites' divine curse is described as causing them to become a dark-skinned people, which explicitly links skin color to divine displeasure. The 1840 edit doesn't represent a shift toward enlightenment. Instead, it reveals a deeper inconsistency in Smith's narrative. If white truly meant pure, then why not revise all racially charged passages? Critics rightfully point out that leaving passages like 2 Nephi 5:21 unaltered undermines any claim that the change was made for purely theological reasons. And let's not forget the context of the early 19th century. Racial attitudes in the United States were deeply tied to ideas of superiority and inferiority. While the 1840 edit might appear, on the surface, to soften the racial language, the reality is that Mormon scripture and early teachings continued to perpetuate racist ideas for decades. The LDS Church now tries to sanitize this history, claiming references to skin color in the Book of Mormon are metaphorical. Leaders insist these passages symbolize spiritual states rather than physical traits. But this modern reinterpretation cannot erase the past. The words of the Book of Mormon, especially in their original form, paint a stark picture of a theology deeply entangled with the racial prejudices of its time. So the next time someone claims the Book of Mormon is the most correct book on earth, ask them this: why does the so-called Word of God need thousands of corrections? And why do its racist undertones still linger? Part 3, John C. Bennett and the Nauvoo Legion. Born on August 3, 1804, in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, John Cook Bennett was the very definition of opportunistic. From the start, his ambition burned bright, but his methods reeked of manipulation and deceit. While he claimed the title of physician, the truth about his medical training is murky at best, likely cobbled together through informal study and exaggerated credentials. Bennett wasn't just a doctor. He was a charlatan masquerading as a public health reformer. He wrote on medical substances and championed health reforms, but his career was marked by scandal and fraud. Wherever he went, Bennett left behind whispers of financial misdeeds and outright lies. His charm and knack for networking allowed him to avoid consequences time and again, climbing the ladder of influence in every new community he infiltrated. By the late 1830s, Bennett's eyes landed on the LDS Church, then rapidly expanding after the Missouri expulsions. He saw in Mormonism not a faith to embrace, but a ripe opportunity to exploit. In 1840, Bennett latched on to Joseph Smith, converted to Mormonism, and presented himself as the ultimate loyal follower. His entry into Nauvoo was nothing short of a power grab. With his political savvy and military ambitions, Bennett swiftly embedded himself into the leadership of this growing religious empire. It was Bennett's cunning and connections that secured the Nauvoo City Charter in December 1840, an unprecedented piece of legislation granting the city enormous autonomy, including the authority to create its own militia. Enter the Nauvoo Legion, a force unlike anything the United States had seen. At its peak, the Legion claimed to be one of the largest militias in the country, with numbers that allegedly dwarfed the U.S. Army. But let's not be fooled. These inflated figures were pure propaganda. designed to intimidate enemies and bolster Joseph Smith's image of invincibility. Smith, of course, positioned himself at the top as lieutenant general, a rank unheard of for state militias and a clear sign of his egotistical need to wield power. Beneath him stood Bennett, named Major General, eager to command this so-called militia that was more of a private army than a legitimate state force. The Nauvoo Legion wasn't just a tool for defense, it was an instrument of control. It enforced local laws, intimidated outsiders, and answered directly to Joseph Smith. To the surrounding communities, this wasn't a state militia. It was a blatant, theocratic power play. Neighboring settlements viewed the Legion with fear and hostility, and for good reason. The combination of its size, autonomy, and loyalty to Smith painted a picture of a city-state ready to go to war. Tensions between Nauvoo and its non-Mormon neighbors were only exacerbated by the Legion's existence. It wasn't just a militia, it was a symbol of everything threatening about Mormonism's growing political, economic, and military clout. Critics didn't see the Legion as a protective force. They saw it as a ticking time bomb, an army devoted to advancing Joseph Smith's vision of theocratic dominance. Bennett's role in all of this cannot be overstated. He was the architect behind much of Nauvoo's political and military framework, a framework that in the end would only add fuel to the fire of conflict between the LDS Church and its enemies. History was repeating itself yet again, the Mormons moving into new territory, pushing boundaries they had no right to cross, and stirring up resentment everywhere they went. It wasn't just coincidence, it was a pattern the Church couldn't seem to escape, or perhaps didn't care to. Time and again, their arrival brought tension, conflict, and upheaval to local communities. Whether through unchecked ambition, overreach, or outright defiance of social norms, the Church seemed incapable of settling anywhere without igniting a firestorm of self-imposed opposition. Part 4. Smith the Scientist. In January 1841, Joseph Smith delivered a sermon that shook the foundations of traditional Christian theology and set Mormonism on a path of radical doctrinal divergence. He declared that God is a being of flesh and bone, a tangible, physical entity rather than a purely spiritual being. This wasn't just a slight theological tweak. It was a direct challenge to centuries of Christian belief that God is spirit without form or body. Smith's audacious proclamation redefined the nature of divinity, setting the stage for doctrines that would become central to Mormon theology. Smith doubled down, claiming that God is an exalted man, a mortal who ascended to godhood and now possesses a glorified physical body. This revelation wasn't just groundbreaking, it was downright blasphemous in the eyes of mainstream Christianity. But Smith didn't stop there. He wove this doctrine into the idea of exaltation, teaching that humans too could ascend to godhood, becoming like God in the afterlife. The notion that as man is, God once was, as God is, man may become, became a cornerstone of Mormon theology, further widening the chasm between Mormonism and traditional Christianity. Smith also ventured into cosmology, presenting ideas that would have made actual scientists recoil. He claimed that Earth wasn't uniquely formed, but was cobbled together from fragments of broken-up planets, an astonishing assertion that flies in the face of basic planetary science. Let's be clear, this isn't how planets form. The scientific reality is that Earth, like other planets, formed in a solar nebula, a massive cloud of gas and dust left over from a supernova. This process, rooted in gravity and accretion, took millions of years and involved the gradual coalescence of planetesimals into a molten proto-Earth. Smith's remodeled planets fantasy reads more like a script for a bad science fiction movie than divine revelation. But Smith didn't care about aligning his teachings with reality. His so-called revelations were part of a larger pattern, redefining everything, God, humanity, the universe, into a vision that revolved around him. The result? A theology so far removed from traditional Christianity and scientific understanding that it created a universe all its own, where Joseph Smith's proclamations ruled supreme. Facts be damned. This wasn't just a sermon, it was a declaration of war on logic, science, and centuries of theological tradition. And the LDS Church continues to embrace these teachings, even as they crumble under scrutiny. Episode 48, Land, Lies, and Loyalty, Joseph Smith's 1841 Leadership Moves. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we explored Orson Pratt's pamphlet in Scotland introducing the first vision, to Scots, not Americans. Joseph Smith was added again, making yet more changes to the supposedly perfect Book of Mormon. We'll also met John C. Bennett and dived into the creation of the Nauvoo Legion. Finally, we saw how Joseph Smith redefined the nature of God and doubled down with a bizarre claim about how Earth was formed. This week, we delve into Joseph Smith's rise to power as the sole trustee and trust for the church, and what this move meant for the members under his control. We uncover yet another instance of Joseph's plural marriages, this time his unconventional union with Louisa Beaman. We expose Smith's manipulative tactics as he promoted Nauvoo, a malarial and yellow fever-ridden wasteland, to unsuspecting settlers, a place where even his own brother perished. We close with a shocking revelation: Joseph's strategic siphoning of church funds to line the pockets of his family and friends. You won't want to miss this episode. Part 1, Prophecy and Property. Joseph Smith consolidates power. On January 30th, 1841, at a conference in Nauvoo, Illinois, Joseph Smith was unanimously elected as the sole trustee and trust for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This wasn't just a title. It was a calculated move that handed him exclusive control over all church property and financial affairs. In plain terms, every cent, every acre, and every asset belonging to the church now fell under his personal authority. Smith alone decided how funds were spent, which properties were purchased, and where resources were allocated. He became the financial kingpin of the church. The role of trustee and trust was a legal loophole that allowed an individual to hold and manage property on behalf of an organization. In Smith's hands, this meant unilateral control. He became the single legal representative of the church for all property and financial dealings. Unquestioned authority, Smith could manage church funds, buy land, and handle assets entirely on his terms. The church claimed this move was necessary to operate efficiently, especially as Nauvoo expanded. But the real effect was to cement Smith's total domination over both the spiritual and temporal realms of the church. While defenders attempt to justify this as a practical solution, their arguments are paper-thin. Trust me, I've looked, and there's no credible counterpoint to the critics. Let's not forget Smith's spectacular failures in Kirtland, Ohio. Under his leadership, the Monroe Bank collapsed, and the infamous Kirtland Safety Society crumbled, leaving members financially devastated. Fast forward to Nauvoo, and you see history repeating itself. Only this time, Smith had legal authority over everything. Historians like Richard Bushman, Fawn Brodie, Dan Vogel, and Kenneth H. Wynne have all noted that this move coincided with mounting accusations of financial corruption. These didn't just come from outsiders like Thomas Sharp or Governor Boggs. They came from insiders: William Law, John C. Bennett, Thomas Marsh, and others who had first-hand knowledge of Smith's dealings. Critics allege that Smith used church resources to benefit himself, his family, and his inner circle. And the evidence? We'll get to that soon enough. These financial grievances fueled dissent among church members and heightened tensions with the broader Illinois community. On February 8, 1841, all church assets were officially assigned to Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith wasn't just a supposed prophet. He was a man who blurred the lines between divine leadership and personal enrichment. And in Nauvoo, those blurred lines became impossible to ignore. Part 2. Joseph takes on yet another wife. On April 5, 1841, Joseph Smith performed his first fully documented plural marriage, taking Louisa Beaman as a secret wife. The clandestine ceremony took place in a secluded grove of trees in Nauvoo, Illinois. To avoid detection, Louisa reportedly wore men's clothing to disguise her identity as she made her way to the ceremony. The officiant of this marriage was Joseph Bates Noble, a trusted confidant and member of Smith's inner circle, who later testified about the event. This marriage was conducted without the knowledge or consent of Emma, highlighting the secrecy and complexity that would come to define Smith's practice of plural marriage. At the time, the church had not publicly disclosed any revelations or teachings related to polygamy, and the practice was outright denied by church leaders in public forums. Nevertheless, Smith pressed forward in private, initiating a controversial and morally fraught chapter of Mormon history. Louisa Beeman, who was 26 years old at the time, came from a faithful Latter-day Saint family. Her marriage to Smith is believed to have been an early test case in the secret practice of plural marriage, which Smith justified using alleged divine revelations. Later accounts suggest that Smith presented the concept of plural marriage as a commandment directly from God, with eternal rewards promised to those who obeyed and dire consequences threatened for those who resisted. This event set a precedent for how Smith would conduct plural marriages, in secrecy, shrouded in layers of deception, and often involving close associates who could be trusted to maintain confidentiality. Noble, for instance, later admitted that he felt deeply conflicted about his role in the marriage, but complied due to Smith's insistence and claims of divine authority. In hindsight, this marriage, carried out in a hidden grove and under a veil of disguise, foreshadowed the larger controversies and scandals that polygamy would bring to the fledgling church. It marked the beginning of a secretive practice that would not only strain Smith's personal relationships, but also ignite internal dissent, provoke external opposition, and leave a legacy of division within Mormonism that persists to this day. Part 3. Orson Hyde sent away under false pretense. In April 1841, Joseph Smith sent Orson Hyde, an apostle in the Quorum of the 12, on a mission to Jerusalem, a move steeped in bold claims and grandiose visions. Smith framed Hyde's journey as a fulfillment of ancient prophecy, tying his fledgling church to the grand narrative of the Bible and positioning himself as the chosen leader of the prophesied restoration of Israel. This was not merely a missionary trip. It was a calculated attempt to elevate the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints onto a global stage, cloaked in the rhetoric of divine mandate. Hyde's task was to travel thousands of miles to Jerusalem, climb the Mount of Olives, and dedicate the land for the return of the Jewish people and the eventual second coming of Christ. Smith conveniently claimed this act would fulfill Scripture and establish his church as the instrument of God's will on earth. But let's not ignore the audacity of this endeavor, sending one man, poorly funded and largely alone, across the Atlantic and through Europe to Ottoman-controlled Palestine, all under the guise of fulfilling a divine prophecy. Hyde endured relentless challenges, traveling in isolation, scraping by financially, and navigating the treacherous conditions of 19th-century travel. He finally reached Jerusalem in October 1841 and offered the now famous dedicatory prayer on the Mount of Olives. In this prayer, Hyde consecrated the land for the Jewish people, a bold and symbolic act that Smith undoubtedly used to bolster his narrative of prophetic authority. But was this mission truly inspired, or was it a calculated spectacle? Critics argue it was little more than a publicity stunt, a desperate attempt by Smith to legitimize his movement by associating it with sacred biblical locations. Sending Hyde to Jerusalem allowed Smith to claim divine endorsement while conveniently ignoring the glaring logistical and practical issues. After all, the church was facing financial struggles and mounting external pressures in Nauvoo, yet Smith diverted resources to send one man halfway around the world to perform a symbolic act that had no immediate benefit to his struggling followers. This mission didn't just highlight Smith's ambition, it underscored his tendency to conflate grandiose claims with questionable priorities. While the church paints Hyde's journey as a pivotal moment in its history, the reality is far more complex. It was a gamble, a strategic move to shore up Smith's prophetic image, even as internal dissent and external opposition mounted. Whether Hyde's journey was inspired or opportunistic, it was a stark reminder of the lengths Smith would go to secure his legacy as the self-proclaimed restorer of God's kingdom. Part 4. Nauvoo, a Land of Death. The events of mid-August 1841 exposed Joseph Smith's reckless promotion of Nauvoo's disease-infested bottomland to unsuspecting immigrants. Just a week before, on August 7th, Smith's own brother, Don Carlos Smith, succumbed to malaria, one of countless deaths in this deathly sickly hole. Despite witnessing the devastating toll firsthand, Smith continued to present Nauvoo as the divinely ordained Zion, luring new converts to settle in a place he privately condemned as unlivable. In his correspondence with the land's previous owner, Smith explicitly described Nauvoo's swampy terrain as deathly and unfit for habitation, lamenting that it was unable to realize valuable consideration. Yet, he shamelessly admitted to keeping up appearances and holding out inducements to encourage immigration. These words paint a damning picture of a leader willing to sacrifice the health and lives of his followers to maintain the facade of prosperity and growth. Smith's relentless promotion of Nauvoo was not rooted in concern for his followers' well-being, but in his obsession with building his so-called Zion. The fledgling city's survival, and Smith's vision of power, depended on swelling its population and workforce. Immigrants were drawn in with promises of a flourishing community, only to arrive and face rampant malaria, yellow fever, and other deadly diseases. For many, Nauvoo was not a promised land, but a death sentence. This calculated gamble had tragic consequences. Families were torn apart by illness, with many burying loved ones almost as soon as they arrived. Don Carlos Smith's death is a chilling example of the reality Smith was willing to overlook in favor of promoting his grandiose plans. The death toll among the saints was not an unforeseen tragedy. It was the inevitable result of Smith's decision to place his ambitions above the safety of his followers. Critics rightfully argue that Smith's actions reveal a pattern of manipulation and disregard for human life. He knowingly promoted a hazardous settlement while privately acknowledging its dangers, leaving his followers to pay the price. The suffering endured by the saints in Nauvoo's bottomlands is a sobering reminder of the human cost of blind loyalty to a leader whose priorities lay in maintaining power and appearances at any cost. Part 5. A Lie to Sell Land. On August 16, 1841, just a day after Joseph Smith's brazen promotion of Nauvoo's disease-ridden bottomlands, the Quorum of the 12 Apostles issued an epistle urging saints from around the world to gather in Nauvoo. This call to action further cemented the Church's efforts to swell its population and labor force, even as Nauvoo struggled under the weight of its already devastating health crisis. The epistle portrayed Nauvoo as a sacred gathering place, promising land would be designated for new settlers. It painted a picture of opportunity and divine purpose, urging saints to abandon their homes and livelihoods elsewhere to join what they were told was God's chosen city. However, the reality was far bleaker. Incoming immigrants faced overcrowded conditions, insufficient resources, and a swampy, disease-infested environment that Joseph Smith himself had described as a deathly, sickly hole. This coordinated effort to attract more settlers, despite the known dangers, raises glaring ethical questions about the Church's priorities. The leadership, including Smith and the 12, seemed more concerned with bolstering Nauvoo's numbers and image than safeguarding the lives and well-being of its members. It wasn't just a gamble. It was a calculated risk that placed institutional growth over human life. The timing of this epistle is particularly damning. It came just days after the death of Don Carlos Smith, Joseph Smith's brother, from malaria, a tragedy that should have served as a stark warning. Instead, the Church's leaders doubled down, using religious authority to manipulate the faithful into uprooting their lives and flocking to Nauvoo. The promise of designated land and divine protection lured converts into a perilous situation, where many would face illness, suffering, and even death. This epistle exemplifies the Church's relentless drive to build Smith's vision of Zion at any cost, regardless of the human toll. By urging saints to gather in Nauvoo without full transparency about the conditions awaiting them, the 12 contributed to a legacy of exploitation and misplaced trust. For the faithful, this call was a test of devotion. For the leadership, it was a cynical ploy to sustain their ambitions on the backs of those who believed their promises. Part 6. Joseph pads some pockets. On August 31, 1841, the 12 apostles handed Joseph Smith an unchecked endorsement of his self-serving maneuvers, voting unanimously to approve his actions in transferring church property to his own family and friends. This was no mere administrative decision. It was a blatant power grab. The 12's approval essentially sanctified Smith's decision to funnel church resources into the hands of his closest allies and loved ones, ensuring that his personal circle would enjoy secure inheritances at the expense of the Church's broader mission. The official vote read like a legal blanket that gave Smith carte blanche to continue deeding church property to his wife, children, and hand-picked associates under the guise of securing their support and future. They justified it with the vague notion that Smith's wisdom would guide the process. In other words, the 12 allowed Smith to wield absolute control over the church's assets, determining who would benefit from the wealth accumulated through the faith of its members. What's striking here is the audacity of it all. The very foundation of the church's teachings stressed sacrifice and commitment to a communal Zion. Yet here we see Joseph Smith securing his own dynasty, ensuring his family's future while cloaking the whole operation in divine sanction. No longer was it just about building Zion. It was about making sure that Smith's immediate circle would have a privileged, inherited position in this so-called heavenly kingdom. It's hard to overlook the glaring conflict of interest. While Joseph Smith was, in theory, leading the church toward salvation, he was simultaneously enriching himself and those closest to him. The members who contributed their time, labor, and money to build up the church were not invited to share in these blessings. Instead, Smith positioned himself as both the spiritual leader and financial gatekeeper, further consolidating his authority and wealth under the guise of divine wisdom. This unanimous vote from the 12 was a betrayal of the members, one that prioritized Joseph Smith's personal gain over the well-being of the saints. In essence, it was an endorsement of nepotism and financial mismanagement disguised as religious duty. The proceeding laid bare the growing patterns of corruption and self-interest within the leadership, with the 12 aiding and abetting Smith's increasingly autocratic rule. And while they framed it as divinely sanctioned, it became evident that the true purpose was not to build Zion, but to secure the financial future of Joseph Smith and his inner circle. Joseph Smith's leadership in Nauvoo exemplified his consolidation of power, both spiritually and materially. By securing control over church assets, engaging in secretive practices like plural marriage, and manipulating his followers with grandiose promises, Smith's actions reveal a pattern of self-enrichment at the expense of his followers. From the dangerous promotion of Nauvoo's swamplands to using church resources to benefit his family, Smith's authority was driven by personal ambition, not divine guidance. The tragic consequences for those who trusted him underscore the darker side of his prophetic image. Ultimately, Smith's vision of Zion was built on manipulation, secrecy, and exploitation. Episode 49. Prophecy and Property. Joseph Smith Consolidates Power. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week we delved into Joseph Smith's rise to power as the sole trustee and trust for the church. We uncover yet another instance of Joseph's plural marriages, this time his unconventional union with Louisa Beeman. We expose Smith's manipulative tactics as he promoted Nauvoo, a malarial and yellow fever-ridden wasteland. We close with Joseph's strategic siphoning of church funds to line the pockets of his family and friends. This week's episode dives straight into the chaos. Joseph Smith prophesied the death of Governor Lilburn Boggs. Did it come true, or was it yet another miss? He hails the Book of Mormon as the cornerstone of the church, while trying to conceal its original manuscript and witness accounts, and claim it is the most correct book on earth. Meanwhile, Smith adds Zena Diantha Huntington Jacobs to his growing list of plural wives. Don't miss the shocking twists and hypocrisies in this episode. Part 1. Prophesying or planning a death? In 1841, Joseph Smith prophesied that Governor Lilburn Boggs of Missouri would meet a violent death within 1 year. This prediction stirred controversy, as it was seen as both politically charged and potentially dangerous, given the ongoing tensions between Mormons and the state of Missouri. Several early Mormon leaders, including John C. Bennett and William Law, claimed that Joseph Smith had made the prophecy about Boggs before the shooting. Some of these testimonies came from those who were either close to Smith or later became opponents of him, which adds complexity to the narrative. These individuals recalled that Smith had spoken specifically of Boggs' violent death, but details vary on whether it was phrased as a divine prophecy or a general prediction. Various diaries by Wilford Woodruff, Orson Pratt, and historical accounts from the period, such as Joseph's own journal, including non-Mormons, make reference to Smith's prophecy, though none provide a clear, first-hand record of the event. Some Mormons at the time believed Smith had the power to foretell the future, so they treated such statements as prophetic. However, critics of Smith, including many non-Mormon historians, have cast doubt on whether the prophecy was ever explicitly stated by Smith or if it was a retroactive interpretation of his earlier comments. Smith had long been a vocal critic of the governor, accusing him of ordering the forced removal and mistreatment of the Mormon community. The prophecy gained further attention in 1842, when Governor Boggs was indeed shot and seriously wounded in what appeared to be an assassination attempt. While Boggs survived the attack, the incident stirred public interest and suspicion, with some pointing to the 1841 prophecy as evidence of Smith's foreknowledge. However, the exact nature of Smith's involvement in the event, and whether the prophecy was intended to suggest direct involvement or merely foretell a future violent act, remains unclear. It is one of several instances of prophetic statements attributed to Smith, some of which were seen as fulfilling or being manipulated in hindsight to appear fulfilled. The available evidence does suggest Smith made the prediction, but how it is interpreted, whether as a genuine prophecy or part of a broader narrative, depends on the perspective of the reader. Part 2. The Cornerstone of the Church, the Book of Mormon. In 1841, Joseph Smith made a statement to the apostles that the Book of Mormon is the keystone of our religion. This declaration is significant because it underscores the central role the Book of Mormon played in the theology and identity of the early LDS Church. It was a defining statement about the foundational nature of the Book of Mormon in the belief system of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The specific statement about the Book of Mormon being the keystone of the LDS faith is generally traced back to a discourse Joseph Smith gave in 1841. This was not just a casual remark, but rather a central part of Smith's teaching to the apostles at the time. The phrase itself was later cited by various early LDS leaders and scholars, reinforcing the notion that the Book of Mormon was viewed as the most important scripture for the restoration of the gospel. The History of the Church, which was compiled and edited by B.H. Roberts and contains first-hand accounts and writings from Joseph Smith and other early leaders, provides context for this statement. In Volume 4 of the History of the Church, a section describes Smith addressing the role of the Book of Mormon and its significance in relation to the LDS faith. The statement about the Book of Mormon as the keystone is found in this volume, emphasizing that Smith saw the book as not only foundational, but as a unique and essential scripture that established the truth of the LDS restoration. Excerpt from History of the Church, Volume 4. Smith is reported as saying, "The Book of Mormon is the keystone of our religion, and a man would get nearer to God by abiding by its precepts than by any other book." This passage reflects Smith's strong assertion about the Book of Mormon being central to the faith, implying that it was a cornerstone of understanding the true doctrine and principles of the restored gospel. Wilford Woodruff, who recorded many of Joseph Smith's discourses, noted similar teachings in his own journal entries from around this time. Woodruff's journal, which often documented Smith's public and private discourses, reinforces the notion that Joseph Smith taught the apostles that the Book of Mormon was the keystone of their religion. Brigham Young and other early leaders also repeated this idea, further cementing it in the doctrine of the LDS Church. Brigham Young, in particular, would later emphasize the idea that the Book of Mormon was foundational for understanding the restoration of the gospel. In speeches during the 1850s, Brigham Young would frequently refer to the Book of Mormon as the keystone of LDS theology, echoing Joseph Smith's earlier pronouncement. This further highlighted the idea that the Book of Mormon was not just another scripture, but the central text upon which all other doctrines rested. Joseph Smith's declaration about the Book of Mormon as the keystone of the LDS religion is foundational for understanding the role of the book within Mormon theology. The term keystone suggests that just as the keystone holds an arch together the Book of Mormon holds together the doctrines and practices of the LDS Church. The statement also emphasizes the importance of the Book of Mormon in distinguishing the LDS faith from other Christian denominations, presenting it as a unique and essential scripture for understanding God's will. Theologically, Smith's statement underscores the idea that the Book of Mormon is not just supplementary to the Bible, but a primary text in the restoration of Christian truth. This belief became a cornerstone of Mormonism, suggesting that adherence to the teachings in the Book of Mormon was necessary for salvation and a closer relationship with God. It reinforced the idea that the Book of Mormon, along with the Bible, formed the foundation of Mormon scripture. Part 3. I have had trouble enough with this thing. On October 2, 1841, Joseph Smith made the controversial decision to place the original Book of Mormon manuscript, the witness signatures, and other significant items in the cornerstone of the Nauvoo house. This event has been historically significant, as it led to the near destruction of these critical items, which would have provided important first-hand evidence of the Book of Mormon's origins and the testimonies of its witnesses. Ebenezer Robinson, a former printer and early church member, recorded Joseph Smith's actions and words regarding the placement of the items in the cornerstone. According to Robinson, Joseph Smith commented, "I have had trouble enough with this thing," referring to the Book of Mormon and the items associated with it. Robinson's account suggests that Smith was weary of the controversy and difficulties surrounding the Book of Mormon and the associated testimony of its witnesses. In Ebenezer Robinson's account of October 2, 1841, he writes, Joseph Smith said, "I have had trouble enough with this thing," and then proceeded to place the original manuscript of the Book of Mormon, along with the signatures of the witnesses and other documents, in the cornerstone of the Nauvoo house. Robinson's record is crucial because it provides insight into Smith's personal feelings about the Book of Mormon and the challenges he faced regarding the book and its creation. It also reflects Joseph's frustration with the controversy and accusations surrounding the Book of Mormon and its origins. The Nauvoo house was a building project undertaken by Joseph Smith and the early saints in Nauvoo, Illinois. The structure was intended to serve as a hotel for visitors and a gathering place for church members. The act of placing the original manuscript and the witness signatures into its cornerstone was symbolic, but it also reflected the spiritual and theological significance that Smith attributed to the Book of Mormon. The decision to place these items in the cornerstone of the Nauvoo house is seen by many as a way for Smith to safeguard the Book of Mormon's original record, though the action ultimately led to the destruction or loss of these important items. As the cornerstone was later disturbed and the items were damaged or lost, the act became a point of contention in church history, as it prevented future generations from accessing the original materials that could have served as crucial evidence for the authenticity of the Book of Mormon. The exact fate of the original manuscript and witness signatures is unclear. It is widely believed that when the cornerstone of the Nauvoo house was later opened, the items had either been destroyed by the passage of time or had deteriorated beyond recognition due to their exposure to the elements. The destruction of these items is considered a significant loss, as they might have provided more direct evidence of the Book of Mormon's creation, especially in regard to the witness testimony. Some church members and historians speculate that the placement of the manuscript in the cornerstone was intended to be an act of reverence, while others suggest it was motivated by Smith's frustration with the mounting controversies surrounding the Book of Mormon. In any case, the loss of these items has contributed to the mystery and ongoing debate about the Book of Mormon's origins. Part 4. Another wife yet again. On October 27, 1841, Joseph Smith married Zena Dantha Huntington Jacobs in Nauvoo, Illinois. This marriage is significant due to the complex and controversial circumstances surrounding it, including Smith's persistent pursuit of Zena, despite her initial rejection, and the later involvement of Brigham Young in marrying her as well. Initially, Zena Huntington had rejected Joseph Smith's proposal. She married Henry Jacobs in March 1841, well before her marriage to Smith. The decision to marry Henry was her choice, but it appears that Joseph Smith's earlier interest in her persisted. According to later accounts from Zena's descendants and other early LDS sources, Zena's marriage to Henry Jacobs was her choice, but Joseph Smith did not give up on his pursuit. In fact, Joseph's actions are said to have included further attempts to convince her to marry him, claiming that it was a divine command. After Zena married Henry Jacobs, Smith reportedly told her that he had received a visit from an angel who threatened him with a drawn sword if he did not obey and marry Zena. Smith's assertion that an angel had commanded him to marry Zena, coupled with the angel's threat to take his life if he disobeyed, is a central part of the narrative surrounding their marriage. Smith's claim of angelic visitation is consistent with other similar claims from his later polygamous marriages, where he often invoked divine authority as the basis for such unions. In later accounts, Zena Huntington recounted that Smith's persistence, combined with his claim of divine instruction, led her to reluctantly comply with the marriage. Zena herself, in private testimonies, confirmed that Smith had described the angel's visit, which led to her marriage to him. After Joseph Smith's death, Brigham Young would also marry Zena Jacobs, making her one of his plural wives. This was part of Brigham Young's broader practice of plural marriage after Smith's death, where he married many of Smith's former wives or women who had been involved in polygamous marriages with Smith. Zena's subsequent marriage to Brigham Young added a further layer to the complex relationships within early LDS polygamy. Brigham Young's marriage to Zena, part of his larger effort to solidify his position as the leader of the LDS Church and establish the practice of plural marriage as a central tenet. Zena's transition from Smith's wife to Young's wife symbolizes the complex and often controversial nature of early Mormon marital practices, especially regarding plural marriage. How could it be that Young then married Zena after the death of Joseph, if eternal marriages were a religious matter, not sexual? According to LDS doctrine, she was sealed to Joseph Smith for all time and eternity, and a woman may only be sealed to one man. The accounts of Zena Huntington's marriages have been documented in various diaries, journals, and affidavits from early Mormon leaders and members. These records, including those from Eliza R. Snow and Heber C. Kimball, support the narrative of Smith's persistent pursuit of Zena and the angelic command that he said led to their marriage. The marriage between Joseph Smith and Zena Jacobs is a key example of Joseph Smith's practice of polygamy and his use of divine authority to justify his marriages. The concept of angelic visitation, particularly with the drawn sword, was not an isolated incident in Smith's polygamous marriages. Smith's claim to be following divine instructions, often involving threats from heavenly beings, was a common justification for his polygamous practices, which remained controversial both within and outside of the LDS community. Part 5. The Most Correct Book on Earth? November 28, 1841, Joseph Smith declared to the 12 apostles that the Book of Mormon was the most correct of any book on earth, and called it the keystone of his religion. But here's the problem. This most correct book had already undergone significant changes. By 1841, the Book of Mormon wasn't the pristine, divinely dictated text Smith claimed it to be. Edits had been made, grammatical fixes, doctrinal shifts, even changes to key phrases, and yet Smith boldly claimed its perfection. Let that sink in. The book had been rewritten, yet Smith declared it the most correct book on earth. Now here's where it gets interesting. Smith himself once criticized the Bible, saying that years of edits, mistranslations, and meddling had stripped it of its holiness. He justified his own Joseph Smith translation by claiming the Bible was no longer trustworthy. But was the Book of Mormon immune to this same issue? If edits and changes could invalidate the Bible's holiness, why not the Book of Mormon? The hypocrisy is hard to ignore. Smith condemned one scripture for being edited while elevating another that had been altered under his own hand. Was the Book of Mormon truly divine, or was it just another tool in Smith's arsenal to assert control over his followers? The most correct book on earth, or a reflection of Smith's ever-changing ambitions? You decide. Episode 50, The Plural Marriages Keep on Coming. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we exposed Joseph Smith's bold prophecy that Missouri Governor Lilburn Boggs would meet a violent end. At the same time, Smith championed the Book of Mormon as the church's cornerstone, all while hiding its original manuscript and suppress witness testimonies. And if that wasn't enough, Smith added yet another woman, Zena Diantha Huntington Jacobs, to his ever-expanding list of secret plural wives, cementing his role as both prophet and polygamist in the shadows. This week, we break down John C. Bennett's rapid rise to power in Nauvoo. Meanwhile, Joseph Smith secretly adds more wives to his growing list, all without Emma's knowledge. We also touch on Smith's ties to Freemasonry before closing with a closer look at how Joseph and Emma transferred valuable property to their children just days before filing for bankruptcy. You do not want to miss this episode. Part 5. John C. Bennett gets paid. In September 1841, John C. Bennett became Nauvoo's first mayor, handpicked by Joseph Smith, not for his piety, but for his political savvy and willingness to serve as Smith's tool in building a theocratic stronghold. Smith didn't just choose Bennett, he weaponized him. Bennett's arrival in Nauvoo wasn't about faith, it was about power. A practiced politician with a silver tongue, Bennett pledged loyalty to Smith's cause, using his skills to manipulate Illinois politics and secure the foundation for Smith's religious empire. This wasn't partnership, it was a calculated move to cement control. The payoff came quickly. By 1843, Smith orchestrated a staggering increase in the mayor's salary, skyrocketing it from $100 to $500 annually, a massive sum in the 19th century. This wasn't generosity, it was a bribe to ensure Bennett's allegiance and keep Nauvoo's government firmly under Smith's control. But Bennett's loyalty was as hollow as his morals. By 1842, his trail of deceit, affairs, and manipulation came crashing down. When his reputation became a liability, though Smith's own reputation was no better, Smith cut him loose, excommunicating him from the church. In retaliation, Bennett turned on Smith, exposing scandals that would tarnish Mormon history for generations. And the final insult? After Smith's assassination in 1844, the Nauvoo City Council slashed the mayor's salary back to $100. The move was telling. Bennett's inflated paycheck had never been about public service. It was about Joseph Smith buying influence, consolidating power, and using corruption to fortify his grip on Nauvoo. Part 2. Joseph racks up 3 more plural wives. A month after secretly marrying Zena Jacobs in a grove, Joseph Smith continued his pattern of taking on additional plural wives, again, all behind Emma's back. One of these women was Presendia Lathrop Huntington Buell, who was already married to Norman Buell at the time. Once more, Joseph declared spiritual ownership over another man's wife, blatantly disregarding both marriage vows and societal norms. Almera Woodard Johnson, the sister of Joseph's close associate Benjamin F. Johnson, also became one of his plural wives during this time. Benjamin himself documented the marriage later in life, recounting his family's involvement in plural marriage and specifically mentioning Almera's sealing to Joseph. Other members of the Johnson family also signed affidavits confirming the union, leaving little doubt about its authenticity. Another Johnson sister, Delsina, is often listed as one of Smith's plural wives. While the exact date of this marriage remains unclear, some researchers suggest it occurred in 1841. However, unlike with Almera, the evidence for Delsina's marriage to Joseph is sparse. The secrecy surrounding plural marriage creates a fog of contradictions and blurred timelines. Records were deliberately obscured, and even many church members were kept in the dark. Marriages attributed to 1841 may have occurred earlier or later, but based on available evidence, this period marks a significant escalation in Joseph's polygamous practices. Respected scholars such as Todd Compton, in Sacred Loneliness, and D. Michael Quinn, The Mormon Hierarchy, Origins of Power, have analyzed primary sources to shed light on Joseph Smith's plural marriages. These accounts, while thorough, reveal the complexity and chaos of a practice shrouded in secrecy. This clandestine activity fueled growing tensions in Nauvoo, particularly with Emma Smith. Her suspicions eventually pushed her into a precarious position, at times reluctantly approving specific plural marriages, only to later oppose the practice entirely. Joseph's attempts to juggle the loyalty of his followers, the secrecy of his actions, and Emma's increasing discontent underscore the tightrope he walked in maintaining his power and the inevitable fractures it caused. Part 3. The Masonic Connection. On December 30th, 1841, Joseph Smith formally petitioned for membership in the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge, a pivotal moment in his integration into the world of Freemasonry. This event is far from trivial. It underscores the deepening connection between Masonry and the early LDS Church, revealing how Freemasonry's influence infiltrated the highest echelons of Mormon leadership. The Nauvoo Lodge, established earlier that year under the leadership of John C. Bennett, was a hotbed for power players within Nauvoo. Bennett, both a Freemason and a prominent figure in the city, helped shape the lodge's early membership, which quickly expanded to include key figures from the church. By the end of 1841, the lodge became an undeniable force in Nauvoo, cementing its connection to Joseph Smith and the rising Mormon establishment. Though I won't delve into the details here, having already dedicated 2 videos specifically to Joseph Smith's involvement with Freemasonry, this moment remains a cornerstone for understanding the intertwining of Mormonism and Masonry. If you're curious for a deeper dive, check out those videos for more insight. Part 4. Funnel money for personal gains. From December 1841 to August 1842, Joseph and Emma Smith executed a series of highly questionable property transfers in Hancock County, Illinois, actions that raised serious red flags about their financial and legal gamesmanship. They strategically transferred ownership of valuable properties to their minor children just before they filed for bankruptcy. Let that sink in. Just before declaring bankruptcy, they shifted assets worth thousands of dollars, selling them to their kids for a mere $100 apiece. The timing of these shady deals? Perfectly calculated. 2 days before Joseph Smith filed for bankruptcy in August 1842. At the time, Joseph Smith and the church were under severe financial strain. Nauvoo's expansion came at a steep cost, leaving them buried in debt from land purchases and city development. But instead of facing the consequences like any other person would, Joseph and Emma figured out a way to protect their wealth by funneling it through their children. Legally transferring ownership to minors meant those properties were off limits to creditors, all while the Smiths maintained de facto control. Ethically, though, it's a complete debacle. These moves stank of a deliberate attempt to dodge financial responsibility, all while keeping the family's coffers filled. Sound familiar? Joseph had a history of evading financial accountability. He warned his brother Hiram about dodging arrest for debts, even helping him flee when an arrest warrant was issued. That same pattern of running from responsibility, of making sure the Smiths remained untouchable despite mounting financial ruin, continued until their deaths. John C. Bennett, who was once in Joseph's inner circle before becoming one of his most vocal critics, called out these property transfers in History of the Saints, pages 96 to 97. Bennett, though an enemy of Joseph, was no slouch when it came to documenting facts, and much of his information was later corroborated by public records and contemporary accounts. But how do you know Bennett wasn't just lying? Simple. On August 19, 1842, Joseph Smith filed for bankruptcy under federal law. This move came as debts, lawsuits, and creditor judgments were closing in on him, making bankruptcy a convenient means of escaping financial ruin. Yet those property transfers, made just days before the filing, paint a clear picture of a man desperate to hold on to his wealth, even if it meant exploiting loopholes meant to protect others, not him. Part 5. Another marriage under Smith's belt. On January 6, 1842, Joseph Smith secretly married Agnes Coolbrith Smith, the widow of his younger brother, Don Carlos Smith, who had died just 5 months earlier. This was no act of love. It was another calculated move in Joseph's twisted polygamous agenda. A marriage shrouded in secrecy, just like the rest of his plural marriages, and part of his ongoing effort to manipulate relationships for his own benefit. Agnes, left widowed with 2 young daughters, was vulnerable, and Joseph swooped in. This wasn't about compassion. This was about consolidating control. And once again, Joseph Smith played by his own rules. Marrying your deceased brother's widow? It wasn't just odd, It was deeply controversial and raised eyebrows even among Joseph's own contemporaries. But did Joseph care about propriety or morality? Of course not. Everything was secret. Everything was for his benefit. After Joseph's death in 1844, Agnes didn't stay committed to the farce of plural marriage. She got out, moved to California with her daughters, far away from the chaos and the lies of Joseph's world. The fact that she distanced herself from the LDS practice speaks volumes about the true nature of Joseph's divine system of marriage. On January 17, 1842, Joseph Smith took yet another swing at decency and morality by marrying Mary Elizabeth Rollins Lightner, 6 months pregnant with another man's child. And to top it off, he did this just days before his wedding anniversary with his only legal wife, Emma Smith. How's that for a slap in the face? Mary Elizabeth Rollins was no stranger to Joseph's manipulative control. She had already been dragged into his web as one of the first women to be ordained to the priesthood, a move he would later abandon for the sake of his own narrative. But here's the kicker. She wasn't just another woman. She was pregnant with a child that wasn't Joseph's, and he didn't care. To him, she was just another tool to maintain his grip on power. Let's talk about timing. Joseph had just passed his anniversary with Emma, his first and legal wife, a woman who had already suffered the humiliation of polygamy at his hands. And yet, Joseph didn't think twice before making her suffer even more. He not only married another woman, but one who was carrying another man's child. It's not just disrespect, it's an utter betrayal on top of betrayal. Emma was already fighting a losing battle, watching her husband tear their vows to shreds, and Joseph just kept going, with no care for the devastation he was causing. This wasn't about love or faith or any of the lofty ideals he preached. This was about control. Joseph Smith didn't give a damn about anyone but himself. He was playing a twisted game with women, bending them to his will to secure his own power. And Emma? She was just collateral damage in his quest to feed his ego and fulfill his delusions of godhood. Episode 51, Emma Smith's Silent Suffering, Joseph's Secret Marriages. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last time, we exposed John C. Bennett's meteoric rise to power in Nauvoo and the chaos he left in his wake. While Bennett schemed in the open, Joseph Smith worked in secret, quietly adding more wives to his growing roster, all behind Emma's back. We also pulled back the curtain on Smith's deepening ties to Freemasonry and revealed how Joseph and Emma scrambled to shield their assets, transferring valuable property to their children just days before declaring bankruptcy. This time, we dive deeper into Joseph Smith's secret plural marriages, adding a few more women to his ever-expanding list of wives. We meet Ebenezer Robinson, a key figure who will find himself entangled in several explosive controversies. Meanwhile, the Federal Bankruptcy Act goes into effect, offering debtors a new way out, and Emma tragically gives birth to a stillborn son amidst the turmoil. Brace yourselves. This episode packs a punch and lays bare the chaos of 1842. Part 1. A Grand Celebration at the Smith home. On January 18, 1842, Joseph and Emma Smith hosted a lavish celebration at their Nauvoo home to mark their 16th wedding anniversary. The event, filled with prominent members of the Nauvoo community, wasn't just a party. It was a calculated display of the Smiths' growing power and influence. Behind the smiles and festivities, however, cracks in the facade were already forming. While Emma played the role of devoted wife and community leader, Joseph was neck-deep in secrecy, adding more wives to his ever-growing list, without Emma's knowledge. This grand anniversary masked the brewing storm of 1842, personal tragedies, Joseph's escalating polygamy, and mounting tensions in Nauvoo that threatened to unravel everything. As Richard Bushman observes, the year 1842 was a turning point, where Joseph's private actions began to have unavoidable public consequences. This event wasn't just a celebration, it was a performance. Joseph and Emma's marriage, already strained by deception, was a ticking time bomb, with Joseph's secret life pulling the strings. Even in moments of joy, The Smiths' efforts to maintain their public image couldn't hide the chaos simmering beneath the surface. Part 2. Why Joseph sent off Orson Hyde to Jerusalem. On January 25, 1842, Joseph Smith conveniently received a revelation from God, instructing Ebenezer Robinson to take Miranda Nancy Johnson Hyde into his home while her husband, Orson Hyde, was away on a mission to Jerusalem, the very mission I touched on in a previous episode. Robinson's home, the Times and Seasons building, was not just his residence. It was the nerve center of church publications in Nauvoo, as Robinson owned the publication. Before Don Carlos Smith's death, Robinson and Don Carlos had co-edited the paper, but now Robinson was forced to take orders from Smith under the guise of divine revelation. But the so-called revelation didn't stop there. According to Joseph, God also commanded Miranda to listen to anything and everything Joseph might teach her. Yes, you read that right. Anything and everything. Let's not beat around the bush. This is another textbook example of Joseph using his prophetic authority to manipulate and control those around him, especially women. D. Michael Quinn has repeatedly highlighted the pattern of Smith invoking divine authority to justify actions that served his personal interests, most often his pursuit of plural wives. Todd Compton, in his groundbreaking book In Sacred Loneliness, connects this incident to Smith's larger, calculated campaign to normalize polygamy under the guise of revelation. If you're not familiar with Quinn or Compton's work, I delved into their insights in the last video regarding Smith's plural marriages. If you haven't seen it yet, I recommend checking it out for more context. This event is a prime example of the growing gap between Joseph's spiritual claims and his very human actions. For Ebenezer Robinson, who was loyal and dedicated, this moment marked a turning point. Part 3. The Eviction of Ebenezer Robinson. On January 28, 1842, Joseph Smith announced yet another so-called revelation from God, decreeing that the quorum of the 12 apostles should take over the Times and Seasons publication. Naturally, Joseph himself would be installed as the editor, with John Taylor handling the writing and Wilford Woodruff managing the business side. This move solidified Smith's control over one of Nauvoo's most important propaganda tools, conveniently placing the church's voice entirely under his thumb. Fast forward to February 4, 1842. Ebenezer Robinson, who had faithfully run the Times and Seasons for years, was allowed to name his price for the operation. He placed a hefty $1,600 valuation on it, but here's the kicker. A significant portion of that sum wasn't paid in actual money. Instead, it was credited to Robinson for contributions to the Temple Fund and other debts recorded in the Book of the Law of the Lord. In other words, Joseph and his cronies shuffled imaginary numbers around, and Robinson walked away without anything close to what he was owed. Adding insult to injury, Robinson was unable to relocate his family that day and was forced out into the dead of winter. That same night, Apostle Willard Richards moved into the living quarters attached to the printing house, accompanied by Miranda Nancy Johnson Hyde, whose husband, Orson Hyde, was still on his mission to Jerusalem. This wasn't just a quiet takeover. Richards boarded up the windows and celebrated by firing revolvers in the air. It's worth noting that Richards' own wife and family were living far away in Massachusetts at the time, which only adds another layer of discomfort to the story. Can you believe this? Willard Richards didn't just take over Robinson's property. He booted him and his family out on the spot, leaving them homeless in the dead of winter. This wasn't just a property dispute. It was a heartless power grab orchestrated by the very men claiming to be God's chosen leaders. What kind of church preaches unity, communal care, and lifting one another up, yet turns around and kicks a loyal family to the curb without a second thought? This wasn't faith. It was exploitation, plain and simple, and the so-called leadership set the tone for it all. Some men of God, huh? This sequence of events reeks of power plays, manipulation, and self-interest. Joseph's revelation conveniently stripped Robinson of his role, handed control of Nauvoo's media machine to Joseph and his inner circle, and left a loyal follower out in the cold, literally. The presence of Miranda Hyde in these quarters, combined with Joseph's earlier revelation concerning her, raises further questions about what was really going on behind the scenes. The entire situation underscores the ruthlessness of Smith's leadership style. where loyalty was rewarded with exploitation and dissent was met with divine justification for Joseph's every action. Part 4. The Federal Bankruptcy Act. On February 1, 1842, the Federal Bankruptcy Act went into effect, allowing debtors to file voluntary petitions for bankruptcy. This was a game-changer in the financial world, enabling individuals drowning in debt to legally erase their obligations and start anew. But let's be clear, Joseph Smith and his cronies were fully aware of the implications of this new law, and they were ready to capitalize on it. With their financial empire built on a shaky foundation, the Smiths had no shortage of debts piling up from personal and church-related ventures. This law opened the door for them to strategically shed some of those debts without taking the financial fall they so desperately deserved. The timing couldn't have been more convenient. As the Smith family faced mounting legal pressures, unresolved financial commitments, and a growing list of creditors knocking at their door, the Bankruptcy Act offered them a potential lifeline. But don't be fooled by the convenient, clean slate. The Smiths weren't just average debtors. They were masters of using spiritual manipulation and legal loopholes to cover their tracks. This wasn't about financial recovery. It was about playing the system to avoid the consequences of their actions. Let's not forget how much of their financial strain came from dubious ventures like the Times and Seasons debacle and Joseph's reckless promises that never panned out. The bankruptcy law allowed them to exploit a system designed for those genuinely struggling, masking their own greed and mismanagement under the guise of financial hardship. For the Smiths, this wasn't just a matter of financial survival. It was a calculated maneuver to keep their empire intact and their hands clean. Part 5. Emma Smith's Silent Suffering. On February 6, 1842, Emma Smith suffered the devastating loss of her stillborn son, yet another tragedy in a string of personal losses. The emotional toll was undeniably heavy, especially considering that this wasn't the first child Emma had lost. Hours after the birth of their first son in 1827, Joseph and Emma watched their newborn die in their arms. Emma's pain was far from new. It was a recurring anguish she faced repeatedly in her life. But let's be clear. While Joseph's affairs and his increasingly erratic behavior would certainly have caused Emma significant distress, her role in this complex and often painful dynamic cannot be reduced to that of a mere innocent bystander. Emma had already made it clear long before this tragic day in 1842 that she would not tolerate poverty. Her loyalty to Joseph wasn't purely driven by love. It was also tied to the comfort and status his growing wealth and power provided her. As Joseph's influence and wealth grew, so did Emma's position within their society. She was no stranger to the practical benefits that came with being the wife of a prophet, even if it meant enduring the emotional turmoil of his secret polygamy. By 1842, Emma had been through years of emotional turmoil, ranging from the financial struggles that came with Joseph's ventures to the pain of his growing harem of wives. The loss of this child, compounded by years of other emotional and physical strains, likely served as a breaking point of sorts. Still, Emma's actions were not without pragmatism. Her suffering wasn't just from the death of her child, but from the overwhelming complexities of living with a man whose ambitions and actions seemed increasingly out of her control. Joseph's personal life, while tragic for Emma in many ways, was also a calculated power play, one that Emma had more than just a passive role in. Her suffering, while deeply felt, must be understood as part of the broader tensions she navigated, balancing the loss of children, the betrayal of her husband's secret marriages, and the wealth and influence that Joseph's rising leadership brought. Part 6. Joseph's Secret Marriages. On February 28, 1842, Joseph married Sylvia Lyon, a woman already married to Windsor Lyon. There is no doubt that Smith was fully aware of Sylvia's existing marriage. In fact, Joseph knew everything that happened in Nauvoo and its surroundings, who was married, who was engaged, and who wasn't. His decision to marry Sylvia Lyon, despite her existing marital status, was a deliberate and calculated move. Sylvia's marriage to Windsor Lyon didn't deter Smith. It only served as a means for him to further entrench himself into the fabric of Nauvoo society. By marrying Sylvia, he could cement his influence within another established family in the community, thereby expanding his control over Nauvoo's social and religious networks. These marriages were not just about fulfilling religious obligations. They were strategic maneuvers, solidifying Smith's power both spiritually and socially. As his influence continued to grow, so did his network of wives, each one strengthening his position in the city and among his followers. For Joseph, marriage was as much about control and alliances as it was about personal relationships, blurring the lines between the two in a way that allowed him to maintain his dominance in Nauvoo. Episode 52, The Times and Seasons Reveals Much. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last time, we uncovered the dark truth behind Joseph Smith's secret plural marriages as he continues to add more women to his ever-growing list of wives. We also meet Ebenezer Robinson, a key player who will soon find himself knee-deep in explosive controversies. On top of that, the Federal Bankruptcy Act comes into effect, giving debtors a potential escape route, while Emma faces the heartbreaking loss of a stillborn son amidst the chaos. This time, Joseph releases the Book of Abraham in installments through times and seasons. He's back at it again, creating yet another office of Register of Deeds and appointing himself in charge. But this time, he's adding another wife to his growing collection, with a serious twist. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, Joseph completely shifts the Book of Mormon's location from the heartland of the U.S. to Mesoamerica after reading incidents of travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan. Part 1. The Book of Abraham finished. In March 1842, Joseph Smith unveiled one of his most brazen moves yet, a so-called translation of ancient Egyptian papyri, which he boldly dubbed the Book of Abraham. Smith had no understanding of Egyptian, but that didn't stop him from spinning a tale that would be published as if it were sacred scripture. Using the Times and Seasons, his newly acquired church newspaper, Smith began publishing this translation, complete with facsimiles that he claimed depicted the story of Abraham. The facsimiles were nothing more than crumpled scraps of Egyptian art, yet Smith presented them as divine, ancient records. But here's the kicker. Modern Egyptology has since shown that Smith's translations of the hieroglyphs were not just wrong, they were completely, utterly fabricated. He knew nothing about the ancient language, yet paraded these gross misinterpretations as sacred truth. Let's be clear, this wasn't just some religious work, it was a power play. By publishing the Book of Abraham in the Times and Seasons, Smith wasn't just claiming divine revelation, he was cementing his role as the ultimate authority. His followers had no choice but to accept it, because who else could question a prophet, right? But history didn't buy it, and modern scholars tore apart Smith's version of events. This wasn't just a minor blunder, this was deception on display. The Book of Abraham, which would go on to be a part of LDS scripture, was built on a foundation of lies. It was a calculated move to increase his power and sway, all while his followers blindly accepted his claims of divine inspiration. And for the record, he knew exactly what he was doing. This wasn't some mistake. This was part of his ongoing scheme to manipulate, control, and present himself as a prophet above reproach. Part 2. The Wentworth Letters, the 1842 First Vision account. The last account of the first vision Joseph Smith ever wrote himself is the first one to be published. Ironic, right? This so-called Wentworth letter was written in 1842 at the request of John Wentworth, an editor from the Chicago Democrat. He wanted some historical information for a book he was putting together. Well, Joseph's response covered church history, his beliefs, and surprise, surprise, the first vision. But guess what? This letter was never actually published by Wentworth in the first place. It wasn't until it appeared in the Times and Seasons on March 1st, 1842, that it saw the light of day. And this is the version the church conveniently clung to for its official declaration, even though they'd later pick another account. This version is short, sweet, and polished, as if Joseph Smith himself decided this was the one that would be easy for people to swallow. It fits neatly into the narrative he wanted to create. a brief, digestible account of his divine calling. Of course, this version isn't without its problems. It shares striking similarities with Orson Pratt's interesting account of several remarkable visions, and scholars like Stephen C. Harper have openly acknowledged that something doesn't quite add up here. But here's the real kicker. In this 1842 letter, for the first time, the Church officially declares that Native Americans are the primary descendants of the Lamanites. Never mind that this claim was later shredded by genetics and archaeology. They pushed it as truth anyway. That's the level of manipulation we're dealing with here. Let's be clear. The Wentworth account was not adopted as the official version, but it became the first published account of the first vision, and the Church made sure to latch on to it. This wasn't some divine revelation, folks. This was Joseph Smith controlling the narrative, shaping his story to fit his agenda. And it didn't stop there. The pattern continued, and history proves just how deep the deception ran. Part 3. The Times and Seasons spews more of the Book of Abraham. On March 4, 1842, Joseph Smith signed off on a second facsimile illustration from the Egyptian papyri, which he claimed to have translated into the Book of Abraham. This facsimile was more than just a drawing. It came with Smith's self-proclaimed revelation about the grand key words of the holy Melchizedek priesthood, as revealed to Adam. Yes, you heard that right. Adam was the first to receive these supposed key words, according to Smith. This move was not just some passing claim. It was a calculated attempt to link priesthood authority directly to the beginning of humanity. Smith's entire theology was veering farther away from traditional Christianity, building an empire of outlandish ideas with zero biblical or historical backing. These so-called key words became a cornerstone for the LDS Church's understanding of priesthood authority, rights, and covenants. But let's get real here. This wasn't some divine insight. It was nothing more than Smith's personal fantasy, twisting ancient texts and reshaping reality to fit his narrative. And guess what? Scholars would soon prove just how wrong Smith was. His translation of the Egyptian papyri would be debunked. But that doesn't stop the faithful from swallowing it whole. In March 1842, the Times and Seasons printed Smith's translation of the Book of Abraham, and with it, the wild revelation that Elohim, God, lived near the star Kolob. That's right. God was supposed to reside by some distant star, Kolob, which supposedly governed the universe. Who came up with that? Joseph Smith, of course. This wasn't some theological epiphany. It was pure speculation, wrapped in pseudoscience and offered up as divine truth. It was a far cry from anything mainstream Christianity ever taught, but Smith didn't care. He needed his followers to buy in, and they did. And that wasn't the only jaw-dropper. Smith also introduced the idea of plural gods. Plural. This was a direct attack on Christian monotheism, as Smith claimed that Elohim was just one of many gods. This doctrine wasn't just a side note. It became foundational to LDS theology. It laid the groundwork for the idea that God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost were distinct beings, and that one day every faithful Mormon could become a god themselves. That's right, gods. And they still teach it. But let's be clear, these teachings were wildly controversial. While they might have sounded good to those ready to follow a charismatic leader, they didn't hold up when scrutinized by modern science and historical analysis. The Book of Abraham translation was nothing more than a flawed and heavily criticized work that never stood a chance in the face of real scholarship. Despite the fact that Smith's theories fell apart under any real scrutiny, these events set the stage for much of LDS doctrine. For years, these outlandish revelations would be used to shape the Church's views on God, the universe, and humanity's potential. Too bad they weren't grounded in reality, or anything close to it. But hey, it didn't stop the faithful from following blindly. Part 4. Joseph elevates himself once more. March 5, 1842. Joseph Smith secures yet another position to tighten his stranglehold on Nauvoo. He's officially made the Registrar of Deeds, a role that hands him total control over land transactions in the city. It's not the first time he's played this game. He pulled the same stunt in Kirtland, Ohio, and now he's doing it again, but this time on a much larger scale. This wasn't some administrative position. This was raw power. Smith now had the final say on who could buy land and who couldn't. With the stroke of a pen, he could decide who was worthy of a plot in Nauvoo and who was out in the cold. And don't think this was just about keeping a few land records. It was about control, economic control. By controlling who owned land, Smith could reward the loyal with prime property and punish the disloyal by denying them access to the city's resources. This wasn't just about land. It was about keeping his followers in line, using economic leverage to ensure their obedience. All of it tied back to his role as a religious leader, combining spiritual authority with economic manipulation. This appointment was just another step in his relentless quest for total power, not just religiously, but politically and economically. It wasn't enough to lead a religion. Smith needed to control everything: the temple, the land, the people. And it didn't stop there. His position as registrar gave him the power to run this show for as long as he wanted, keeping his grip on land and loyalty tightly secured. Part 5. Yet another marriage. March 9th, 1842, Joseph Smith took another step in his questionable marital arrangements. This time, he married 42-year-old Patty Sessions, who was already married to a man named David Sessions. But here's where it gets extra shady. Her daughter, Sylvia, had only married Smith a month earlier. So not only was Smith marrying a woman who was already married, but he was also adding her to a growing collection of wives, many of whom were related to each other. What's even more suspicious is that we don't even know if David Sessions, Patty's husband, was aware of this. Did he consent? Was he even told? That's still unclear, but what we do know is that Smith was stacking up wives while keeping the details of his actions as murky as possible. This marriage, like many others in Smith's history, raises serious questions about his intentions, control, and ability to manipulate both his followers and their families. The bigger picture? It shows that Smith wasn't just pushing boundaries with religious claims. He was blurring moral lines and using his position to build his own personal harem while playing fast and loose with the truth. Part 6. From the Heartland to Mesoamerica. In 1842, Joseph Smith took a significant leap in his attempts to link the Book of Mormon to a real-world location. Having previously championed a Heartland model, which placed the Book of Mormon's events in the North American heartland, Smith's narrative shifted dramatically after he read Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan by John Lloyd Stevens. This book, detailing the ancient ruins of Mesoamerica, seemed to provide Smith with an irresistible opportunity to push his claims further. In a calculated move, Smith published extracts from Stevens' work in the Times and Seasons, adding his own editorial commentary where he boldly declared that the Book of Mormon's events actually took place in Guatemala. This marked a sharp departure from the Heartland model, as Smith adopted a Mesoamerican model for the Book of Mormon's geography. Instead of placing the ancient civilizations of the Book of Mormon somewhere in the American Midwest, Smith now claimed that Guatemala was the true location, inspired by the ruins Stevens described. Let's be clear. This wasn't some innocent coincidence. Joseph Smith was adjusting his narrative to fit new, convenient evidence, no matter how thin it was. The idea of Mesoamerica as the Book of Mormon's setting was based more on Smith's desperation than any real scholarly or archaeological support. The ruins Stevens documented didn't match the Book of Mormon's descriptions by a long shot, but Smith wasn't concerned with details. What mattered was creating a story that would hold up to the ever-growing doubts surrounding the Book of Mormon's authenticity. This shift to a Mesoamerican model was a strategic recalibration for Smith, who had already faced increasing skepticism about his geography claims. What started with vague allusions to a North American setting became a more defined narrative that once again lacked solid proof, yet Smith pushed it forward with his usual fervor. In the end, it was another instance of Smith adapting his story to whatever he thought would make the Book of Mormon appear more credible, even if it meant abandoning his earlier claims for a new, more far-fetched theory. Episode 53, Kolob, Secret Wives, and Masonic Power, Joseph Smith's Wildest Year. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last time, Joseph released the Book of Abraham in installments through the times and seasons. He was at it again, creating yet another office of Register of Deeds and appointing himself in charge. Joseph completely shifted the Book of Mormon's location from the heartland of the U.S. to Mesoamerica after reading Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas, and Yucatan. This time we expose Joseph Smith's shocking revelation about the true location of God's dwelling. And spoiler, it's not heaven. We'll watch as Joseph is fast-tracked into Freemasonry's inner circle, establish the Relief Society with Emma as president, and secretly take Miranda Nancy Hyde as his wife. All while her husband, Orson Hyde, is on a mission Joseph himself sent him on to the Holy Land. But that's not all. We'll uncover Joseph's attempt to secure Sidney Rigdon's 19-year-old daughter, Nancy, using Miranda as a go-between. And finally, we close with Joseph compiling a list of so-called debts owed to him, squeezing every penny he can out of those around him. Part 1. Kolob, Home of God. In March 1842, Times and Seasons, edited by none other than Joseph Smith, published the first installment of the Book of Abraham, and with it came some of his most radical and controversial teachings yet. Forget the God of the Bible sitting on his heavenly throne. Joseph revealed that Elohim lives near the star Kolob, a cosmic body supposedly governing all others. According to Abraham 3:3, Kolob is the Great One, nearest unto the throne of God, the star that rules over all others. Smith went even further, explaining in Abraham 3:9 that Kolob had a special role in governing other planets within its system. This wasn't just a creative flourish, it completely rewrote the Christian concept of heaven and the nature of God's dwelling place. But Smith didn't stop with Kolob. The Book of Abraham casually dropped an even more shocking doctrine, the existence of multiple gods. In the explanation of Facsimile 2, Joseph described Kolob as the first creation and closest to the residence of God, but this celestial cosmology was only the beginning. According to Smith's revelations, creation itself was orchestrated by a council of gods, not a singular supreme being. This idea laid the foundation for one of Mormonism's most audacious doctrines, eternal progression, the belief that God was once a mortal man, just like us, and that we too could become gods. In April 1844, during the King Follett Discourse, Joseph Smith took the concept even further and blew the doors off traditional Christian theology. Standing before thousands at the church's General Conference, which conveniently doubled as a memorial service for King Follett, Joseph dropped the ultimate bombshell. God himself was once as we are now and is an exalted man. If you were to see him today, you would see him like a man in form, like yourselves in all the person, image, and very form as a man. He didn't stop there. He outlined a path to godhood for every human being willing to follow the same steps God had taken. Here, then, is eternal life, to know the only wise and true God, and you have got to learn how to be gods yourselves. The same as all gods have done before you, namely, by going from one small degree to another, and from a small capacity to a great one, from grace to grace, from exaltation to exaltation. And if that wasn't audacious enough, Smith explicitly described a plurality of gods. In the beginning, the head of the gods called a council of the gods, and they came together and concocted a plan to create the world and people. This was a dramatic departure from Christian orthodoxy, openly embracing the idea of eternal progression and divine plurality. Joseph didn't just redefine salvation, he redefined the very nature of God and humanity's purpose. It wasn't about worshiping God, it was about becoming a god yourself. Part 2. Joseph's Masonic Fast-Tracking. In March 1842, Abraham Jonas officially established the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge, but Freemasonry had already taken deep root among the Latter-day Saints. Hiram Smith, Joseph Smith Sr., Newell K. Whitney, Heber C. Kimball, and John C. Bennett were all high-ranking Masons long before Joseph's initiation. Records from BYU's library reveal that during the lodge's organization meeting in December 1841, Hiram Smith was appointed senior warden pro tempore, while John C. Bennett served as secretary and Newell K. Whitney as treasurer. By the time the lodge was officially established on March 15, 1842, Hiram had risen to senior warden and worshipful master, some of the highest-ranking positions in the Masonic hierarchy. Joseph Smith wasted no time joining the ranks of Freemasonry. According to his own account in the History of the Church, Joseph officiated as Grand Chaplain at the lodge's installation ceremony near the Nauvoo Temple. He described the event, Tuesday, March 15th. I officiated as Grand Chaplain at the installation of the Nauvoo Lodge of Freemasons at the Grove near the temple. Grand Master Jonas of Columbus being present, a large number of people assembled on the occasion. The day was exceedingly fine. All things were done in order, and universal satisfaction was manifested. In the evening I received the first degree in Freemasonry in the Nauvoo Lodge, assembled in my general business office. Unlike most Masons who worked their way through the ranks over months or even years, Joseph received all 3 degrees of Masonry within just 2 days, being made a Mason on sight by Illinois Grand Master Abraham Jonas. It's no surprise that with such aggressive recruitment, the Nauvoo Lodge soon faced criticism. Historian Mervyn B. Hogan notes that by July 1842, the lodge had been suspended for functioning against Masonic policies, primarily due to initiating more members than any other lodge in the area. Although the suspension was lifted in November, the lodge eventually split into 3 separate lodges to manage its explosive growth. The blending of Freemasonry, religion, and politics in Nauvoo was deliberate and strategic. Joseph and his closest allies consolidated power through secret rituals and new political connections, ensuring that Nauvoo's Masonic Lodge served as a powerful extension of Smith's growing empire. With Mormon bloc voting, Abraham Jonas, a key ally, was soon elected to the Illinois legislature, tightening the web of religious, fraternal, and political control that defined this period in Nauvoo. Part 3. Emma's Own Power Hold. On March 17, 1842, the Female Relief Society was officially organized in Nauvoo, marking a pivotal moment in both LDS history and the role of women within the church. Emma Smith, Joseph Smith's wife, was named its first president. This society, which began with the goal of providing relief to the poor and assisting in charitable endeavors, would later evolve into a powerful tool in the hands of the Smiths. While it began with seemingly noble intentions, helping the needy and aiding in community welfare, the Relief Society quickly became more than just a service organization. It became a centralizing force, consolidating authority and empowering women, though within the strict confines of Joseph Smith's religious vision. The position of president was not merely ceremonial. Emma Smith was granted substantial influence and control over the activities of the society, which also brought her into a position of power within the community. However, the formation of the Relief Society was not without controversy. In fact, it wasn't long before the society's actions, especially its involvement with the inner workings of the church, began to blur the lines between church authority and women's autonomy. The society would play a significant role in later years, especially under Brigham Young, as it evolved into a more structured organization that would become a major influence in the lives of Mormon women, though often serving to reinforce the patriarchal structure of the church. This move was part of a broader trend in Joseph Smith's leadership style, where he often used women's roles to further his religious and political ambitions. By organizing the Female Relief Society, Smith solidified Emma's position at the top of the community, while also exerting control over the women who would become some of his most loyal followers. It's clear that Emma's appointment as president wasn't just about charity. It was about control, influence, and the use of religious authority to bind more people, especially women, into the rapidly expanding Mormon network. Part 4. Miranda Nancy Hyde joins the plural wives list. In April 1842, Joseph Smith married Miranda Nancy Hyde, the wife of Orson Hyde, while Orson was away on a mission in the Holy Land. This marriage, like many of Joseph's polygamous unions, was kept in the shadows, a clear violation of marital trust, as Orson was unaware of the union happening behind his back. This added another layer of deceit and betrayal to Joseph's already complicated personal relationships. What makes this situation even more controversial is the fact that Nancy Johnson, later known as Nancy Hyde, had a tumultuous past with Joseph. Back in 1832, her family was involved in the infamous tar and feathering incident, where a mob attacked Joseph on accusations that he had been intimate with Nancy, who was only 16 years old at the time, while staying in their home. For more on the tar and feathering incident and the background surrounding it, Check out episode 24 in my timeline series. However, the motivations behind this violent episode are often misunderstood. Hayden and S.F. Whitney pointed the finger at Simon's rider as the leader of the mob. According to their version, the real cause of the mob's fury wasn't about Joseph's alleged affair with Nancy, but about money. Ryder and the others were reportedly enraged by what they believed was a scheme to take control of their property. The relationship between Joseph Smith and Nancy Hyde, compounded by her family's previous grievances, exemplifies the often complex and hidden dynamics at play in early Mormonism, where personal betrayal, religious zealotry, and economic power were all intertwined. Joseph's actions, particularly his secret marriage to Nancy while her husband was away, added fuel to an already volatile situation. Part 5. Joseph comes on to Nancy Rigdon. In April 1842, the intertwining of Joseph Smith's personal life and the growing tensions within the LDS Church took another turn. Miranda Hyde, Joseph's plural wife, approached Nancy Rigdon at a funeral and delivered a message. Joseph wanted to see her on special business. This seemingly innocuous interaction marked the beginning of an incredibly controversial and scandalous moment. On April 11, 1842, Joseph made a direct and bold attempt to obtain the hand of Nancy Rigdon, the 19-year-old daughter of Sidney Rigdon, one of the most prominent figures in early Mormonism. Smith's actions and justifications during this period would become infamous. In a letter to Nancy, he wrote, "That which is wrong under one circumstance may be and often is right under another. Whatever God requires is right, no matter what it is." This troubling statement reflected his willingness to justify morally questionable behavior through divine authority, a pattern that would come to define many of his actions. When Nancy refused his advances, she showed the letter to her father. Furious, Sidney Rigdon sent for Joseph Smith to confront him. When the two men met, Smith denied everything, claiming that he had never intended to make such a proposal. However, when Sidney thrust the letter in his face, Joseph admitted that he had indeed spoken with Nancy, but he claimed it was all a test of her virtue, a flimsy excuse that did little to absolve him of the grave nature of the situation. The confrontation between Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith over this matter adds another layer of complexity to the tumultuous relationships between early Mormon leaders. It reveals Smith's readiness to manipulate and justify his actions under the guise of divine command, and further underscores the moral ambiguity that surrounded his teachings and personal conduct. This episode also highlights the tension between Smith and the Rigdon family. Tensions that would only grow in the following year. Part 6. Joseph the Pickpocket. On April 15, 1842, Joseph Smith found himself deeply entrenched in financial matters, revealing a side of his life that was far from spiritual. According to his own records, he was busily engaged in making out a list of debtors and an invoice of his property to be passed into the hands of the assignee. This statement was not merely a casual note. It signaled Smith's financial troubles, which were growing more dire. As Richard L. Bushman notes, Joseph Smith's debts were substantial, estimated at $73,000 by 1842, and his financial practices were often criticized as being reckless. In the midst of his administrative and religious responsibilities, Smith declared his personal debts to total an astounding $73,066.38, an immense sum for the time, which raises serious questions about his financial management and personal integrity. The revelation of such a large debt paints a troubling picture of a man who had been heavily involved in ambitious and often questionable financial ventures, both personal and for the church. George D. Smith elaborates on this, stating, "By 1842, he had become deeply entangled in a web of debts totaling tens of thousands of dollars, largely stemming from his speculative ventures and business dealings. The debts would have undoubtedly added to the mounting pressures in Smith's life, pushing him deeper into complex and increasingly contentious dealings." Michael Quinn also highlights this interconnectedness, asserting, "Joseph Smith's personal finances were a chaotic mess. His debts grew as he continued his speculative ventures, including the purchase of land and the establishment of businesses in Nauvoo. As Smith's financial problems became more evident, they mirrored the broader struggles facing the church, as the economic instability often bled into the lives of the early saints. As Brian Hales suggests, Smith's personal life was heavily intertwined with financial problems. The $73,000 worth of debt he recorded in 1842 wasn't merely the result of poor business decisions, but was compounded by his continued pursuit of land and other ventures, which often put his followers in precarious situations. This vast amount of debt was not just an isolated incident, but part of a larger pattern of financial irresponsibility that left both Smith and his followers in a precarious position. It also underscores the growing tensions between the ambitious spiritual vision of the church and the harsh economic realities it faced. Episode 54, Spiritual Wifery and Church Scandals, the Nauvoo High Council's Inquiry. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we exposed Joseph Smith's shocking revelation about the true location of God's dwelling, Kolob. We watched as Joseph was fast-tracked into Freemasonries and established the Relief Society with Emma as president. Joseph secretly took Miranda Nancy Hyde as his wife. We uncovered Joseph's attempt to secure Sidney Rigdon's 19-year-old daughter Nancy, using Miranda as a go-between. And finally, we closed with Joseph compiling a list of so-called debts owed to him, squeezing every penny he can out of those around him. This week, we delve into the tumultuous events surrounding Joseph Smith's bankruptcy claim and the emergence of the endowment ceremony. We'll examine how John C. Bennett becomes the scapegoat for the controversial practice of polygamy, taking the fall for both Smith and Young. Additionally, we'll uncover the shocking shooting of Governor Boggs, with whispers suggesting it was orchestrated by Joseph Smith himself, while Bennett resigns as mayor amid the chaos. Prepare for a gripping exploration of power, betrayal, and scandal in this critical chapter of history. Part 1. The Bankruptcy Fraud Claim. Joseph Smith's 1842 bankruptcy attempt was nothing short of a calculated financial con. Drowning in debt and desperate to escape his financial misdeeds, Smith, along with his brothers Hiram and Samuel, made their way to Carthage, Illinois, hoping to wipe the slate clean. But the U.S. government wasn't buying it. U.S. Attorney Justin Butterfield launched an investigation, and what he uncovered was damning. Smith had been scheming to hide assets, manipulating property transfers, and attempting to defraud his creditors. Smith and his wife, Emma, had conveniently signed over their possessions to their children for next to nothing, a blatant attempt to exploit legal loopholes protecting minors from asset seizures. This wasn't some clerical error or misunderstanding. It was an obvious move to shield their wealth while pleading poverty in court. As historian John C. Dinger explains, Smith's financial dealings were often as murky as his religious claims, frequently skirting the edge of legality. The government saw through the ruse, and in October 1842, Smith's bankruptcy petition was flatly denied. This was yet another stain on his already tainted reputation. Critics saw it as undeniable proof of his deception, just another example of his long history of shady financial dealings. Historian Brent Metcalf points out, Joseph Smith's financial strategies weren't just reckless. They reveal a pattern of deliberate manipulation, bending the law to serve his own interests. But true to form, Smith's loyal followers refused to see the truth. They dismissed the charges as persecution, ignoring the obvious fraud unfolding before them. The reality? Smith wasn't just a misunderstood religious leader. He was a conman cloaked in prophecy, a man who used his supposed divine authority to justify financial schemes that would have landed anyone else in prison. Historian Kenneth L. Cannon asserts, Smith's legacy is marked not only by his religious contributions, but also by a consistent struggle with the law that reflects the complexities of his character. Joseph Smith's financial empire was built on shaky ground, and time again, he resorted to fraud, deception, and outright lies to keep it from crumbling. The failed bankruptcy of 1842 was just another chapter in a long history of dodging accountability, a history that the LDS Church still refuses to acknowledge. Part 2. The Hidden Masonic Rites Taught to a Few. In May 1842, Joseph Smith unleashed a series of rituals in the Nauvoo temple known as the endowments. But let's be clear, this was no spiritual enlightenment. Smith introduced these ceremonies to a select group of loyal followers, complete with tokens, signs, penalties, a prayer circle, and a ceremonial apron. The blatant similarities to Masonic rituals are undeniable, especially considering Smith was initiated as a Master Mason less than 2 months prior. John C. Dinger emphasizes, Smith's adoption of Masonic elements into Mormonism wasn't a coincidence. It was a direct repurposing of ritualistic themes to solidify his authority and secrecy within the church. Smith wasn't receiving revelation. He was lifting and modifying established Masonic practices to create a system that bound his followers closer to him under the guise of divine ordinances. In the endowment ceremony, participants are handed a new name as part of their initiation before they even step into the endowment room. This concept of a new name isn't unique to Mormonism. It's a hallmark of Freemasonry, where members receive Masonic names to signify their transformation within the craft. But here's the kicker. In Mormonism, the names assigned to temple attendees are nothing but generic names of the day. Most members remain blissfully unaware of this reality. As Brent Metcalf points out, the so-called new name in Mormon temples is anything but personal revelation. It's a prefabricated system that strips the experience of any real spiritual significance. The name you receive in the temple is entirely dependent on the day you show up, exposing the hollow core of Smith's so-called revelations. The endowment ceremony is packed with handshakes and tokens, each meticulously crafted to convey specific meanings within the LDS context. But let's not kid ourselves. This isn't some original revelation. Richard L. Bushman concedes, there is no question that Joseph Smith drew upon Masonic rituals when he introduced the temple endowment in Nauvoo. Freemasonry has long utilized grips, signs, and handshakes, all referred to as tokens, that serve as symbols of recognition among members. Smith blatantly lifted these concepts, dressing them up as divine ordinances, while essentially recycling Masonic rituals. The prayer circle in the Mormon endowment, where participants gather in a circle to pray together, isn't some unique innovation. It's a direct echo of Masonic rituals, where members engage in similar group activities steeped in ritualism. Sure, the prayer circle may have a distinct religious purpose within the LDS context, but let's be real, it bears a striking resemblance to the collective rituals practiced in Freemasonry. Kenneth L. Cannon notes, the parallels between Masonic and Mormon rituals are too significant to dismiss as mere happenstance. Smith took what he saw in Freemasonry and rebranded it as something new. The apron worn in the endowment ceremony is no mere accessory. It has a direct lineage to Masonic ritual, where members don aprons as symbols of purity and their relentless pursuit of moral improvement. In both the Mormon and Masonic contexts, the apron stands as a powerful emblem of sacredness and ritual purity. But let's not sugarcoat it. This isn't some original idea that sprang from divine inspiration. Smith blatantly appropriated this Masonic symbol, trying to pass it off as a unique aspect of his own ceremonies. As D. Michael Quinn stated, Smith's temple rituals were a direct extension of his Masonic experience, showing how easily he adapted external influences into his theological framework. Alongside the introduction of the endowment, Joseph Smith also began teaching the doctrine of polygamy in secret around the same time, which was first practiced by a select few within the church. The secrecy surrounding polygamy and the temple rituals may have contributed to an environment where LDS rituals were kept hidden from the broader public, further enhancing the parallels to Masonic secrecy and exclusive membership. Smith's teachings on polygamy were not fully revealed to the public until later, around 1843, when he openly taught it to his close associates. However, the practice had already begun in secret among a small group of followers, and many of the initial revelations about plural marriage were shared in private meetings. We have accounts of Joseph being accused of polygamy as early as 1834, 9 years earlier. Joseph Smith's doctrine of eternal progression, the idea that humans can continue to grow and eventually become like God, progressing toward divinity, was taught most clearly in his King Follett Discourse, 1844, but its development began earlier, particularly with the introduction of the endowment ceremony in 1842. The concept of eternal progression holds that individuals, by adhering to Mormon teachings and ordinances, could progress through various stages of salvation, and ultimately become like God, attaining the status of gods themselves. Freemasonry's degree system is all about personal advancement, learning symbols, ethics, and teachings to become a better man in this life. It has nothing to do with eternity or divine potential. But Joseph Smith, ever the opportunist, hijacked this framework and cranked it up to cosmic proportions. He took the idea of progression through stages and twisted it into a theology where the climb never stops, even after death. John C. Dinger explains, Smith had a knack for taking existing structures and embedding them into his theology in ways that enhanced his control over his followers. In Mormonism, progression isn't just about moral refinement. It's about ascending to godhood itself. Smith dangled the ultimate prize in front of his followers, the chance to become literal gods, ruling over their own worlds and populating them. What began in Freemasonry as a metaphorical journey of self-improvement, Smith repackaged as an eternal pyramid scheme, complete with divine real estate and celestial offspring. Part 3. John C. Bennett, the Scapegoat. By the early 1840s, Joseph Smith had secretly introduced the doctrine of polygamy, though most church members had no idea it was happening. But let's be clear, this wasn't just about celestial marriage. The term spiritual wifery was being thrown around to justify illicit relationships under the guise of divine approval. It was a loophole, a way to engage in extramarital affairs while claiming they were spiritually sanctioned. And at the center of one of the biggest scandals was none other than William Smith, Joseph's younger brother, who was accused of using Joseph's name and prophetic authority to lure women into sexual relationships, without any official recognition from church leadership. In 1842, the Nauvoo High Council launched an investigation into these so-called spiritual marriages. Women came forward, testifying that William had given them what he claimed were Joseph's personal authorizations for these secret unions. Their statements blew the lid off a growing problem. Certain church leaders were using revelation as a tool for sexual exploitation. But just as damning evidence was mounting, Brigham Young swooped in and wiped the testimonies from the record. Why? Because Joseph Smith protested, insisting his authority hadn't been misused. The irony is staggering. Smith himself had already been accused multiple times of secretly practicing polygamy, and today we know of at least a dozen women who were part of his clandestine plural marriages. William's actions may have been swept under the rug, but the larger issue remained. John C. Bennett became the ultimate scapegoat for the chaos surrounding spiritual wifery. But let's not pretend he was some innocent bystander. A high-ranking insider in Nauvoo, Bennett had wormed his way into power, securing roles as a church leader, Nauvoo City Council member, and even a military commander in the Nauvoo Legion. But behind the scenes, he was using his influence to manipulate women into sexual relationships under the pretense of divine approval. His actions weren't just reckless, they were predatory. When the scandal exploded in 1842, Joseph Smith and his inner circle needed someone to take the fall. Bennett, already drowning in accusations of sexual misconduct, was the perfect target. Despite the fact that Smith himself had already been secretly practicing polygamy, he and his loyalists turned Bennett into the villain, excommunicating him for immorality while denying any wrongdoing of their own. But Bennett wasn't about to go down quietly. He retaliated by publicly exposing spiritual wifery and implicating Smith and other church leaders in secret polygamous relationships. The response? Smith and his defenders dismissed him as a liar, a traitor, and a moral degenerate, anything to keep the truth buried. In the end, Bennett was cast out and discredited, but his exposé left an undeniable stain on the church's carefully crafted narrative. Richard S. Van Wagener states, Bennett was a product of the system he exploited, a man who both exemplified and betrayed the power dynamics at play in Nauvoo's leadership. His exposure of spiritual wifery laid bare the hypocrisy of Smith and his inner circle. Let's not ignore the blatant hypocrisy at play here. Every single man who sat on the Nauvoo High Council investigating William Smith was knee-deep in polygamy himself. This wasn't some impartial tribunal seeking justice. It was a room full of men who were just as guilty, if not more so. Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball, John Taylor, Wilford Woodruff, Orson Pratt, Lyman White, and Amasa Lyman, every one of them notorious polygamists. These men weren't there to root out wrongdoing. They were there to control the narrative, protect their own secrets, and make sure William's mess didn't drag them all down with it. As D. Michael Quinn stated, the irony of the Nauvoo High Council, made up of men embroiled in their own polygamous practices, conducting an investigation into William Smith's actions, is nothing short of hypocrisy at its most grotesque. Part 4. An attempt to murder Boggs. On May 6, 1842, Lilburn W. Boggs was shot in the head and neck at his home in Independence, Missouri. The attack was a near-fatal shooting, but Boggs survived, though he was severely injured. Suspicion immediately fell on Joseph Smith and his loyal enforcer, Porter Rockwell, following the brazen attack on Governor Boggs. As J. Spencer Fluman notes, the attack on Boggs was more than just a violent act. It was a flashpoint in the ongoing conflict between Mormons and their non-Mormon neighbors, and it raised immediate suspicions about the involvement of church leaders. Smith had publicly prophesied that Boggs would suffer a violent downfall, all but painting a target on the governor's back. And when an unknown gunman stormed Boggs' home and pumped him full of lead, who else would be the prime suspect but the so-called prophet and his personal hitman? Rockwell, Smith's bodyguard and the church's resident enforcer, had built a reputation as a ruthless protector, willing to spill blood in the name of his leader. As D. Michael Quinn observes, Joseph Smith's prophecy regarding Boggs was an incendiary statement that, in hindsight, can be seen as both a forewarning and a declaration of intent, placing him in a precarious position when violence ensued. Many believed Rockwell acted on Smith's direct orders, though the lack of hard evidence allowed both men to dodge legal consequences. Smith, of course, denied everything, just as he always did when controversy came knocking. Meanwhile, Rockwell, despite being the prime suspect, managed to avoid formal charges, though his eventual arrest only fueled speculation that he was, in fact, the trigger man in a plot dripping with vengeance and divine justification. As Richard S. Van Wagener points out, despite the overwhelming circumstantial evidence pointing to Joseph Smith and Rockwell, the absence of definitive proof allowed them to evade accountability, reflecting the complexities of law and power in this turbulent era. Part 5. Out with Bennett, in with Smith, Jr. John C. Bennett's tenure as Nauvoo's mayor was nothing short of scandalous, but when the church needed a fall guy for its growing web of polygamous lies, he was the perfect target. A close ally of Joseph Smith, Bennett had been neck-deep in corruption and the secret practice of spiritual wifery. When the heat became too much, Smith and his cronies threw Bennett under the bus, excommunicating him in April 1842 and painting him as a rogue deviant acting alone. Richard Van Wagener notes, Smith needed to maintain plausible deniability as the practice of polygamy expanded, and Bennett's downfall provided the perfect smokescreen. As Kenneth W. Godfrey adds, Bennett's excommunication served a dual purpose. It removed a problematic figure from the church's ranks, while simultaneously shifting blame away from Smith and the leadership's complicity in polygamy. With Bennett disgraced and out of the way, the Nauvoo City Council wasted no time handing the mayoral seat to Smith himself in May 1842. Now, not only was Smith the so-called prophet of God, but he also had unchecked political power in Nauvoo, ruling both the pulpit and the city with an iron grip. As Fawn Brodie puts it, in a matter of months, Smith had consolidated religious and secular power in a way that made opposition nearly impossible. The move was strategic, silencing dissenters and ensuring that any whispers of polygamy, should they surface, would be easily crushed under Smith's growing authority. As mayor, Smith's leadership was challenged by increasing criticism from local non-Mormon residents, particularly those who objected to the growing influence of the LDS community. The tensions in the city culminated in June 1844 when Smith ordered the destruction of the Nauvoo Expositor, a newspaper that had been highly critical of him and his leadership. This action directly led to his imprisonment and ultimately his martyrdom in June 1844. As Todd M. Compton notes, the destruction of the Expositor was a turning point that demonstrated Smith's desperation to protect his image and authority, setting in motion the events that would lead to his downfall. Episode 55, Yoke on Joseph Smith's Face. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we uncovered the explosive events surrounding Joseph Smith's fraudulent bankruptcy claim and the birth of the endowment ceremony. We revealed how John C. Bennett was scapegoated for the growing polygamy scandal. We also exposed the chilling conspiracy behind the shooting of Governor Boggs, with dark whispers hinting at Joseph Smith's involvement. Amid the chaos, Bennett resigned as mayor. This week, we dive into Joseph Smith's desperate attempt to back the Book of Mormon by using Josiah Priest's American Antiquities, completely unaware that Priest was relying on Ethan Smith's view of the Hebrews. We expose Smith's growing polygamy scandal as he takes on more wives, and John C. Bennett goes public with explosive accusations against Smith on multiple fronts. Then, a dramatic search and rescue mission unfolds for Orson Hyde, but the real shock comes with the reason behind it. Stick around to find out. We wrap up with Joseph and Brigham pressuring a female saint into marrying young, pushing her into a decision she had no choice but to make. You won't want to miss this explosive episode. Part 1. Yoke on Joseph's Face. In 1833, Josiah Priest, a self-taught amateur historian with no formal education or credentials, wrote a wildly influential book titled American Antiquities. In it, Priest speculated that the Native Americans were actually the 10 lost tribes of Israel, an idea that was far from rare in the 18th and 19th centuries, but was rooted in shaky pseudo-historical foundations. Priest's background? He was originally a leather worker, not a trained scholar, and his works were based more on second-hand folklore and biblical speculation than legitimate academic research. So what does all of this have to do with Joseph Smith and the Mormon Church? Let's fast forward to June 1842. As editor of the Times and Seasons, Joseph Smith made a bold and revealing move in June 1842. He republished an excerpt from Josiah Priest's 1833 book, American Antiquities. This wasn't just an endorsement of Priest's work. It was a deliberate reinforcement of a core narrative in Mormon doctrine, the idea that the 10 lost tribes of Israel were somehow involved in the peopling of the Americas. By republishing Priest's speculative theories, Smith continued his pattern of using contemporary, albeit highly questionable sources to back up the historical and theological claims of the Book of Mormon. What makes this even more damning is that Josiah Priest's ideas were directly drawn from View of the Hebrews, a book written by Ethan Smith, a work Joseph Smith was accused of plagiarizing. Notably, Oliver Cowdery, one of Smith's closest associates, was a member of Ethan Smith's church when View of the Hebrews was written. So by promoting Priest's book, Joseph Smith wasn't just perpetuating popular folklore. He was endorsing a work that mirrored Ethan Smith's dubious theories, further cementing the idea that Joseph Smith was well aware of and likely influenced by View of the Hebrews. Let's not mince words. These connections are impossible to ignore. By embracing Priest's pseudo-historical and uncredentialed work, Smith reveals just how dependent his so-called divine revelations may have been on the writings of contemporary pseudo-historians, rather than divine inspiration. Priest's works, dismissed by modern scholars as pseudo-history and speculative fiction, were not the product of serious academic inquiry. Yet, Smith chose to leverage them to validate his own religious claims, showing that his efforts to legitimate Mormon doctrine often leaned on the flimsy foundations of popular, unsubstantiated theories. Part 2. 2 more wives added to Smith's growing list. In June 1842, Joseph Smith once again indulged his unchecked desire for polygamy, marrying Elizabeth Davis Dufree, a 51-year-old woman already married to Jabez Dufree. This was just another example of Smith's utter disregard for moral boundaries, adding yet another woman to his growing list of plural wives, many of whom were already married to other men. The hypocrisy is staggering, but it didn't stop there. Just days later, on June 29, 1842, Smith sealed the deal with Eliza Snow, one of his most notorious plural wives. This union wasn't just witnessed by anyone, but by Sarah Cleveland, a trusted insider of the early Mormon circle. These marriages weren't public knowledge. They were deliberately hidden, swept under the rug to avoid the backlash that would have inevitably followed. And what was the result of this constant secrecy? the mounting tension, the growing discontent, and ultimately, Smith's own self-destructive downfall. His clandestine polygamy wasn't just a private affair. It was a ticking time bomb that exploded both within the church and in the wider community. Part 3. John C. Bennett Fights Back. On July 14, 1842, former Mormon leader John C. Bennett shot back in a series of damning accusations against Joseph Smith, claiming Smith was involved in the attempted assassination of former Missouri Governor Lilburn W. Boggs. The allegations appeared in the St. Louis Bulletin, marking the beginning of a growing public scandal that would follow Smith throughout the year. Bennett's accusations were more than just baseless rumors. They were part of a wider pattern of growing discontent against Smith's leadership and his ever-expanding web of deception. Just a day later, on July 15, 1842, Bennett took to the Sangamo Journal to accuse Smith of yet another dark secret. Smith had allegedly approached him confidentially, asking for his assistance in securing Sarah Pratt as one of his spiritual wives. The audacity of this request speaks volumes about Smith's manipulative tactics and his insistence on controlling the lives of others under the guise of divine revelation. But Bennett didn't stop there. He also accused Smith of attempting to defraud his creditors by secreting property, concealing assets to dodge his debts, and invoke the Bankrupt Act for his own benefit. This was not just a spiritual leader at work. It was a man using every tool at his disposal to avoid accountability for his actions. This pattern of corruption would only grow clearer as more revelations surfaced about Smith's true character. Part 4. The Complications of Sarah and Orson Pratt. On July 15, 1842, Nauvoo was thrown into turmoil as thousands of Mormons launched a frantic search for Apostle Orson Pratt, who had left behind a suicide note. The community feared the worst, but when they finally found him, Orson was alive, though emotionally devastated. What had broken him? Joseph Smith's audacious attempt to seduce his wife, Sarah Pratt, under the guise of spiritual wifery. Sarah later recounted Smith's words in chilling detail. "Sister Pratt, the Lord has given you to me as one of my spiritual wives." Sarah rejected Smith's proposal outright, adamant in her refusal to violate her marriage covenant. But instead of accepting her refusal, Smith retaliated with vicious slander, accusing Sarah of moral corruption and infidelity during Orson's absence on his mission. Historian Brian C. Hales, in his book Joseph Smith's Polygamy, History and Theology, 3 vols, discusses this incident, noting that Smith's actions were part of a broader, more complex web of relationships and accusations. Hales mentions that John C. Bennett, a former confidant of Smith, claimed that Smith sought Sarah as a spiritual wife, while Sarah, unsurprisingly, accused Smith of an indecent proposal. However, Hales also defends Smith's polygamous teachings, arguing that Sarah's story may have been exaggerated by Bennett. Despite this, Hales does not completely dismiss the possibility that Smith approached Sarah, suggesting that the allegations could indeed have been true. Orson Pratt's emotional turmoil was palpable. Initially, he rejected Smith's version of the events, siding with Sarah and questioning the moral integrity of the prophet. As a result, both Orson and Sarah were excommunicated. Yet despite the personal and marital agony, Orson was eventually rebaptized and pressured into supporting plural marriage and Smith's prophetic role. Under immense pressure from church leaders, including Smith, Orson chose faith and loyalty to the institution over the testimony of his wife. Over time, Orson's resolve hardened, and he became one of the most vocal and passionate defenders of plural marriage. He publicly embraced the doctrine, arguing fervently that it was not only a divine principle, but also a necessary component of the salvation process. However, the decision came at a significant personal cost. Sarah never forgave Smith and remained fiercely opposed to polygamy, continuing to publicly condemn both Smith's advances and the practice in general. Their marriage, though they remained together for many years, was permanently altered by this traumatic episode. By the time Orson passed away in 1881, Sarah had distanced herself from both her husband and the church, unable to reconcile her personal pain with Orson's growing devotion to a doctrine she rejected. Part 5. To Young for Young. On July 15, 1842, a dramatic and controversial event unfolded in the early Mormon community. Martha Brotherton, an 18-year-old woman, publicly exposed a scandal that would reverberate throughout the church. She recorded and published an account in the St. Louis Bulletin, revealing the combined attempts by Joseph Smith and Brigham Young to coerce her into marrying Young, despite her clear reluctance. According to Martha, the proposal was cloaked in secrecy and presented in such a way that she was instructed to keep the matter hidden from her parents and the broader community. This was not just a request for a marriage. It was a demand shrouded in manipulation and secrecy, hallmarks of the tyrannical control early Mormon leaders wielded over women. In her account, Martha made it abundantly clear that she was being pressured into a marriage that she had no interest in. The secrecy surrounding the arrangement only exacerbated her distress, compounding the emotional manipulation she was enduring. Smith and Young, abusing their positions of power, allegedly tried to convince her that this marriage was not just desirable, but necessary for her salvation, an ultimatum that was as coercive as it was unethical. D. Michael Quinn, in Early Mormonism and the Magic Worldview, starkly explains the gravity of this situation. Brotherton's account is significant because it directly challenges the sanctity and moral claims made by Joseph Smith and Brigham Young regarding plural marriage. Her exposure of the secretive and manipulative nature of these practices sheds light on the coercive and controlling environment that women like her were subjected to. Her experience was not an isolated incident, but rather part of a broader pattern of secrecy and abuse associated with the establishment of plural marriage in the church. But when Martha rejected the proposal, the backlash she faced was nothing short of brutal. Church leaders and members viciously attacked her character, labeling her a liar and spreading malicious rumors aimed at destroying her reputation. This cruel retaliation was not some one-off instance, but a calculated attempt to silence and discredit any woman who dared challenge the patriarchal authority of the church's leadership. Many felt that the attempts to persuade her into a marriage were done with good intentions, though not all agreed with the practice of plural marriage. The attacks on Brotherton's character were not necessarily an organized effort, but rather a reaction to the confusion and tension surrounding plural marriage. Such a claim, that this was merely a misunderstanding, is nothing short of an attempt to obfuscate the real issue. It's a feeble attempt to whitewash the truth of what transpired. The reality is that Martha was subjected to a profound betrayal of trust, and her story cannot be dismissed with such weak excuses. Martha Brotherton's account, published in the St. Louis Bulletin, is a powerful expose of the manipulation, secrecy, and abuse of power that underpinned many early Mormon marriages, particularly those involving plural marriage. Her courage in speaking out not only challenged the authority of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, but also illuminated the darker side of early Mormonism, one marked by control, coercion, and the subjugation of women. In an environment where dissent was punished with character assassination, Martha's refusal to comply and her brave decision to make her story public stand as a testament to the personal sacrifices many women had to make in the name of faith. Todd Compton, in Sacred Loneliness, The Plural Wives of Joseph Smith, drives home the devastating reality of what Martha endured. Martha Brotherton's refusal to marry Brigham Young exposes the darker side of early Mormon polygamy. Her published story in the St. Louis Bulletin provides a rare glimpse into the manipulation, secrecy, and emotional distress faced by women during the establishment of plural marriage. Her subsequent character assassination by church leaders further illustrates the ways in which dissent was silenced, and the authority of church leaders, especially Smith and Young, was maintained at all costs. In the end, Martha Brotherton's story is not just a scandal. It's a damning indictment of the lengths to which Joseph Smith and Brigham Young were willing to go to preserve their authority over the lives of their followers. Her testimony exposes the true nature of early Mormon leadership, one that thrived on secrecy, manipulation, and the exploitation of vulnerable women. Episode 56, Nauvoo Under Siege, Scandal, Seduction, and Secret Marriages. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we dove into Joseph Smith's desperate attempt to back the Book of Mormon by using Josiah Priest's American Antiquities. We exposed Smith's growing polygamy scandal as he took on more wives, and John C. Bennett went public with explosive accusations against Smith on multiple fronts. A dramatic search and rescue mission unfolded for Orson Pratt. We wrapped up with Joseph and Brigham pressuring a female saint into marrying young, pushing her into a decision she had no choice but to make. This week, we dive into Joseph Smith's frantic attempts to dodge extradition as Missouri turns up the heat. While hiding out, he secretly marries a teenager, writes incriminating letters, and leverages Nauvoo's legal system to stay a step ahead of the law. John C. Bennett keeps the pressure on, exposing Smith's growing polygamy scandal, while Orson Pratt pays the price for refusing to fall in line. Meanwhile, Joseph takes to the press, publicly denouncing polygamy, while privately adding more wives to his collection. Part 1. A busy July for Smith. On July 22, 1842, Missouri Governor Thomas Reynolds signed an extradition warrant for Joseph Smith, charging him as an accessory before the fact in the attempted assassination of former Missouri Governor Lilburn W. Boggs. This wasn't just another petty legal dispute. Smith was being accused of conspiring to kill a man who had once driven the Mormons out of Missouri. Governor Reynolds sent the warrant to Illinois Governor Thomas Carlin, who wasted no time. He ordered Smith's arrest. And on that very same day, another drama unfolded. Orson Pratt refused to publicly defend Smith's so-called virtue. This was a serious statement, considering Pratt was a high-ranking church leader. But why? Because Smith had tried to seduce his wife. If you recall from the last video, Sarah Marinda Pratt had publicly accused Joseph of propositioning her. Now, Orson Pratt, humiliated and betrayed, refused to play along with the church's damage control. While Pratt was reeling from Smith's betrayal, Joseph was busy expanding his secret harem. On July 27, 1842, he secretly married 17-year-old Sarah Ann Whitney in a polygamous sealing ceremony. She was 19 years younger than him. The marriage was arranged with the full consent of her parents, Newell K. Whitney and Elizabeth Ann Whitney, but crucially, without Emma Smith's knowledge. Smith wasn't just marrying young women behind Emma's back. He was orchestrating an elaborate cover-up. One of the most damning pieces of evidence comes from a letter he wrote to Sarah Ann's father on August 18, 1842. The message? A carefully planned rendezvous schedule designed to keep Emma in the dark. Excerpt from Joseph Smith's letter to Newell K. Whitney, August 18, 1842. The only thing to be careful of is to find out when Emma comes home. Then you cannot be safe. But when she is not here, there is the most perfect safety. Let that sink in. Smith, the so-called prophet of God, was actively plotting secret meetings with a teenage girl, right under his wife's nose. And what happened to Sarah Ann after Smith's death in 1844? She was pressured into marrying Heber C. Kimball as part of the church's twisted dynastic polyandry policy, because even after Smith was gone, the system he built kept women under its control. Part 2. A rough first week of August for Joseph. On August 8, 1842, Joseph Smith was arrested by Illinois official Thomas King under an extradition order. But thanks to Nauvoo's rigged legal system, he walked free. The Nauvoo Municipal Court, packed with Smith's loyal cronies, predictably ruled in his favor and ordered his release. This was a blatant abuse of power. The Nauvoo Charter never gave the city the right to overrule state or federal warrants, yet Smith's hand-picked court claimed absolute authority over legal matters involving Nauvoo residents. Translation? Smith and his inner circle were above the law, at least in their own city. Knowing another arrest attempt was coming, Smith fled into hiding, bouncing between safe houses from August to December 1842, including one owned by Emma Smith's family. The so-called prophet spent months dodging justice, proving once again that he was far more skilled at evasion than divine revelation. Part 3. Joseph on the run from the law. By August 17th, Smith had already moved twice in a short period. He was hiding in the home of Edward Sayers, a Nauvoo resident and friend of the church. According to Willard Richards' journal, a traveling stranger unexpectedly approached the house, unaware that Smith was inside. Richards recorded that the unexpected visit made it too risky for Smith to remain, as there was a constant fear that Missouri agents or Illinois officials might discover him. As a result, Smith quickly left Sayers' home and relocated for a third time. On August 18, 1842, while Joseph Smith was in hiding to avoid arrest, he wrote a letter to Newell and Elizabeth Whitney, asking them to visit him in secret, along with their daughter, Sarah. At this time, Sarah was one of Smith's recent plural wives, having been married to him earlier that year, in the spring of 1842. The Whitneys were prominent figures in Smith's inner circle and had supported him throughout various controversies, including his practice of plural marriage, which was kept secret from much of the broader Mormon community. However, the Whitneys' visit was cut short when they learned that Emma Smith, Joseph's first wife, was on her way to see him. The Whitneys, likely understanding the sensitive nature of the situation, left quickly to avoid any complications or confrontations that might arise from Emma's presence. This decision underscores the secrecy, tension, and complicated dynamics within Smith's personal life at the time, particularly regarding his plural marriages. Smith had instructed the Whitneys to destroy the letter after reading it, but they chose to keep it. The letter was later preserved and became an important historical document that provides insight into Smith's actions during this period, as well as the secrecy and personal conflicts that surrounded his relationships and the practice of plural marriage. On August 19, 1842, John C. Bennett produced a transcription of the letter Smith dictated for Nancy Rigdon. This letter, often referred to as the Happiness Letter, is a key document in understanding Joseph Smith's evolving teachings on polygamy. John C. Bennett produced a transcription of the letter, which had been originally dictated by Joseph Smith to Nancy Rigdon, the daughter of Sidney Rigdon. The letter was written in Willard Richards' handwriting, one of Smith's close confidants and secretaries. Joseph Smith stated, "That which is wrong under one circumstance may be, and often is, right under another. Whatever God requires is right, no matter what it is." This reasoning strongly aligns with Smith's justification for plural marriage, suggesting that moral absolutes could be overridden by divine command. This philosophy was a significant departure from traditional Christian teachings and became central to the doctrine of plural marriage that Smith introduced privately in Nauvoo. Publishing this letter was part of Bennett's effort to prove Smith's involvement in polygamy at a time when the prophet was still publicly denying it. The document was instrumental in early public exposure of Smith's secret polygamous teachings, adding to the controversies that would eventually lead to heightened tensions in Nauvoo. It shows that, despite public denials, Smith was actively engaging in private efforts to introduce polygamy and justify it under the guise of divine will. Part 4. Mud Thrown Around. On August 27, 1842, William Smith, acting as editor of the Wasp, published a vicious attack on Nancy Rigdon. And why? Because Nancy had dared to expose Joseph Smith's dirty little secret, a so-called prophet who had propositioned her, claiming God commanded her to become one of his plural wives. Nancy rejected Joseph's twisted advances, and that didn't sit well with the Smith family. So William retaliated, slandering Nancy by accusing her of having an affair with John C. Bennett, the very man who had blown the whistle on Smith's polygamous empire. Conveniently, while the church publicly condemned Bennett as a scapegoat for their mess, William Smith, Joseph's own brother, was protected despite his own questionable conduct. Typical Smith family tactics: deflect, deceive, and destroy anyone who dared speak the truth. Sidney Rigdon, caught in a delicate balancing act, responded with calculated precision. In his letter of denial, Rigdon carefully distanced his daughter from Bennett's public exposé, sidestepping any direct attack on Joseph Smith or the church's leadership. His wording reeked of caution. Rigdon was clearly trying to shield Nancy's reputation without risking his own position within the church hierarchy. Rather than openly confronting Joseph Smith, Rigdon's response shows a man trapped, desperately defending his daughter while still towing the line to protect himself. On August 29, 1842, Joseph Smith staged a calculated public relations stunt disguised as a special conference in Nauvoo, all in an effort to squash the growing scandal fueled by John C. Bennett's explosive accusations. Smith's true motive was clear: damage control. The conference served one purpose: to deny polygamy and keep the church's carefully crafted public image intact. Smith and his loyal cronies stood before the congregation, blatantly lying as they denied the practice of plural marriage. They painted Bennett as a deceitful scoundrel and womanizer, claiming he was responsible for any immoral behavior in Nauvoo, not Smith. Yet behind the scenes, Smith had already secretly married multiple women, including some who were still married to other men. Desperate to control the narrative, Smith ordered hundreds of missionaries to hit the road, not to spread the gospel, but to spread lies. These missionaries were specifically tasked with assuring converts and the public that the church condemned polygamy, all while Smith and his inner circle continued to secretly expand their plural marriages. The hypocrisy is staggering. Smith stood at the pulpit swearing against polygamy while actively practicing it behind closed doors. By 1842, the church was scrambling to contain the fallout, and the chaos was only just beginning. The scandals, lies, and internal corruption were piling up fast, and no amount of damage control could stop the storm that was coming. Episode 57, Lies in Print, Smith and the Times and Seasons Polygamy Cover-Up. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we dived into Joseph Smith's frantic attempts to dodge extradition to Missouri. While hiding out, he secretly married Sarah Ann Whitney and writes incriminating letters to her. Joseph leverages Nauvoo's legal system to stay a step ahead of the law, while John C. Bennett exposes Smith's growing polygamy scandal, while Orson Pratt pays the price for refusing to fall in line. Meanwhile, Joseph takes to the press, publicly denouncing polygamy, while privately adding more wives to his collection. This week, we expose Joseph Smith's desperate attempts to cover up his secret polygamy scandal using the Times and Seasons newspaper as his personal propaganda machine. As the pressure mounts, he manipulates the Nauvoo City Council to reassure Governor Carlin that he's done nothing wrong, all while secretly deeding property to Sarah Ann Whitney to shield his assets. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Justin Butterfield arrives in Nauvoo to investigate explosive claims made by whistleblower John C. Bennett. With the law closing in, Smith remains on the run until he's finally forced to surrender. This is an episode you don't want to miss. Part 1. A September to Remember. On September 1st, 1842, Joseph Smith used his power as editor of Times and Seasons to brazenly lie to the public, flat out denying polygamy with a masterful act of deception. He dismissed the accusations against him as false and as absurd as any anti-Mormon attack. But he didn't stop there. He doubled down, publishing an official declaration. We declare that we believe that one man should have one wife, and one woman but one husband. A calculated move designed to manipulate his followers into believing polygamy was nothing more than a baseless smear. Yet by this point, Smith had already secretly married at least 13 women, some of whom, like Louisa Beaman and Zena Huntington, were already legally married to other men. His denials weren't just misleading. They were a carefully orchestrated smokescreen, shielding him from scrutiny while he continued expanding his secret empire of wives. This wasn't an unfortunate slip or an innocent misunderstanding. It was a deliberate, systematic fraud designed to maintain control. Why did he lie? Because the truth would have been catastrophic. Whistleblowers like John C. Bennett were already exposing his secret marriages, and if Smith had admitted the truth, he faced legal consequences, public outrage, and the collapse of his authority in Nauvoo. Instead, he played the victim, weaponizing deception to gaslight his followers into defending him, even as insiders knew exactly what was happening. To further reinforce this illusion, Smith quoted Doctrine and Covenants section 201, 1835 editions and seasons, cynically using church scripture to back up his false claims. Inasmuch as this church has been reproached with the crime of fornication and polygamy, we declare that we believe that one man should have one wife, and one woman but one husband. Times and Seasons, Vol. 3, number 21. Smith didn't just deny polygamy. He weaponized doctrine to cover his tracks, leading his followers into blind obedience while he rewrote the rules in secret. And it worked. His lies bought him time, influence, and unchecked power, until his death exposed the truth he had fought so hard to bury. Days later, Joseph Smith was forced into damage control. John C. Bennett, once his trusted ally, had turned against him, publicly exposing his secret plural marriages. The accusations weren't just a nuisance. They threatened Smith's authority and could lead to legal consequences. With his back against the wall, he scrambled to control the narrative and shield himself from the fallout. One of his most calculated moves? Weaponizing the Nauvoo City Council to assure Illinois Governor Thomas Carlin that he had violated no law, a blatant lie. Smith was actively practicing polygamy, a direct violation of Illinois' anti-bigamy laws. But instead of admitting guilt, he leaned on his hand-picked leadership to manufacture an official statement of innocence, hoping to manipulate Carlin into backing off. This wasn't just about polygamy. Carlin had already issued an arrest warrant for Smith in connection with the attempted assassination of Missouri Governor Lilburn Boggs. With Bennett fueling the fire of public accusations, Smith knew he was in dangerous territory. If Carlin pursued charges, it could mean the collapse of his empire. So he played the game masterfully, using Nauvoo's political machinery to feign innocence, deflect legal threats, and maintain his grip on power. On September 6, 1842, Joseph Smith quietly transferred a plot of land, Lot 2, Block 139, to Sarah Ann Whitney, his 17-year-old plural wife, whom he had secretly married just weeks earlier on July 27. This wasn't just a routine property exchange. It was a strategic move made during one of the most precarious times in his life. At this point, Smith was actively evading arrest, wanted in connection with the attempted assassination of former Missouri Governor Lilburn W. Boggs. At the same time, the practice of polygamy remained shrouded in secrecy, with Smith publicly denying it even as he expanded his network of plural wives. The land in question sat just a block away from the mansion house, Smith's primary residence, raising serious questions about his motivations. Was this an act of financial security for Sarah Ann? A calculated effort to keep his secret wives close? Or yet another example of Smith using church resources to maintain control over his growing web of plural marriages? Regardless of the intent, the timing and nature of this transaction reinforce a familiar pattern: deception, secrecy, and the careful manipulation of power. In September 1842, U.S. Attorney Justin Butterfield traveled to Nauvoo to investigate claims made by John C. Bennett. One of Bennett's key accusations was that Smith had been improperly transferring property to avoid paying creditors. As we discussed in previous episodes, John C. Bennett had published a series of exposés in which he accused Smith of financial misdealings, polygamy, and abuse of power. Among his claims, he alleged that Smith was shifting property ownership to trusted associates to shield assets from legal claims. The Nauvoo Charter, granted by the Illinois State Legislature in 1840, gave Nauvoo's municipal government extraordinary legal powers, including the ability to issue writs of habeas corpus. This allowed Smith to avoid extradition attempts and made it difficult for external authorities to enforce legal claims against him. At the time, Smith was under significant financial strain, partially due to debts from land speculation and the collapse of the Kirtland Safety Society. By 1842, lawsuits and unpaid debts were mounting, leading to increased scrutiny. Butterfield reviewed property transactions in Nauvoo and confirmed irregularities that appeared to support Bennett's claims. Specifically, he found evidence suggesting that Smith was deeding property to family members and trusted followers to put assets out of reach from creditors. This tactic was not uncommon among financially troubled leaders, but in Smith's case, it added to growing concerns over his financial and political influence in Nauvoo. Butterfield's confirmation of fraudulent property transfers was one of several issues fueling opposition to Smith and the Nauvoo leadership, both within Illinois and beyond. Part 2. October's Exposures. On October 1, 1842, Joseph Smith's petition for bankruptcy was denied on multiple grounds, including 1. Wrongful conveyances, transferring property improperly to avoid creditors. 2. Preferential transfers, illegally favoring certain creditors over others. 3. Concealment of assets, hiding property to evade financial responsibility. 4. Omissions from inventory, failing to fully disclose his assets in the bankruptcy filing. This rejection was a major financial setback for Smith. Given the mounting debts and legal pressure, he had been trying to use the 1841 federal bankruptcy law to clear his obligations, but his manipulations of property transfers led to a clear ruling against him. This denial reinforced accusations that Smith was engaged in financial fraud and mismanagement. His financial dealings, combined with accusations of polygamy and his attempts to evade arrest, fueled growing opposition to him in Illinois. Faced with increasing public suspicion about secret polygamous marriages, Smith orchestrated a mass public denial of polygamy in the church's newspaper, Times and Seasons. The October 1st, 1842 edition included a statement signed by 31 prominent members of the Relief Society, including Emma Smith, Joseph's wife and Relief Society president, Emma's counselors, several women who were secretly married to Smith at the time. The statement reads, "We, the undersigned members of the Ladies' Relief Society, and married females, do certify and declare that we know of no system of marriage being practiced in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, save the one contained in the Book of D&C. At the time, Section 1014, now removed from the Doctrine and Covenants, explicitly forbade polygamy, stating, "Inasmuch as this Church of Christ has been reproached with the crime of fornication and polygamy, we declare that we believe that one man should have one wife, and one woman but one husband, except in case of death, when either is at liberty to marry again." This denial of polygamy would later haunt the church, as evidence of Smith's secret plural marriages became undeniable. When polygamy was formally introduced under Brigham Young, the earlier denials were exposed as false, leading to significant controversy over Smith's credibility. Part 3. Surrender in December. December 27, 1842, marks a pivotal moment in Joseph Smith's legal battles, but it's a moment steeped in manipulation and political scheming. After spending most of the year in hiding to dodge arrest for crimes tied to Missouri, Smith saw an opening. With Illinois' political hostility toward Missouri and his grip on local influential figures, including the newly appointed Governor Thomas Ford, Smith made his move, surrendering to Illinois authorities to challenge Missouri's extradition order. For most of 1842, Smith had relied on Nauvoo's leadership to protect him, but by December, he had a powerful card to play. Ford, unlike his predecessor Carlin, was more than willing to cozy up to Smith, especially after he secured a promise from Smith that the Mormon voting bloc would back him in the next election. Ford's sympathetic stance was nothing but a calculated political move. Smith appeared before Judge Nathaniel Pope in Springfield, Illinois, to face Missouri's extradition attempt. Pope ruled in Smith's favor, citing that Smith had left Missouri under a formal truce in 1838, so he could not be considered a fugitive. On the surface, this might sound like a legal win for Smith, but the reality is much darker. Joseph Smith didn't win this legal battle on the strength of innocence or legality. He won because he played the political game like a seasoned manipulator. By promising Ford the Mormon vote, Smith secured political protection, and Ford, eager for those votes, ensured that Smith would never face trial for charges stemming from the attempted assassination of Governor Boggs. Here's the truth. Smith didn't need to be in Missouri when the assassination attempt occurred for Missouri to have every right to extradite him. If he ordered it, Missouri had the legal authority to demand his return. But the truth didn't matter. This wasn't about justice. It was about protecting political interests. Ford's decision to block Smith's extradition was based on votes, not on Smith's supposed innocence. This was nothing but a sordid, backroom deal between a corrupt political machine and a man willing to use whatever means necessary to avoid the law. After months of lying, running from the law, and evading justice, Joseph Smith was now on the edge, about to push his luck even further as the year 1843 began. Episode 58, Emma vs. Joseph, the 1843 Polygamy Showdown. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we exposed Joseph Smith's desperate attempts to cover up his secret polygamy scandal using the Times and Seasons newspaper. With mounting pressure, Smith manipulated the Nauvoo City Council to reassure Governor Carlin that he'd done nothing wrong, all while secretly deeding property to Sarah Ann Whitney to shield his assets. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney Justin Butterfield arrived in Nauvoo to investigate explosive claims made by John C. Bennett. As the law closed in, Smith remained on the run until he was finally forced to surrender. This week, we exposed Joseph once again lining his pockets, this time by increasing his own salary as mayor. We uncover the shocking marriages of 19-year-old Sarah Longstroth and her 14-year-old sister to Willard Richards, while Joseph himself takes 16-year-old Flora Woolworth. When Emma discovers a lavish gift Joseph bought for Flora, her fury erupts. Meanwhile, Smith relentlessly pursues Emily Partridge until she agrees to marry him, alongside her younger sister. And in a final act of audacity, Joseph issues his so-called revelation on plural marriage, only for Emma to defiantly reject it. Do not miss this explosive episode. Part 1. Kicking off the new year. On January 14, 1843, Joseph Smith, self-proclaimed prophet and master of power plays, gave himself yet another financial boost, raising his salary as Nauvoo's mayor to $500 per year. This wasn't just a raise, it was a blatant cash grab, documented in the Nauvoo City Council Minutes, Section 1. Smith wasn't just leading a church, he was building an empire, and he was cashing in. Critics have long pointed out the dangerous overlap between his religious and civic authority. Richard S. Van Wagener, in his book Mormon Polygamy, A History, describes how Smith's blending of religious and political authority led to disillusionment. Joseph Smith's control of both spiritual and temporal affairs in Nauvoo gave him unchecked power, which, when challenged, was met with violent resistance, further alienating both his followers and non-Mormon neighbors. Van Wagener, Mormon Polygamy History, p. 80. Fawn Brodie, in her critical biography No Man Knows My History, discusses how Joseph Smith's dual roles created significant issues for both his followers and the broader community. She wrote, Smith's ability to combine the roles of prophet and politician was not only a means of gaining personal power, but it was also the key to his downfall. The people of Nauvoo soon realized that in Joseph Smith's theocratic vision, the boundaries between church and state were so thoroughly blurred that political and religious power became indistinguishable. Brodie, No Man Knows My History, p. 355. Smith's unchecked power fueled tensions both inside and outside Nauvoo, as locals grew tired of watching a so-called prophet use faith to fill his coffers and secure total control. Was this divine leadership, or just another prophet profiting? History isn't fooled. On January 18, 1843, a significant event took place at Joseph Smith's home in Nauvoo, a celebration marking the dedication of the Nauvoo House, an ambitious project intended to serve as a place for visitors and a symbol of the growing influence of the Latter-day Saint community. However, this celebration was also marked by the marriage of sisters Sarah and Maria Longstroth to Willard Richards, a high-ranking member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, who was already deeply involved in practicing plural marriage. Sarah was 19, while Maria was still a minor, directly associating Richards with Smith in a disturbing pattern of marrying young women, something that should not be overlooked. These marriages, though not heavily documented, were part of a broader, often secretive network of polygamous unions orchestrated by Smith and other top LDS leaders at the time. In Jan Shipp's Mormonism, the story of a new religious tradition, she addresses the darker aspects of these practices. Joseph Smith's introduction of plural marriage, especially when it involved young women and was often conducted in secrecy, remains one of the most controversial aspects of early Mormonism. The societal norms of the time were not fully respected, and the consequences of this secrecy would echo throughout Mormon history. Shipp's Mormonism, the Story of a New Religious Tradition, p. 168. The Longstroth sisters' marriages to Willard Richards stand as just one example of the disturbing reality of Nauvoo-era polygamy, where secrecy was standard, and the victims, especially young women, were left to face the consequences of being used in a religious and social power structure. This episode, entwined with the Nauvoo House dedication, is a dark chapter in early Mormon history, one that continues to be scrutinized by both historians and critics of early LDS practices. Part 2. Handshakes with a hidden twist. On February 9, 1843, Joseph Smith introduced Doctrine and Covenants 129, a bizarre method for determining whether a spirit was from God or the devil, by shaking hands. Yes, you read that right. According to Smith, a physical handshake would reveal the nature of the spirit. If the spirit could shake your hand, it was from God; if not, it was evil. This revelation, which claims to provide divine insight into the spiritual world, is nothing short of absurd. Smith's test was framed as a simple, foolproof method to distinguish between righteous angels and deceptive spirits. But let's break it down. We're supposed to determine the nature of a spirit by how solid or light its hand feels. How does a spiritual handshake even work? And if this is the only reliable way to judge a messenger, how could anyone truly know if they're encountering a divine being or an evil entity? Smith claims that heavenly beings can appear in the flesh, but somehow they're different from mortals, right? The inconsistencies and contradictions are evident, especially when you consider that this revelation is used as a way to further manipulate believers into trusting Joseph Smith's increasingly strange and self-serving doctrines. D&C 129 is a deeply troubling attempt to control spiritual experiences and maintain Smith's hold over his followers. It's a test that, on its surface, may seem harmless, but it's rooted in spiritual paranoia and blind obedience. Far from offering protection from deceit, this kind of thinking traps individuals into believing that Joseph Smith's word was the sole key to discerning good from evil. It's an early attempt to solidify his power as the ultimate spiritual authority, where faith in Smith is the only thing that matters, and everything else is left to interpretation through a handshake. On February 10, 1843, Joseph Smith deeded a parcel of church property, Lot 2, Block 146, to Eliza and Emily Partridge, two young women who were to be a part of Smith's polygamous network. This deed, seemingly a straightforward legal transaction, was part of a larger, more insidious pattern of control Smith held over his followers and their assets. This specific transaction raises serious questions about Smith's manipulation of both spiritual and temporal power. By granting property to women within his inner circle, Smith not only solidified his influence, but also intertwined financial control with religious obedience. It's an unsettling example of how property, marriage, and church leadership were dangerously interconnected in the early days of Mormonism, where personal gain often trumped spiritual integrity. On February 28, 1843, Joseph Smith approached Emily Partridge again about the principle of polygamy, this time on her 19th birthday. Emily, working in Smith's home, had already discussed the subject of plural marriage with him, but it was during this conversation that Smith revealed it to her more directly. Emily recalled, "He taught me this principle of plural marriage, but we called it celestial marriage, and he told me that this principle had been revealed to him, but it was not generally known." This admission speaks volumes about the secrecy and manipulation surrounding Smith's teachings. He described polygamy, a practice he was already deeply engaged in, as a divine revelation, yet made it clear that it was not to be made public. Celestial marriage was the euphemism Smith used to mask the controversial and disruptive practice of polygamy, attempting to frame it as a sacred and private matter, while coercively bringing women into his circle of spiritual and marital control. The fact that this conversation took place on Emily's birthday only adds a layer of discomfort and manipulation, highlighting the power imbalance Smith held over the women in his life. As Emily Partridge's account demonstrates, Smith didn't just impose his beliefs on women. He did so covertly, under the guise of a sacred principle that he claimed was divinely inspired but shrouded in secrecy. This is a chilling reminder of how religious authority was used to justify deeply controversial practices in the early days of Mormonism. In 1843, Joseph Smith secretly married Flora Woolworth, a 16-year-old who worked for the Smith family. This union, like many of Smith's marriages, was kept hidden from Emma Smith, his first wife, adding yet another layer of secrecy and deception to their troubled relationship. The marriage was especially scandalous given Flora's age and the fact that she had been employed within the Smith household, which indicates a possible exploitation of power dynamics. Joseph had already been secretly practicing plural marriage, but this event marked another instance where he was marrying young women behind Emma's back. The situation came to a head when Emma discovered a gold watch that Joseph had given to Flora as a gift. Furious and hurt, Emma stormed over to the temple lot where she confronted Joseph in a public scene, demanding an explanation. This outburst highlighted the emotional toll and betrayal Emma felt, not only from the secrecy surrounding Joseph's plural marriages, but also the manipulation involved in his dealings with the young women he married. The incident at the temple lot reveals much about the power imbalances, manipulative tactics, and the toll that Smith's practice of plural marriage took on both his personal relationships and the lives of the young women involved. It sheds light on the darker aspects of Joseph Smith's character and the devastating impact of his actions on Emma. In the spring of 1843, Emily Partridge was invited to the home of Elizabeth Davis Dufree, a woman in the Nauvoo community, where a conversation was initiated that would drastically alter the course of her life. Emily recalled that Dufree introduced the topic of spiritual wives, a euphemism for polygamy that was circulating among Joseph Smith's inner circle at the time. As Emily later described, she introduced the subject of spiritual wives, as they called it in that day. This was a clear reference to Joseph Smith's practice of plural marriage, which he often cloaked under the religious term celestial marriage, to legitimize it within the context of Latter-day Saint teachings. What makes this situation even more alarming is the pattern of manipulation that Joseph Smith exhibited, particularly when leveraging female authority figures like Dufree to further his agenda. These women, who were positioned in trusted roles within the community, would sometimes act as intermediaries, subtly coaxing young women into accepting the idea of spiritual marriage with Smith. Though I question the timeline and Emily's accounts, she herself indicated that Smith introduced the concept of plural marriage a week earlier. For myself, only one account can be correct. This episode serves as another example of how Smith, a man who wielded immense power both religiously and socially, often used his position to exploit and manipulate teenage girls into marrying him in secrecy. This system of utilizing older women to pressure young women into polygamous unions is deeply troubling and speaks to the emotional and psychological coercion that was prevalent during this period. Historians and critics continue to scrutinize these tactics, as they were indicative of the broader system of manipulation and control that Smith and his followers employed to justify and perpetuate plural marriage within the early LDS Church. Part 3. Emma Plays with Fire. In 1843, Hiram Smith, Joseph Smith's older brother, played a crucial role in introducing Emma Smith to the more formal aspects of polygamy, as outlined in Doctrine and Covenants, section 132. The language of D&C 132 is both disturbing and coercive, threatening Emma with eternal destruction if she did not accept polygamy as a doctrine of the Church. Joseph's attempt to force Emma into submission through this revelation exemplifies the manipulation, pressure, and emotional distress that marked the dynamics of early Mormon polygamy. Doctrine and Covenants 132 not only commanded the practice of plural marriage, but also explicitly warned of severe consequences for those who rejected it. The wording is chilling. But if she, Emma, will not abide this commandment, then shall my servant Joseph do all things that he listed. Furthermore, the text laid out eternal punishments for those who resisted the divine principle, threatening destruction or eternal damnation for those who defied it. In essence, Hiram Smith's role in presenting this revelation to Emma was part of a larger effort to sway her opinion under the guise of divine will, making it clear that her refusal to accept polygamy could lead to catastrophic consequences for both her and her family. The coercive nature of the message is undeniable. Emma was faced with the deeply personal choice of accepting a practice that went against her convictions and deeply threatened her marriage, or facing condemnation, not only from her husband and church, but from the heavenly powers themselves. As a wife who had been forced into the shadows of secrecy for much of Joseph's polygamous activities, Emma's resistance to the practice is often seen as a final stand against a doctrine that threatened the very foundation of her relationship with Joseph. At the time, Joseph's public stance on polygamy was already one of secrecy. and Emma had long been aware of her husband's multiple marriages. Still, Joseph's explicit presentation of D&C 132 and its threats made it clear that the practice would not be dismissed or kept hidden anymore, and it had the full force of divine command behind it. Emma's resistance, however, is often portrayed as an expression of loyalty to her marriage, her own moral compass, and her desire to hold her family together. In the aftermath of the presentation of D&C 132, Emma's reaction was one of anger and despair. After Joseph had introduced the revelation and its coercive threats, Emma reportedly took the original manuscript and burned it, a desperate act of defiance against the document's message. However, the contents of the original revelation did not vanish with its destruction. William Clayton, Joseph's personal scribe, had kept a careful journal and copied down the revelation shortly after its receipt. Furthermore, the Kingsbury copy, which was created by someone who had access to the original documents, was another key source that preserved the text of D&C 132. The Whitney family also had a copy, ensuring that the doctrine of plural marriage was retained, even after Emma's act of destruction. These surviving copies confirmed the core teachings of the revelation, which were later included in the Doctrine and Covenants, despite Emma's attempt to suppress them. Joseph and Hyrum Smith's tactics, using threats cloaked in the language of divine revelation, demonstrate the lengths to which they were willing to go to normalize and institutionalize polygamy, regardless of the emotional toll it took on the women involved. Ultimately, the language in D&C 132 and Hyrum Smith's role in presenting it to Emma solidify the coercive and authoritarian nature of early Mormonism's stance on plural marriage, offering a glimpse into the darker side of religious manipulation and the severe consequences of dissent. The preservation of the revelation, despite Emma's efforts to destroy the original manuscript, highlights the persistence of the doctrine of plural marriage in the early church, and the lengths to which its leaders would go to ensure it was retained and institutionalized. Episode 59, Joseph Smith, Master Manipulator or Prophet of Deceit. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, we exposed Joseph lining his pockets by increasing his own salary as mayor. We uncovered the shocking marriages of 19-year-old Sarah Longstroth and her 14-year-old sister to Willard Richards, while Joseph himself took 16-year-old Flora Woolworth as a bride. Emma discovered a lavish gift Joseph bought for Flora. Her fury erupted. Meanwhile, Smith relentlessly pursued Emily Partridge. The final act of audacity, Joseph issued his so-called revelation on plural marriage, only for Emma to defiantly reject it. This week, Joseph Smith hits new lows, coercing both Emily and Eliza Partridge into his polygamous web just days apart. Smith hands out church property to his plural wives and closest cronies, all while spinning his usual web of deception. He promises Sarah Ann Whitney eternal salvation for her and her entire family, but only if she stays loyal to him in polygamy. Meanwhile, a supposed prophet is duped by the Kinderhook Plates hoax, hastily offering a translation that leaves his credibility in tatters. And to top it all off, Joseph orchestrates a sham wedding between Sarah Ann Whitney and Joseph Kingsbury. Buckle up, grab some popcorn. It's a roller coaster of lies, manipulation, and scandal in this episode. Part 1. March Madness. On March 4, 1843, Joseph Smith finally cornered his target. Emily Dow Partridge later testified under oath that Elizabeth Dufree arranged a secret meeting between her and Joseph at the home of Heber C. Kimball. That very night, Kimball officiated a clandestine marriage between the 19-year-old Emily and the 37-year-old Smith. Emily Partridge left no room for doubt in her testimony. I was married to Joseph Smith on the 4th of March, 1843, by Heber C. Kimball. My sister Eliza was married to him on the 8th of May, 1843, by the same man. Temple Lot Case, 1892. But one wasn't enough. Just 4 days later, Joseph set his sights on Emily's older sister. On March 8, 1843, he married Eliza Partridge, without informing either sister of the other's involvement. Joseph instructed both sisters not to let the other know about their sealing to himself. Emily and Eliza, both sealed to Joseph in secret, were unwitting pawns in a manipulative and predatory system. And Emma? She knew nothing, at least not yet. On March 10, 1843, Joseph Smith deeded Lot 4, Block 158, a parcel of church property, to Elizabeth Davis Durfee. Durfee was a trusted member of the Nauvoo Relief Society and played a key role in introducing younger women to Joseph Smith for potential plural marriages. She was also sealed to him as a plural wife. The transfer of land to Durfee may have served multiple purposes. Some historians suggest it was a form of compensation or reward for her assistance in Nauvoo's secretive polygamy network, while others see it as part of a broader church land redistribution strategy among trusted members. Additionally, it may have been an effort to provide financial security for those loyal to Smith and his teachings. This transaction highlights how property dealings in Nauvoo were sometimes intertwined with Joseph Smith's polygamous relationships and the leadership structure of the early LDS Church. On March 10, 1843, Joseph Smith deeded Lot 4, Block 140, a parcel of church property located just 1 block from his Nauvoo mansion, to Sarah Finney Foster. The transaction was witnessed by Newell K. Whitney, who served as Justice of the Peace at the time. Sarah Foster was married to John Foster, a physician and early member of the LDS Church. While the exact reason for the land transfer remains unclear, it may have been part of Joseph Smith's broader pattern of redistributing property among trusted church members and close associates. Given the context of Nauvoo-era property dealings and Joseph Smith's secretive practice of plural marriage, some historians speculate that such transactions may have been linked to securing loyalty or supporting women connected to his inner circle. Less than a year later, Joseph Smith excommunicated John Foster, one of the men who dared to expose his polygamous empire. Foster, alongside William Law, played a key role in the Nauvoo Expositor, the very publication that sealed Joseph's fate. But here's the real question. Did Smith try to claim John Foster's wife Sarah, just as he did with Jane Law? Given his relentless pursuit of married women, it's a question that demands an answer. On March 14, 1843, Joseph Smith stared at the moon and claimed to see a union of power, combination of nations. Of course, like every other prophecy he peddled, this one went absolutely nowhere. Smith spun his so-called vision into yet another desperate attempt to prove he held divine insight, weaving it into his tired, fear-mongering end-times rhetoric. He wanted his followers to believe that world powers would soon align, nations would shift, and the second coming was just around the corner. But let's be honest, no divine upheaval happened, no great alliance formed, and no apocalyptic war paved the way for Christ's return. Smith's sketch of a vague union of power was just another lazy, ambiguous prediction that could mean anything, and ultimately meant nothing. Like his Civil War prophecy, his failed temple prediction, and countless other so-called revelations, this vision was nothing more than celestial nonsense, another cheap parlor trick to keep his followers convinced he knew the mind of God. On March 23, 1843, Joseph Smith wrote a twisted, self-serving blessing for Sarah Whitney, a document that shamelessly exploited both her and her family. In his own handwriting, he dangled the promise of eternal salvation in front of her, not just for herself, but for her entire extended family, but only if she remained in polygamy with him. This was nothing short of spiritual blackmail, a manipulative tactic designed to ensure compliance and submission. This wasn't just about Sarah. Smith had perfected this strategy. Time and again, he used so-called divine blessings as leverage, coercing women into plural marriages with false promises of celestial glory and eternal security. These weren't blessings. They were contracts of control, binding women to a doctrine that only benefited him. Marry the prophet, stay loyal, and your family gets a golden ticket to heaven. Reject him? Eternal consequences. This is the ugly truth behind Smith's polygamous empire, a web of manipulation, coercion, and unrelenting pressure, all disguised as revelation. Part 2. April Antics. On April 13, 1843, Joseph Smith justified his land speculation racket with a twisted claim. Suppose I sell you land for $10 per acre, and I gave $3, $4, $5 per acre. Then you are speculating, says one. Yes, I will tell you how. I buy others' lands and give them to the widow and the fatherless. Smith loved to spin his greed as generosity, But let's call this what it really was, a calculated power play. He wasn't some benevolent leader redistributing wealth to the poor. He was a land baron, hoarding property, jacking up prices, and controlling Nauvoo's economy to benefit himself and his inner circle. There's no solid evidence that the profits from these shady deals ever went to widows or orphans in any meaningful way. Instead, Smith's land empire fed his growing influence, ensuring his followers were not just spiritually bound to him, but financially dependent on him as well. Early critics like William Law and John C. Bennett saw right through the facade. They exposed Smith's manipulation of land sales, his consolidation of political power, and the way he wielded his so-called prophetic authority to justify his own financial gain. This wasn't charity. It was a corrupt financial scheme disguised as divine wisdom. On April 23, 1843, the so-called Kinderhook plates were discovered in Kinderhook, Illinois. The plates, 6 brass sheets inscribed with strange characters, were immediately brought to Joseph Smith, the self-proclaimed prophet who had already translated the golden plates into the Book of Mormon. Upon examining them, Smith wasted no time declaring them an ancient record. His secretary, William Clayton, recorded that Smith stated the plates contained the history of a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. Once again, Smith presented himself as a divinely gifted translator, reinforcing his claim of having the power to unlock the mysteries of the past. But there was just one problem. The Kinderhook plates were a complete hoax, designed to test whether Smith could tell the difference between a genuine ancient record and a modern fabrication. The forgers, Robert Wiley, Wilbur Fugate, and a few others, eventually admitted the deception, with Fugate stating in an 1879 letter, "We understood Joe Smith said they contained the history of the person with whom they were found, and that he was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. To our certain knowledge, this is false. The plates were concocted by Robert Wiley and myself, and brought about in this way. Wiley and I made them, and put them under the ledge of a large rock. That's right, Smith fell for a 19th century prank, and not just any prank, but one deliberately crafted to expose him as a fraud." Fast forward to 1980, when modern scientific analysis confirmed what Fugate had admitted. The plates were made using 19th century techniques, further cementing their place in history as one of the most embarrassing episodes of Smith's so-called prophetic career. Yet despite the overwhelming evidence, some LDS scholars continue to make excuses. Historian Richard Bushman, a leading Mormon apologist, has tried to downplay the scandal by claiming, "There is no proof that Joseph Smith attempted a translation. William Clayton's journal entry only reports that he said something about the descendant of Ham." But as historian Dan Vogel, a leading critic of Smith's prophetic claims, points out, the Kinderhook episode is not an isolated case, but part of a pattern in which Smith attempted to translate fraudulent documents as if they were genuine. The Kinderhook plates fiasco raises a burning question. If Smith couldn't detect the 19th century hoax, how can anyone trust his supposed translation of the golden plates? This wasn't just an embarrassing blunder, it was a devastating indictment of his entire prophetic career. If his divine gift of translation failed so spectacularly here, why should we believe it worked anywhere else? On April 29, 1843, Joseph Smith orchestrated what can only be described as a sham wedding between his new polygamous bride, Sarah Whitney, and Joseph Kingsbury. This so-called marriage was a facade, designed to hide the fact that Smith was simply using Kingsbury as a pawn in his twisted polygamous game. The pretense? Kingsbury was told he would be sealed to his deceased wife, who in a cruel twist just happened to be Sarah Whitney's sister. Smith promised Kingsbury this sealing, yet another calculated move in the larger scheme of eternal marriages and polygamy that Smith had been manipulating since the church's inception. This event is a textbook example of Smith's abuse of the doctrine of eternal marriage. What was presented as a legitimate union was nothing more than a convenient ruse that allowed Smith to marry Sarah Whitney, all while maintaining the spiritual veneer of legitimacy for his polygamous actions. The promise of eternal sealings, which Smith used to justify these marriages, was nothing more than a tool in his arsenal of control, manipulation, and deceit. Critics have rightfully scrutinized this particular incident, exposing it as yet another instance of Smith's manipulation of sacred religious practices for his own selfish and spiritual gain. Episode 60. The Summer Joseph Smith Lost Control. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph Smith hit new lows, coercing both Emily and Eliza Partridge into his polygamous web just days apart. Smith handed church property to his plural wives and closest cronies under a web of deception. He promised Sarah Ann Whitney eternal salvation for her and her entire family, but only if she stayed loyal to him in polygamy. Meanwhile, Joseph is duped by the Kinderhook plates hoax. And to top it all off, Joseph orchestrated a sham wedding between Sarah Ann Whitney and Joseph Kingsbury. This week, Joseph Smith targets 17-year-old Lucy Walker and secretly takes her as a plural wife. Meanwhile, Lucy Mack Smith is busy turning the so-called Egyptian mummies into a cash grab, charging the people of Nauvoo 25 cents a head to view the 1835 collection. We watch Emma Smith break under the weight of plural marriage, only to be gaslighted. Joseph adds 3 more underage wives to his growing list. And just when you think it can't get more absurd, he promises to translate and publish the Kinderhook plates in the Times and Seasons. You won't want to miss this wild ride. Part 1, The Walk of Life. In early 1842, Lydia Walker, wife of John Walker and mother of 17-year-old Lucy Walker, died. What did Joseph Smith, the so-called prophet of God, do in response? He pounced. With Lydia gone, Joseph conveniently sent John Walker away on a mission, removing the only parental figure Lucy had left. He then moved Lucy into his own household in Nauvoo, the very same house where he was already secretly collecting young wives under the radar of his legal wife, Emma. And then, like clockwork, on May 1st, 1843, with Emma conveniently out of town in St. Louis, a tactic Joseph used more than once to avoid confrontation. He married Lucy Walker in secret. His scribe, William Clayton, recorded the ceremony in his journal, noting it without a shred of concern for the girl's age, isolation, or consent. This wasn't love. This wasn't divine guidance. This was grooming. Joseph gave Lucy a spiritual ultimatum that would make any predator proud. In Lucy's own words, Joseph said, "I will give you until tomorrow to decide this matter. If you reject this message, the gate will be closed forever against you." Let's call that what it is, a threat. Marry the prophet or lose your eternal salvation. Historian George D. Smith calls this a case study in coercion, noting in Nauvoo polygamy, the timing, secrecy, and pressure placed upon Lucy show a clear imbalance of power. This wasn't an invitation, it was a demand under divine duress. Lucy would later admit, "It was the hardest trial of my life." Of course it was. Her mother was dead, her father was gone. She was living under the roof of the most powerful man in Nauvoo, a man claiming to speak for God, and that man told her to submit or be damned. Where was Emma? Out of town, again. And it's no coincidence. Joseph had a habit of arranging his secret marriages when Emma was away, as he did with the Partridge sisters, the Lawrence sisters, and now Lucy Walker. This was not revelation, this was relentless spiritual exploitation. Critic Sandra Tanner wrote, "The Walker story highlights how Joseph's prophetic authority was used not to uplift the vulnerable, but to exploit them, emotionally, spiritually, and physically." Joseph Smith used his position to manipulate teenage girls, remove their support systems, and then wrap his abuse in spiritual language to make it untouchable. This is not a man of God. This is a man who weaponized religion to get what he wanted. Meanwhile, Joseph's mother, Lucy Mack Smith, was running her own operation under the banner of prophetic legacy. Around 1843, she began exhibiting the Egyptian mummies and papyri that the Smith family had purchased back in 1835. She charged 25 cents per visitor, roughly $11.50 in 2025, to walk through her home and see the so-called records of Abraham. This was Nauvoo's version of a spiritual sideshow, and it made money. What was being sold to the faithful as sacred relics was, in reality, ancient Egyptian funerary texts, totally unrelated to Abraham or any biblical figure. Modern Egyptologists, including Klaus Baer and Robert Rittner, have confirmed the Book of Abraham has no relationship whatsoever to the text found on the surviving papyri fragments. This wasn't sacred, it was sensationalism. And it was yet another example of how Joseph Smith and his inner circle fused faith with financial hustle. Historian Dan Vogel called it what it was. The papyri exhibit was more than curiosity. It was a tool to generate revenue, reinforce prophetic legitimacy, and dazzle the naive. So let's recap. Joseph Smith was marrying underage girls in secret, issuing eternal threats to secure their obedience. And while all of that was happening, his own mother was charging cash at the door to gawk at ancient scrolls that turned out to be bogus. This is not religion. This is a racket. Part 2. Mayday. Mayday. On May 11, 1843, the already twisted web of Joseph Smith's secret polygamy reached new levels of manipulation and betrayal. That day, Joseph staged a fake wedding ceremony to Emily and Eliza Partridge, two young sisters already secretly married to him months earlier. And who was the audience for this performance? Emma Smith, his legal wife, who had reluctantly agreed, under immense emotional and spiritual pressure, to let her husband take these two women as plural wives. Emma had been resisting Joseph's polygamous demands for years. She had heard the whispers, seen the fallout, and fought against the theological justifications. But in May 1843, worn down and isolated, she caved, on the condition that she could choose the wives. She picked Emily and Eliza, two girls already working in her household, not realizing they had already been sealed to Joseph in secret back in March. This wasn't just deception, it was a calculated betrayal. To maintain the illusion of honesty, Joseph remarried the sisters in a mock ceremony in front of Emma, letting her believe she was witnessing a new, legitimate sealing. Historian Todd Compton wrote in Sacred Loneliness, Joseph and the Partridge sisters went through a second ceremony in order to deceive Emma. This shows how little real power Emma had in the relationship. Joseph already had what he wanted. Let that sink in. The prophet of God staged a wedding for two girls he had already secretly married, just to pacify his wife. This wasn't religious doctrine. This was the behavior of a man willing to lie to his spouse to cover his tracks. Emma's emotional collapse following the discovery of Joseph's duplicity is well documented. She had been cornered, presented with a choice that was anything but. As historian Fawn Brody put it, Emma's consent was wrung from her under spiritual and emotional coercion, and Joseph's duplicity with the Partridge sisters was one of the most humiliating betrayals of their marriage. The deception didn't end there. That very same day, May 11, 1843, Joseph married two more sisters, Maria and Sarah Lawrence. Their father had just died. They were teenagers. They were vulnerable. And Joseph, who had been appointed the executor of their father's estate, used his power over their inheritance to insert himself into their personal lives. He was their caretaker, their provider, and then suddenly, their husband. Historian George D. Smith, author of Nauvoo Polygamy, described the Lawrence marriages this way. Joseph held legal and financial authority over the Lawrence sisters. Marrying them while acting as trustee of their estate created a dangerous conflict of interest and reeks of exploitation. Once again, these marriages were conducted in secret, without public knowledge or Emma's consent. Joseph's journal entries, alongside later affidavits from early saints, document the unions, but the consent of the girls remains ambiguous at best. And when you're dealing with spiritual blackmail and total dependency, consent becomes a meaningless word. Just weeks later, on May 28, 1843, Joseph and Emma were sealed for eternity in a ceremony performed by Brigham Young. But what should have been a sacred event was, by then, an empty gesture, a symbolic bandage over a marriage gutted by betrayal. By the time Emma was finally sealed to Joseph, he had already collected at least 20 other wives, many of them young, some barely in their teens, and many kept in absolute secrecy. Some were her friends, some were her relatives. She was wife number 20, not first in his heart, just first on paper. Apologist arguments claiming Emma agreed to plural marriage deliberately ignore the power imbalance, the relentless spiritual manipulation, and the psychological toll. The reality is that Emma didn't give her consent. She surrendered, emotionally worn down and lied to at every turn. As author and critic Sandra Tanner stated, Emma Smith's story is a tragic portrait of spiritual coercion. She was betrayed not only by her husband, but by a religious system that demanded her silence, submission, and suffering. These aren't isolated incidents. They are part of a pattern of secrecy, control, and calculated emotional manipulation that defined Joseph Smith's polygamous behavior. The mock weddings, the targeting of the vulnerable, the lies told to wives, followers, and the public. This wasn't divine revelation. It was exploitation dressed in the robes of righteousness. Part 3. Joseph's 14-year-old bride. In May 1843, Joseph Smith, already deep into his secret polygamy agenda, married 14-year-old Helen Mar Kimball, the daughter of Heber C. Kimball, his loyal apostle and one of polygamy's most zealous enablers. This wasn't just some spiritual abstraction or harmless sealing. This was a grown man, a self-proclaimed prophet, coercing a teenage girl into an eternal marriage under the weight of divine threat. Helen later admitted that Joseph gave her just 2 days to decide whether she would accept his proposal. He told her that this was her only chance for exaltation, that refusing the marriage would close the gates of salvation forever. She recalled, "The prophet Joseph came to me and said, 'If you will take this step, it will ensure your eternal salvation and exaltation, and that of your father's household and all of your kindred.'" This wasn't courtship. It was spiritual blackmail. Helen's father, Heber C. Kimball, not only arranged the marriage, but also performed the sealing himself. Her mother, Villate, had passed away the year before, and with her father off on a mission, Helen was living under Joseph Smith's roof, a setting ripe for exploitation. Historian Todd Compton, in Sacred Loneliness, describes Helen's marriage as the archetypal example of coerced teenage polygamy. Even Helen, years later, admitted the emotional toll of what she had been pushed into. She wrote, "I would never have been sealed to Joseph had I known it was anything more than a ceremony. It was not a love matter. It was the most difficult trial of my life." Difficult trial? That's how she described being spiritually extorted at the age of 14 by a man in a position of power, someone she was taught to revere as God's mouthpiece on earth. Critic and author Fawn Brodie, in No Man Knows My History, was blunt. Joseph Smith's marriages to young girls, including Helen Mar Kimball, were a calculated abuse of authority dressed up in revelation and theology. And let's be clear, this wasn't some isolated anomaly. Helen was one of several teenagers Joseph targeted during the final years of his life, and these so-called spiritual unions were happening behind Emma Smith's back, in direct contradiction to public denials from the church. These were not legal marriages. They were spiritual sealings, yes, but that was part of the manipulation. These girls were told they were participating in something sacred, that refusing would damn them and their families. Historian George D. Smith noted, the psychological pressure put on these girls, often from both Joseph and their own parents, left no room for informed consent. After Joseph's death, Helen married Horace Whitney and went on to live within the LDS community, forever marked by the trauma of her coerced sealing. She never practiced plural marriage again, but the emotional scars from her teenage sealing to the prophet of the Restoration were evident in her later writings. This story is not about theology. It's about power, manipulation, and a prophet who cloaked his desires in the language of eternity. Helen's own testimony, the silence of her defenders, and the pattern of predatory behavior speak louder than any apologetic spin the church can offer. This wasn't about building eternal families. This was about control, and a 14-year-old girl was caught in the crosshairs. Part 4. On June 7, 1843, Joseph Smith deeded church-owned land, Lot 2, Block 118, to none other than Helen Mar Kimball, the 14-year-old girl he had taken as a plural wife just weeks prior. The so-called transaction was officiated by Newell K. Whitney, acting as Justice of the Peace, and one of Joseph's closest allies in facilitating his secret plural marriages. Let that sink in. Joseph marries a teenage girl, pressures her with eternal salvation, and then deeds her a piece of property from church holdings. This wasn't just a prophetic gesture or a symbolic covenant. This was the prophet of the church using land to sweeten the deal, seal loyalty, and secure control. Property for polygamy. This is part of a much larger and darker pattern. Joseph Smith, under the guise of religious authority, used church assets, spiritual coercion, and legal structures to entangle young women into his web of secret marriages. He blurred every line between prophet, politician, landlord, and predator. The transfer to Helen wasn't just about legal ownership. It was part of a systematic strategy. Convince families this was spiritual, use sealing doctrine to pressure the girls, and then tie everything together with tangible assets. It's a power play cloaked in theology. Then on June 24, 1843, the Nauvoo Neighbor, the church-run newspaper, announced the coming publication of the Kinderhook plates in Times and Seasons as soon as the translation is complete. This was a complete embarrassment in the making. The Kinderhook plates were a known fraud, a staged hoax pulled off by non-believers to see if Smith would take the bait. And he did. William Clayton recorded that Smith claimed to have translated part of the plates, stating they were from a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh. But surprise, the plates were fake. As early as 1843, questions were swirling. By 1878, one of the men behind the hoax admitted it. By 1884, one of the original plates was examined and proven to have been made with 19th century tools. Yet Joseph Smith, who claimed divine power to translate sacred records, fell for it. This isn't just about the Kinderhook plates. It's about a pattern. False translations, secret marriages, power manipulation, and a prophet who was more interested in control than revelation. And the church today? Silent, sanitized, still clinging to the myth. Episode 61, William Clayton's Journal and the Secret of July 12, 1843. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph Smith targeted 17-year-old Lucy Walker, taking her as a plural wife. Lucy Mack Smith was busy turning the Egyptian mummies into a cash grab. We watched Emma Smith break under the weight of plural marriage, only to be gaslighted. Joseph added 3 more underage wives to his growing list. Closing it out, Joseph promised to translate and publish the Kinderhook plates in the Times and Seasons. This week, the powder keg ignites. Joseph Smith finally shoves D&C 132 in front of Emma, confronting her with his so-called revelation on plural marriage. In a desperate bid to buy her silence, he deeds her a hefty sum of property, all of it meticulously recorded by William Clayton in his journal. We expose Joseph and Emma's attempt to drag Jane Law into the web of spiritual wifery, while Joseph dangles promises of future church leadership before his son, Joseph III. Emma becomes the first woman to receive her endowment, marking yet another power move in Nauvoo's escalating drama. You do not want to miss this episode. It's a turning point you've got to see to believe. Part 1. A July to Remember. The events of July 12, 1843 are among the most pivotal and controversial in Mormon history. It's the day that Joseph Smith dictated the revelation now known as D&C 132, laying out the doctrinal foundation for polygamy and celestial marriage. But behind the revelation was a storm of personal, theological, and political tension, especially between Joseph and Emma Smith. According to William Clayton's journal, Joseph Smith called him in and dictated a revelation on celestial marriage, which included plural marriage. Clayton, Joseph's close confidant and scribe, recorded the following: "From him I learned that the doctrine of plural and celestial marriage is the most holy and important doctrine ever revealed to man on the earth, and that without obedience to that principle, no man can ever attain the fullness of exaltation in celestial glory." I did write the revelations on celestial marriage given through the prophet Joseph Smith on the 12th of July, 1843. So what Joseph dictated that day would later become Doctrine and Covenants 132, although it was kept secret from the general church for years and not published in the D&C until 1852, after the Mormons had moved to Utah. Anti-polygamy deniers argue that William Clayton was part of a conspiracy to frame Joseph Smith as the founder of plural marriage, when in reality, it was Brigham Young who orchestrated it. Let me be clear, I'm not going to dwell too much on this here, as I've already tackled it in previous videos. And as usual, Dan Vogel has been absolutely relentless in exposing the shoddy, misleading research pushed by this camp and the blatant errors they continue to feed to the public. This is what I will cover. Not only did William Clayton record this so-called revelation, but both Joseph Kingsbury and Newell K. Whitney preserved their own copies of it as well. And let's be clear, it would have been flat-out impossible for Whitney to have collaborated with Brigham Young to forge or doctor his account of D&C 132, because Whitney died at winter quarters in 1850. The conspiracy claims point to 1852, a full 2 years after Whitney was in the ground. The timeline alone obliterates that ridiculous narrative. On top of that, you've got William Law and others publicly accusing Joseph Smith of polygamy in the Nauvoo Expositor in 1844. And here's the kicker. Law absolutely despised Brigham Young. The two had zero use for one another and were openly antagonistic after Smith's death. Same story with Francis M. Higbee, who also accused Smith of polygamy that same year. He loathed Young and was no ally to him or his inner circle. These weren't men conspiring with Brigham. They were two of at least 6 individuals who accused Joseph Smith of spiritual wifery, completely independent of Young's influence. And let's not forget, Joseph F. Smith, along with other early church historians, later cross-referenced the original accounts and found them consistent with one another. That means all 3 independent accounts held up under scrutiny. The idea they were somehow all doctored in perfect coordination across years and between men who either died before the accusations or hated one another is laughable. The evidence is overwhelming, and the anti-polygamy deniers are grasping at straws. Now let's move on. So what exactly was in D&C 132? It was a so-called revelation claiming to establish 2 main doctrines. First, eternal marriage, the idea that a man and woman could be sealed for time and all eternity by priesthood authority, and that this sealing was supposedly essential for exaltation in the afterlife. Second, plural marriage, the claim that God commanded Old Testament patriarchs like Abraham, Jacob, and others to take multiple wives, and that Joseph Smith was likewise commanded to do the same. But it didn't stop there. This so-called revelation went further by declaring plural marriage was a commandment from God. Those who rejected it would be damned or lose their exaltation. Wives were required to accept it or face spiritual consequences. Let's be blunt. This is absolute garbage theology, a desperate justification for Joseph Smith's unchecked appetite for power and control. Nowhere in the Old Testament does God command any prophet to practice plural marriage. Sarah gave her handmaid Hagar to Abraham out of desperation, not by divine order. The text is crystal clear. It was her decision, and Abraham went along with it. Jacob? He was tricked into marrying Leah, then worked another 7 years to marry Rachel, both of whom, driven by jealousy and competition, offered their handmaids to Jacob. Again, no commandment from God, no divine sanction. It was human jealousy and cultural customs at play, not heavenly decree. And as for Isaac and Moses, neither of them had plural wives. Not a single verse in the Bible says otherwise. In fact, both Solomon and David were explicitly rebuked by God for their plural marriages, punished for taking wives beyond what God permitted. Let's not overlook the glaring, uncomfortable truth here. Joseph Smith and his inner circle weren't just marrying single women. They were actively marrying other men's wives, and according to their own doctrine, that meant those husbands would be cut off from their own wives in the afterlife. Think about that. The very church that preaches families are forever was in practice tearing families apart. If this so-called revelation was truly from God, then it paints Joseph and his associates as selfish, power-hungry opportunists, claiming eternal possession of other men's wives and robbing those men of their families in eternity. It's not just morally bankrupt, it directly contradicts the church's own foundational promise of eternal family unity. So, the LDS Church is flat out lying. They're manufacturing doctrine to retroactively justify Joseph Smith's secret marriages and calling it revelation. If they're this bold in twisting scripture and history to suit their narrative, why should anyone trust a single word they preach? When a religious institution openly lies to its people, fabricating divine approval where none exists, it disqualifies itself from claiming any moral or spiritual authority. We also find disturbingly harsh threats aimed directly at Emma Smith if she dared refuse to accept Joseph's plural wives. By this point, Emma had already been grappling with the devastating reality of Joseph's secret marriages, some of them to her own friends and even members of her household, like Eliza R. Snow. And on that day, Joseph dared to present this so-called revelation to Emma in the presence of Hiram Smith and William Clayton, essentially cornering her with a divine ultimatum. Emma was livid. She flat out rejected it and, according to multiple sources, burned the original copy of the revelation. Though she briefly tried to accept it, likely under immense pressure, she couldn't stomach it and quickly reversed her position. That day drove a permanent wedge into their marriage. Emma would never publicly accept polygamy, and after Joseph's death she went to her grave denying he had ever practiced it, a stance fiercely upheld by the Community of Christ, formerly RLDS, led by her son, Joseph Smith III. This wasn't some minor theological disagreement. It was a personal betrayal that shattered Emma's world, and the Church's attempts to downplay, twist, or erase this chapter of their history is as dishonest as the doctrine that started it. Part 2. Joseph deeds more land. On July 12, 1843, Joseph Smith deeded Emma a remarkable total of 65 parcels of property in Nauvoo, including dozens of individual lots and 9 entire city blocks. This transfer, which significantly bolstered Emma's legal and financial standing, was witnessed and officiated by Newell K. Whitney, acting in his capacity as Justice of the Peace. Notably, this massive property transaction occurred on the exact same day that Joseph dictated Doctrine and Covenants, section 132. The timing of these two events has long attracted the attention of historians, many of whom interpret the property transfer as an attempt by Joseph to appease Emma. Others view the move as a strategic effort to protect church assets by placing them in Emma's name, possibly shielding them from legal disputes, apostate claims, or growing internal dissent. The dual role played by Newell K. Whitney that day, witnessing both the dictation of D&C 132 and officiating the property transfer, makes him a key figure linking the secret theological developments surrounding plural marriage with the public, legal maneuverings of Joseph Smith's final year. This moment illustrates the complex entanglement of doctrine, marriage, property, and power in the closing chapter of Joseph Smith's life. On July 13, 1843, just one day after Joseph Smith dictated the revelation on eternal and plural marriage and deeded a significant amount of property to Emma, William Clayton recorded a poignant entry in his journal. He wrote, "This AMJ sent for me, and when I arrived he called me up into his private room with E, and there stated an agreement they had mutually entered into. They both stated their feelings on many subjects and wept considerable. Oh, may the Lord soften her heart, that she may be willing to keep and abide by his holy law." This passage captures a deeply emotional moment between Joseph and Emma, as they confronted the difficult realities of plural marriage. Despite the prior day's financial concessions and the formal revelation, the tension between personal conviction, prophetic authority, and marital strain remained raw and unresolved. Clayton's plea that the Lord would soften Emma's heart highlights the spiritual and emotional weight Joseph's inner circle felt as they tried to navigate the fallout of implementing polygamy within the prophet's own household. On July 15, 1843, William Clayton recorded another significant entry in his journal that reflects the continued transfer of major assets from Joseph Smith to Emma. He wrote, "Made deed for a half steamboat made of Iowa from J to Emma. Also a deed to E for over 60 city lots." This entry confirms that just days after the July 12th dictation of the revelation on plural marriage and the initial transfer of dozens of properties, Joseph continued to legally empower Emma with substantial holdings, including a half-interest in the steamboat Maid of Iowa, a key piece of transportation infrastructure in Nauvoo. Combined with the earlier transfers, this action suggests an ongoing and urgent effort by Joseph to provide Emma with financial security and possibly to appease her deep distress over plural marriage. Part 3. A proposal too far. In July 1843, amid the unfolding tensions over plural marriage and attempts to introduce the practice to close associates, Joseph and Emma Smith reportedly approached Jane Law, the wife of William Law, in an effort to persuade her of the correctness of the new revelation that included plural marriage, and, more controversially, doctrines that some interpreted as justifying spiritual wife exchange or spouse swapping. According to later testimonies and accounts, Jane Law firmly rejected the proposition, reportedly expressing both shock and moral outrage. Her refusal marked a pivotal moment in the eventual break between the Laws and Joseph Smith, especially since her husband William Law, then a member of the First Presidency, had already become increasingly disturbed by the secretive introduction of plural marriage. In Mormon Enigma, Emma Hale Smith by Linda King Newell and Valine Tippett Avery, it is noted, Jane Law, who had been personally approached by Joseph Smith about plural marriage, was reportedly shocked and horrified by the very suggestion. According to later accounts, she expressed her moral outrage and emphatically rejected the proposal, a decision that further strained the relationship between the Laws and the Smiths. Historian Todd Compton, in Sacred Loneliness, The Plural Wives of Joseph Smith, 1997, writes, "The Law's rejection of Joseph Smith's teachings on plural marriage, including their staunch opposition to spiritual wife exchange, played a crucial role in the broader fallout. Jane Law's reaction, both emotional and moral, seemed to represent the tipping point in the Law's relationship with Smith, ultimately leading to their involvement in the creation of the Nauvoo Expositor, which openly denounced Smith's leadership and teachings. This failed attempt to win Jane Law's acceptance further deepened the rift, ultimately contributing to William Law's excommunication and his role in publishing the Nauvoo Expositor, which denounced Joseph Smith's teachings and helped set in motion the chain of events that led to Smith's death. Part 4. Joseph III. Next in line? On August 27, 1843, Joseph Smith delivered a sermon in Nauvoo where he referenced his eldest son, Joseph Smith III, and made a significant statement that has been interpreted by some as a succession promise. This event is often cited by members of the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, RLDS, now Community of Christ, to support their claim that Joseph Smith III was the rightful successor to his father. From the Joseph Smith Diary, as recorded by Willard Richards, "Was it not for a wicked and corrupt people I could live forever? My son Joseph will be my successor. I have laid the foundation, and it is for him to build thereon." Roger D. Launius, a historian of the Community of Christ Church, wrote in Joseph Smith III, Pragmatic Prophet, 1995, this brief but explicit statement made in August 1843, less than a year before his death, was understood by some early saints to mean that Joseph Smith Jr. intended his son to succeed him as president of the church. LDS historians typically point out that while Joseph may have made such statements, there was no formal designation or ordination. For example, Richard L. Bushman, in Joseph Smith, Rough Stone Rolling, 2005, writes, "There were hints that Joseph looked to his son Joseph III as a future leader, but these were never formalized, and at the time of his death, no clear line of succession had been established." Brigham Young and other leaders in Nauvoo dismissed the idea of lineal succession at the time, focusing instead on the authority of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. There is no surviving record that Joseph Smith Jr. publicly or formally declared his son as successor in a way that was institutionally binding. At the time of Joseph Smith's death in 1844, the Quorum of the 12 Apostles was not clearly considered one of the top-ranking governing bodies within the Church, especially in Nauvoo. Their primary jurisdiction was over the mission field, not over the central church or its stakes. This fact is crucial in understanding the succession crisis and why there was so much confusion and contention over who should lead after Joseph Smith's death. Richard S. Van Wagener, in Sidney Rigdon, A Portrait of Religious Excess, stated, "Prior to Joseph Smith's death, the Quorum of the 12 had limited authority in Nauvoo. Their principal function was missionary work abroad, not governance of the Church's central operations." We also had B.H. Roberts confirm the 12 had been regarded as traveling ministers and not as administrative officers of the Church in Zion. So in essence, Young stole the authority from Smith III, refusing to accept Joseph's designation of his son as future leader. Part 5. Women to receive endowments. On September 28, 1843, a significant date in Nauvoo temple history, as it marked the moment when Emma Smith received her endowment, and shortly afterward, other women were introduced into the temple ordinances for the first time. According to the Journal of William Clayton, on Thursday the 28th of September 1843, Emma received her endowment and was anointed to the highest and holiest order. Joseph said she was now entitled to, and would soon be anointed the queen and priestess in the kingdom of God. Before this, only men had received the full endowment in the red brick store, where ceremonies were performed before the Nauvoo temple was finished. According to Linda Newell and Valine Avery in Mormon Enigma, Emma Hale Smith, Emma's reception of the endowment in September was both a spiritual elevation and perhaps a conciliatory gesture from Joseph, intended to soothe the growing tensions in their marriage over polygamy. This was part of the second anointing or fullness of the priesthood, a ritual Joseph introduced among a small inner circle. Joseph reportedly said, "I am going to make of this society a kingdom of priests as in Enoch's day, as in Paul's day." Nauvoo Relief Society Minutes, March 1842. Emma's endowment and second anointing are considered the culmination of that vision, particularly for women. Episode 62, Poison, Polygamy, and Power, the Dark Winter of 1843. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph Smith finally shoved D&C 132 in front of Emma, confronting her with his so-called revelation on plural marriage. Joseph buys her silence by deeding her a hefty sum of property, all of it meticulously recorded in William Clayton's journal. We exposed Joseph and Emma's attempt to drag Jane Law into the web of spiritual wifery, while Joseph dangled promises of future church leadership before his son, Joseph III. Emma became the first woman to receive her endowment. This week, William Law begs Joseph Smith to end polygamy. Smith responds by marrying 15-year-old Nancy Maria Winchester. Brigham Young accuses Emma of trying to poison Joseph. Smith pushes for Nauvoo to break from Illinois. And yes, Joseph opens a bar in the Nauvoo mansion while the word of wisdom hangs in the balance. Don't miss this explosive episode. Part 1. A Plea from Law. In October 1843, William Law, then serving as a counselor in Joseph Smith's first presidency, directly confronted Smith about his expanding and secretive practice of plural marriage. Law, outraged by what he saw as a flagrant betrayal of Christian morality and a dangerous corruption of church authority, begged Smith to put an end to the practice. This wasn't a minor dispute. It marked a decisive rupture in Law's loyalty and set the stage for his ultimate break from both Smith and the church. Though Law had long harbored discomfort with rumors of polygamy, his concern exploded into fury after learning about Joseph's covert marriages to the Lawrence sisters, and most disturbingly, to Lucy Walker, a teenage girl who had been living under Smith's roof. For Law, these unions weren't just ethically reprehensible. They were legally and morally indefensible, even by the loose standards of frontier Nauvoo. As Fawn Brodie explained in No Man Knows My History, William Law, a Canadian convert and a member of the First Presidency, was one of the few men in Nauvoo who dared to oppose the prophet openly. When he learned of the secret practice of polygamy, he was appalled and tried to persuade Joseph to abandon it. Failing in this, he broke with the church and became one of its most bitter enemies. Law would later recount how he pleaded with Smith to abandon the practice, warning him of the internal rot it was causing and the scandal it would bring upon the church. But Smith refused to budge, asserting instead that plural marriage was a divine command that could not be revoked. Richard Bushman corroborates the depth of the fracture in Rough Stone Rolling. William Law, Smith's second counselor in the First Presidency, became disillusioned with the prophet's introduction of plural marriage. Law's opposition culminated in the publication of the Nauvoo Expositor, which exposed the practice and led to the destruction of the press, a key event that precipitated Smith's arrest and death. This clash was more than a personal disagreement. It was a foundational crisis. Law's pleas were ignored, and from that point forward, the divide between him and Smith became irreparable. The contradiction between Joseph Smith's increasingly radical private doctrines and his carefully managed public persona had become impossible for Law, or many others, to reconcile. Determined to expose what he now saw as deception and abuse of power, William Law became the leading force behind the Nauvoo Expositor, the short-lived newspaper that laid bare Smith's secret doctrines, spiritual coercion, and political overreach. The Expositor wrote, "We are aware, however, that there are numerous reports touching the conduct of Joseph Smith and others, which have been extensively circulated, and which have had a tendency to destroy the confidence of many in the integrity of the Church. Among these is the doctrine of many gods, the plurality of wives, and other things which we deem to be untrue and of evil tendency." Smith, enraged by the public challenge, ordered the press destroyed, a reckless decision that ignited a firestorm. That act of authoritarian censorship set off the chain of events that led to his arrest, incarceration at Carthage jail, and ultimately his violent death at the hands of a mob. Part 2. From a marriage to a poisoning attempt. On November 2, 1843, Joseph Smith is believed to have taken 15-year-old Nancy Maria Winchester as one of his final plural wives. While some sources point to Fanny Young as the last, Nancy Maria Winchester remains one of the final and most controversial names on the list of Smith's secret marriages. Though her surname sometimes causes confusion, Nancy was not related to Brigham Young, despite Young appearing in some later records. Her inclusion on the list of Smith's plural wives is confirmed by Andrew Jensen and Orson Whitney, two independent sources who make a solid historical case for the union, even if Smith's defenders try to downplay or dispute it. As Todd Compton wrote in Sacred Loneliness, Nancy Maria must have married Joseph Smith at about this time. Our best evidence for the union is Andrew Jensen, who lists Maria Winchester as one of Smith's wives. In addition, Orson Whitney, the son of Nancy Maria's friend, Helen, also identified her as a Smith wife. These two witnesses, taken together, make a good case for Nancy as a plural spouse of Joseph. If so, she became his wife at the age of 14 or 15. This wasn't just a late addition to an evolving doctrine. It was a deliberate act at the height of growing public scrutiny and internal dissent. Nancy's age and the secrecy surrounding the marriage underscore the moral collapse at the core of Smith's private theology. After Smith's death, Nancy was passed into the household of Heber C. Kimball as a plural wife, just another teenage girl absorbed into the web of Nauvoo polygamy. Later, she would separate from Kimball and marry Amos George Arnold in 1865, with whom she had one child. Nancy Maria Winchester's ceiling represents more than just another name on Joseph Smith's disturbing marriage roster. It symbolizes how far he was willing to go, how young he was willing to reach, and how deeply he believed he was above the law. The claim that Emma Smith attempted to poison Joseph Smith on November 5, 1843, is not supported by contemporary sources or their own personal writings. Instead, it stems from a later recollection by Brigham Young, recorded decades after the events. This account forms part of the contentious and emotionally charged history between Emma and Joseph, particularly revolving around the issue of plural marriage. Brigham Young alleged that Sister Emma got so mad about Joseph's practicing plural marriage that she poisoned his coffee. He drank it and vomited so severely that his stomach was nearly turned inside out. This story is usually dated to November 5, 1843, and appears in 19th century retellings of the Nauvoo period. However, this narrative is secondhand at best. There is no record from Joseph Smith's journal or any contemporary document supporting the claim Emma was behind it. It is instead reported in later reminiscences, particularly by those loyal to Brigham Young following the schism after Joseph's death. Richard Lyman Bushman in Joseph Smith. Roughstone Rolling addressed the poisoning rumor. The rumor of poisoning was never substantiated, but it fit the atmosphere of suspicion and emotional extremism that surrounded Joseph Smith at the time. The charges against him, whether of poisoning or other acts, were frequently made without evidence, reflecting the profound tensions of the period. What was clear was that Joseph Smith's life was marked by a constant struggle against rumors and accusations, many of which seemed designed to undermine his character and authority. While the poisoning allegation remains unproven, we do know that, according to Joseph Smith's own diary, he he was severely ill on that day, experiencing vomiting and stomach pains. However, this does not definitively prove that Emma poisoned him, or does it? Joseph himself appeared to believe that he had been poisoned, as noted in his journal. Sunday, November 5, 1843. Rode out with my mother, was taken suddenly sick at the dinner table, went to the door and vomited. All dinner jaws dislocated and raised fresh blood, every symptom of poison. So, was Brigham Young's account accurate? Did Emma, frustrated with Joseph's behavior, attempt to poison him? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Part 3. Petitions and Booze. In December 1843, Joseph Smith made an audacious and profoundly bold move. He submitted a petition to the U.S. Congress demanding that the city of Nauvoo, Illinois, be granted the status of an independent federal territory. This wasn't a simple request. It was a radical assertion of power that would have made Nauvoo a semi-autonomous enclave under direct federal jurisdiction, with sweeping powers that could fundamentally alter the balance of authority in the United States. Smith's petition was laced with extraordinary demands. Among the most audacious provisions was the proposal to grant Nauvoo the authority to call upon federal troops at will, as well as the inclusion of the Nauvoo Legion, Smith's personal militia, into the U.S. Army. This was no mere plea for municipal power. It was a declaration of sovereignty. This moment marks one of the most dramatic expressions of Joseph Smith's political ambitions, religious fervor, and growing paranoia. It underscores a man who had moved beyond his humble beginnings and was now envisioning nothing less than a theocratic governance, with himself at its head. His escalating fears about state-level threats to his leadership and the Latter-day Saint community were reflected in this daring proposal, a sign that Joseph Smith was no longer thinking in small, cautious terms. On December 1, 1843, Joseph Smith's journal, penned by scribe Willard Richards, records a brief but revealing entry that pulls back the veil on Smith's personal lifestyle during the height of his ecclesiastical and civic power in Nauvoo. That morning, Porter Rockwell brought wine to the Nauvoo mansion, where Smith drank a glass and shared it with others. Later, he took dinner in the mansion's bar room, with Rockwell tending bar. This entry, found in the Joseph Smith Papers, Journals, Volume 3, May 1843, June 1844, pp. 224-225, reveals more than casual hospitality. It affirms the normalization of drinking culture within the home of a man revered as a prophet. Far from a medicinal or sacramental context, this was plainly social consumption, conducted in a commercial setting. The bar inside the mansion house, constructed with church funds and dedicated in part to hosting paying guests. Smith's use of the space and the alcohol stands in stark contrast to the narrative later promoted by the institutional LDS Church, which frames Smith as adhering to a proto-word of wisdom lifestyle. This posthumous myth-making ignores documented behavior that was not only public but integral to how Smith engaged politically and socially in Nauvoo. The mansion house itself, completed in summer 1843, was originally built using tithes and donations from church members. According to historian D. Michael Quinn, it operated as a hotel and bar room despite Emma Smith's initial objections, and on December 12th, Joseph had passed an ordinance as mayor allowing the legal sale of alcohol from his residence, Mormon Hierarchy, Origins of Power, p. 119. The Nauvoo Neighbor newspaper, December 27, 1843, even advertised beer and ale from the Nauvoo brewery, further signaling the prophet's integration into the commercial and liquor economies of the town. Even among early Latter-day Saints, this mixing of prophetic authority with frontier tavern culture was troubling. William Law, once a counselor in the First Presidency and later a central figure in the dissent movement, explicitly condemned Smith's conduct, calling it a combination of political ambition, sensuality, and priestcraft. See Nauvoo Expositor, June 7, 1844. He also accused Smith of contradicting from the pulpit the very behaviors he practiced in private, referring not just to alcohol but to plural marriage and political domination. Critics outside the church were even more direct. Thomas Sharp, editor of the Warsaw Signal, wrote in 1844 that Smith presided over a theocratic aristocracy whose inner circle feasted and drank while the saints toiled. While polemical, such claims are not without merit, especially when backed by Smith's own journal. Even Joseph Jackson, another insider turned dissenter, accused Smith of maintaining revelation for public morals, indulgence for private appetites. The broader significance of this journal entry is not about a glass of wine. It is about how public moral authority was wielded amid private indulgence, and how Smith's dual role as prophet and political entrepreneur strained the internal logic of the movement he created. The bar room, staffed by Porter Rockwell, a man linked to extra-legal enforcement and accused of violence, was a powerful symbol of this dissonance. Here, Smith operated as a host, a mayor, a general, and a landlord, all while managing a theology that preached discipline and sanctity. For the historical Joseph Smith, December 1st, 1843, is not an anomaly. It is part of a pattern of pragmatic compromise, one that helps explain why dissent erupted so fiercely in Nauvoo by mid-1844. It exposes a deep and widening gap between the prophetic persona constructed from the pulpit and the daily life recorded, perhaps inadvertently, by his scribes. On December 20th, 1843, the Nauvoo Neighbor, a church-affiliated newspaper, published a notice directed at newly arriving Latter-day Saint emigrants, instructing them to purchase land directly from Joseph Smith, who, as the church's sole trustee in trust, held legal control over all church property. The announcement stated, "They will find it greatly to their advantage to purchase property from the trustee in trust, Joseph Smith, who may be found at either the temple recorder's office or Smith's bar room." This blunt acknowledgement that Smith was conducting official church business from a tavern inside his own home speaks volumes. It highlighted the increasingly blurred lines between Smith's spiritual office and his commercial and political ambitions. For disillusioned insiders already alarmed by secret polygamy and authoritarian control, the image of the prophet managing church land sales from behind a bar only confirmed what they feared, that the movement's founding ideals were being compromised at their source. I hope you came out learning something new. Episode 63, Sacred Anointings and Secular Aspirations. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, William Law begged Joseph Smith to end polygamy. Smith responded by marrying 15-year-old Nancy Maria Winchester. Brigham Young accused Emma of trying to poison Joseph. Smith pushed for Nauvoo to break from Illinois, and Joseph opened a bar in the Nauvoo mansion. This week, the veil is pulled back on the second anointing, a secret rite reserved for the church's elite inner circle. Federal Indian agents sound the alarm on a suspected Mormon Native alliance plotting against white settlements. William Law resigns as first counselor, fracturing the leadership. The Quorum of the 12 pushes Joseph Smith into the 1844 presidential race with Sidney Rigdon as his running mate, while Smith sets his sights on expansion into Oregon and Mexico. And James Strang enters the scene. His rise is coming fast. This is the episode you don't want to miss. Part 1. Closing out 1843. In the winter of 1843, Joseph Smith unveiled one of the most secretive and elite rituals in early Mormonism, the Second Anointing. A ceremony so exclusive it was reserved only for Smith's inner circle of hand-picked loyalists and their wives. Heber C. Kimball didn't mince words when he referenced the rite in a letter to Parley P. Pratt. "We have received our second anointing and have had our wives sealed to us by the Holy Spirit of promise." Letter from Heber C. Kimball to Parley P. Pratt, 1844, LDS Church History Library. This wasn't your average temple ordinance. Unlike the more common endowment, the second anointing was the ultimate stamp of exaltation, a ritual that, according to the faithful, guaranteed godhood in the afterlife. It was a spiritual fast pass to the celestial kingdom, sealing not just the individual, but their entire eternal destiny. Wilford Woodruff openly acknowledged the power of this rite in his journal. "After receiving my second anointing, I felt that I had a guarantee for my exaltation in the celestial kingdom." Journal of Wilford Woodruff, March 26, 1844, as cited in Waiting for World's End, ed. Susan Staker. The ordinance involved ritual washings, anointings, and divine pronouncements, all in the name of celestial marriage and priesthood dominion. This wasn't just theological fluff. It was a full-blown doctrine of divine hierarchy, carefully crafted by Smith to consolidate control and elevate his most loyal followers. Even decades later, LDS leader George Q. Cannon admitted the level of secrecy and power behind the second anointing. The higher ordinances of the church, known as the second anointings, were administered by the prophet Joseph in Nauvoo. They are seldom spoken of, and only given to those who have proven themselves valiant. Quoted in an intimate chronicle, the journals of William Clayton, ed. George D. Smith. This ritual wasn't just another ordinance. It was the capstone of Smith's evolving theology, exposing a clear hierarchy within the early church and revealing how sacred rites were weaponized to secure loyalty, cement power, and exalt Smith's chosen few into literal gods. In 1843, escalating tensions between the Latter-day Saints and surrounding non-Mormon communities triggered serious concern among federal authorities. That year, U.S. Indian agents sounded alarms about what they saw as a dangerous alliance forming between the Mormons and Native American tribes. They warned of a grand conspiracy, alleging that Joseph Smith and his followers were preparing to unite with indigenous groups to wipe out white settlements along the frontier. From a report submitted to federal officials, it is apprehended that a grand conspiracy is about to be entered into between the Mormons and the Indians to destroy all white settlements on the frontier. Report of Indian Agent, quoted in U.S. Congressional Serial Set, 27th Congress, 1843. Governor Thomas Ford shared the fear, writing bluntly about the perceived threat. It was confidently believed by many and publicly charged that the Mormons were in league with the Indians and that they sought to bring upon the country a general Indian war to aid in the accomplishment of their own designs. Thomas Ford, A History of Illinois, 1854, 26. Joseph Smith fired back at the accusations in a public rebuttal. The idea of uniting with the Indians or stirring them up to any hostilities is a thing too ridiculous for me to notice and is an indication of the shallowness of the brains of those who invented it. Times and Seasons, Vol. No. 15, June 1, 1843, p. 220. Still, the rumor caught fire, fueled by paranoia over the Saints' rapid growth, Smith's political ambitions, and his teachings that Native Americans were Lamanites with a divine destiny. No such conspiracy ever materialized, but the accusation itself served its purpose. It fueled fear, deepened hostility, and painted the Saints as a subversive and potentially violent force in antebellum America. Part 2. A Start to the New Year, 1844. On January 8, 1844, William Law resigned in protest from his position as first counselor in the first presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. A seismic rupture in the leadership ranks that exposed deep cracks in Nauvoo's power structure. Once among Joseph Smith's most trusted allies, Law had become disgusted by what he saw as a betrayal of the movement's foundational principles. William Law did not mince words. I loved Joseph Smith once with a pure heart, but I had to separate myself when I found him false. William Law, 1887 interview with W. W. Blair, The Daily Tribune, Salt Lake City, July 31, 1887. The breaking point came over Smith's expanding political control, his consolidation of ecclesiastical authority, and most damning, his covert embrace of plural marriage, which Law viewed as outright corruption. Far from a petty dispute, Law's resignation was a deliberate stand against what he believed was the moral decay of the church at its highest levels. As historian Richard S. Van Wagener made clear, Law's moral outrage was not unique, but his position in the first presidency made his disaffection especially threatening. He was the highest-ranking church official to openly rebel against Smith's authority. Mormon Polygamy, A History, p. 54. Dan Vogel, likewise, rejected the narrative of personal grievance. Law's opposition stemmed from both ethical and theological objections. He saw plural marriage as a gross perversion of the original principles of the Restoration. Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, p. 581. Just months later, Law would strike back, co-founding the Nauvoo Expositor, a paper aimed at exposing Smith's abuses, particularly polygamy and unchecked theocratic power. That publication, and Smith's illegal order to destroy it, set in motion the final confrontation that ended in Joseph Smith's death. Hiram Smith's journal made it clear how Law's rebellion was received. William Law is fallen. He has rejected the prophet and is in rebellion. Hiram Smith journal entry, May 1844, cited in Lyndon Cook's William Law, Nauvoo Dissenter. To the inner circle, Law was a traitor, but in truth he stood for principle over power, and his defection shook the church to its core. Joseph Smith's 1844 presidential campaign was not some noble defense against persecution, as the LDS Church often claims. It was a blatant power grab, orchestrated to extend his theocratic ambitions far beyond Nauvoo. There was no righteous crusade to protect the saints from state oppression. Instead, Smith used the presidential bid as a platform to legitimize his blending of spiritual authority with unchecked political control. As Willard Richards put it in 1844, the nomination of Joseph Smith as President of the United States was not only a sign of his spiritual leadership, but an assertion of his political will, seeking to integrate the sacred and the secular into one unified power structure. Minutes of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. The Quorum of the 12 nominated Smith not out of desperation, but to cement his supremacy in both church and state. Whatever persecution existed, much of it was self-inflicted. A backlash to the saints' own confrontational tactics, like aggressive land acquisition, secret militias like the Danites, and Smith's blatant overreach as both mayor and prophet. Fawn M. Brody made it clear. Joseph Smith's bid for the presidency was an attempt to secure his position as both a religious and political leader, not merely a desperate plea for survival or a response to external oppression. It was a bold, if misguided move to bring the Mormon community into the political arena, where he could further his vision of a theocratic government. No man knows my history, the life of Joseph Smith. John Krakauer echoed the same point. Joseph Smith's presidential bid was rooted not in a reaction to government oppression, but in his increasing desire for political control. He sought to leverage political office to further entrench Mormonism as a political power, and this vision led to his ultimate downfall. Under the banner of heaven. Even the more sympathetic Richard L. Bushman acknowledged the underlying ambition. Smith's presidential candidacy in 1844 was not an isolated act of defiance against the U.S. government. Rather, it was part of his broader vision of a Mormon theocracy that he believed was destined to rule America. His decision was a reflection of his deep desire for political power and influence. Joseph Smith, rough stone rolling. Smith wasn't running to save the saints. He was running to rule. On February 20th, 1844, Joseph Smith and the apostles in Nauvoo began planning an expedition to the Oregon Territory in California. This was part of a broader plan to secure new land for Mormon settlements. The Mormons were facing significant challenges in Illinois, but not because of some external oppression or unjust expulsion. They had stirred up their own conflicts, including Smith's growing political ambitions and his increasingly authoritarian leadership. As tensions rose with non-Mormons in the area, Smith and the leadership began looking westward for new opportunities. The Oregon Territory, which at the time included parts of present-day Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, as well as California, which was under Mexican control, were seen as potential sites for Mormon settlements. Smith believed these areas could offer the Mormons a fresh start, free from the growing animosity they had attracted in Illinois. This plan was part of Smith's broader vision to establish a theocratic society where Mormons could have control over their own governance without interference from outsiders. His goal was not simply to escape local conflicts, but to create a self-sustaining, independent community. This expansionist strategy was yet another step in Smith's broader political and religious ambitions. It was an effort to spread Mormonism and strengthen his influence, using the promise of land and settlement as a way to unite and strengthen his followers. However, like many of his grand plans, it was cut short by Smith's assassination in June 1844. The expedition was left unrealized, and after his death, the Mormon community had to find a new direction under Brigham Young's leadership, which led to the migration to Utah. Part 3. Strang Times. James Jesse Strang was baptized on February 25, 1844, at the very moment Nauvoo was teetering on the edge of chaos. The city was thick with backroom scheming, rising dissent, and Joseph Smith's escalating ambition. Smith wasn't just campaigning for the presidency, he was secretly assembling the Council of 50 and laying the groundwork for a full-blown theocracy in the American West. Nauvoo in early 1844 was a powder keg, a city under authoritarian religious control, enforced by the Nauvoo Legion and gripped by growing unrest over polygamy, cronyism, and unchecked prophetic power. Strang, baptized by Hiram Smith himself, wasted no time inserting himself into this volatile landscape. A sharp legal mind fused with a flair for self-importance made Strang both magnetic and dangerous. He immediately began corresponding with church leaders, angling for influence, and watching, very closely, how power operated at the top. He admired Joseph Smith's ability to command loyalty, but behind that admiration lay ambition. Strang was not just there to follow, he was calculating, and he wanted a place in the hierarchy, but he wasn't part of the inner circle. Strang was an outsider, unknown to the Nauvoo elite, and his timing couldn't have been more precarious. Church leadership was hyper-defensive, fixated on silencing critics and protecting Smith from internal threats. Access to the prophet was tightly controlled. Strang knew this, and he bided his time, carefully studying the internal fractures, particularly the outrage over polygamy, which he initially condemned, and the unease over Smith's political power grabs, which alienated both followers and foes alike. His first few months in Nauvoo didn't make headlines, but they were formative. Strang had a front-row seat to the cloak-and-dagger politics, the creeping authoritarianism, and the radical experiments in governance that Smith kept hidden from the public. Everything Strang witnessed would later be recycled in his own bid for power. His baptism in 1844 wasn't just a conversion, it was a calculated entry into the final, most combustible chapter of Joseph Smith's reign. And when that chapter closed with Smith's death, Strang was ready to write the next one. Thanks for watching. I hope this video gave you something to think about. Episode 64, Prophet, Priest, and King, Joseph Smith's Final Bid for Power. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, the veil was pulled back on the second anointing, a secret rite. Federal Indian agents sounded the alarm on a suspected Mormon native alliance plotting against white settlements. William Law resigned as first counselor, fracturing the leadership. The Quorum of the 12 pushed Joseph Smith into the 1844 presidential race with Sidney Rigdon as his running mate, while Smith set his sights on expansion into Oregon and Mexico. And James Strang entered the scene. This week, Joseph Smith secretly forms the Council of 50, a shadow government plotting a global theocracy. Emma Smith calls out corrupt male leaders and which halts the Relief Society. Orson Hyde is sent to D.C. to secure Smith military power over the West. A bold proclamation declares Mormonism the world's destined ruler. Buckle up. This one goes full empire mode. Part 1. The Council of the 50 formed. On March 11, 1844, Joseph Smith created a clandestine political body known as the Council of 50 in Nauvoo, Illinois. Not merely a council, but a theocratic shadow government aimed at laying the foundation for what Smith and others explicitly referred to as the Kingdom of God. This was not to function within U.S. authority, but rather to exist outside of it, a bold and radical rejection of American governance. William Clayton, clerk of the council, recorded plainly, on the 11th of March, they formally organized as a council to establish a theocracy somewhere in Western North America. Kathleen Flake, former professor of religious history at Vanderbilt University, clarified the council's purpose. The Council of 50 was created by Joseph Smith in 1844 to establish the political kingdom of God on the earth. This wasn't a symbolic committee. It was composed of roughly 50 hand-picked insiders, mostly high-ranking LDS leaders and trusted loyalists, many of whom, like Smith himself, were Freemasons. In a time and place where Masonic influence ran deep, this overlap is hardly coincidence. One of the council's earliest missions was to plan an exodus, scouting for lands outside the United States, where the members could rule themselves under divine law, immune from U.S. jurisdiction. In pursuit of this, the council sent Lucien Woodworth to Texas to negotiate with President Sam Houston about a possible Mormon settlement. A June 3, 1844 letter from John H. Walton, former mayor of Galveston, offered Smith more than 265,000 acres in southeastern Texas, land described as sparsely populated, ripe for religious colonization, and perfect for Latter-day Saint domination. Other possibilities included the Oregon Territory and Mexican California. As early as February 1844, Smith tasked the Quorum of the 12 Apostles with organizing expeditions to scout these areas. The objective was clear: find remote ground where U.S. interference would be minimal and where a religious kingdom could be built on Mormon terms. Mexico's loose grip on its northern territories was especially appealing. On March 22, 1845, Council member Erastus Snow noted that the region's weak governmental control made it an ideal location for the Saints to establish a religious kingdom without external interference. But the most revealing insights came decades later. The Council of 50 Minutes, sealed away for over 170 years and only released in 2016, laid bare the Council's true ambitions. Religious scholar and Kalamazoo College professor Taylor G. Petrie summarized the implications succinctly. The Council of 50 Minutes reveal the secretive nature of the group and their overt goal of establishing a theocratic world government under Smith's leadership. This wasn't merely about seeking refuge. It was about power, the construction of an autonomous government where ecclesiastical and political authority were one and the same. It wasn't just a haven for worship. It was a blueprint for theocratic rule. Part 2. Emma picks a fight. On March 16, 1844, Emma Smith, leader of the Relief Society in Nauvoo, issued an instruction to the women of the organization, calling for them to protect their daughters and their own virtue. She claimed that the male leaders of the church had lost their spiritual authority and positioned herself as the only one left worthy to speak with authority within the church. This moment marked a significant power struggle between Emma and the male leadership of the church, particularly Joseph and other top church officials. Emma's statement about the loss of authority reflected deep tensions within the leadership, especially around the practice of polygamy, which Smith was secretly instituting at the time. Emma was deeply opposed to the practice of plural marriage, which caused significant strain in her marriage and within the church community. By stating that the men had lost their authority, Emma was not just challenging polygamy, she was also asserting her leadership and influence over the Relief Society, an organization that she had founded and led since its creation in 1842. This act was a direct rebuke to the male-dominated leadership of the church, signaling the growing division between Emma and Joseph Smith's administration. D. Michael Quinn noted the conflict between Emma and the church's male leadership. Emma's challenge to the male authority of the church was deeply threatening to Joseph Smith's leadership, particularly as polygamy became more entrenched. Her assertions highlighted the tension between her position as the mother of the church and the growing power of a male-dominated ecclesiastical hierarchy. The Mormon Hierarchy, Origins of Power, p. 174. As LDS historian Richard Bushman wrote in his biography of Joseph Smith, the suspension of the Relief Society in 1844 was a symbolic moment, representing Emma's struggle for agency and the church's turn toward greater patriarchal control, where female leadership would no longer hold a prominent role in the church's future. Rough Stone Rolling, p. 570. This clash between Emma Smith and the male leadership was a significant moment in the history of the church, reflecting a larger power struggle and setting the stage for the increasing patriarchal direction the church would take following Joseph Smith's death. John Taylor, a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles at the time, remarked later on the eventual silencing of Emma's influence. The priesthood became more centralized, with men assuming control over all aspects of the organization, including those that had previously been the domain of women. Emma's attempt to maintain her authority was not just about her opposition to polygamy, but about her fight for a voice in an organization that was moving toward absolute male dominance. On March 20, 1844, Emma Smith published a version of a tract titled The Voice of Innocence in the Nauvoo Neighbor, the official newspaper of the Latter-day Saints in Nauvoo, Illinois. This publication was significant for several reasons. The publication essentially served as Emma's public rebuttal to the growing spread of polygamy within the church. Emma's emotional and personal stance was clear. She was attempting to reclaim her position of authority and protect the reputation of women in the church who might be pressured into plural marriages. The pamphlet is important because it publicly distanced Emma Smith from the practice of polygamy, a stance that would have severe personal and professional ramifications for her and her relationship with Joseph Smith. It was a direct challenge to Joseph Smith's teachings on polygamy, marking a significant fracture in their marriage. The Relief Society would be suspended shortly afterward, a move that many scholars interpret as a reaction to Emma's actions. Church leadership, predominantly male, did not tolerate Emma's autonomy in matters related to church doctrine, and this action against her was part of a larger effort to ensure male dominance within the church. Part 3. Mission of the 50. On April 4, 1844, the Council of 50 sent Orson Hyde, a prominent church leader, to Washington, D.C. with a bold mission: to petition the U.S. Congress to appoint Joseph Smith as an officer in the U.S. Army, with the authority to raise 100,000 troops and use them to patrol the western territories from Texas to Oregon. This request, while outlandish, was a part of a broader effort by Smith and his followers to gain political and military influence in the United States. D. Michael Quinn, in The Mormon Hierarchy, Origins of Power, Joseph Smith's petition for a commission in the U.S. Army, with authority to raise an army of 100,000 men, underscores his belief in the imminent establishment of a theocratic state. This was not merely a defensive measure, but part of his broader goal of gaining political power and influence that would transcend the current legal and political systems. The idea of appointing him as a military leader with authority over a large force was a natural extension of his belief that he was called to lead a divine kingdom that would rival secular governments. Smith and the Council of 50 viewed the establishment of such a military force as a way to protect the saints, expand their influence, and gain political legitimacy. The petition to Congress to appoint Smith as an officer in the U.S. Army was part of a larger strategy to align the church with national political forces. By requesting this military authority, Smith sought to gain federal recognition and influence, while also ensuring that he would have the power to command a large number of troops in defense of the Mormon community and to assert the saints' territorial interests. Richard Bushman, in Rough Stone Rolling, Smith's desire to command an army reflects his growing sense of being a divine leader with not just religious authority but military and political power. The request to Congress revealed his ambition to establish a theocratic kingdom, which would eventually culminate in his attempts to negotiate with the U.S. government for political recognition and autonomy. The idea of appointing a religious leader to such a position of power was extreme and garnered little support. The petition was ultimately ignored by Congress. The U.S. government was not receptive to Smith's request, largely due to concerns about the power and political ambitions of the Mormon community. While Congress rejected the petition, it remains a key moment in the history of the Mormon movement, signaling the highly ambitious and contentious goals Smith pursued in the last years of his life. On April 6, 1844, the Council of 50 declared a proclamation titled, "To all the kings, presidents, rulers, and people of all nations," which outlined a bold and sweeping vision for the future of the world under Joseph Smith's leadership. The proclamation declared that the Mormon people, under the guidance of Joseph Smith, had a divine mandate to bring about a new world order, wherein the Mormon political and religious system would dominate and replace all existing governments and religions. The proclamation to all nations declared that the Mormon kingdom would be destined to rule the world, and that Mormonism would become the one true religion for all of humanity. Smith and his followers believed that all nations and creeds were headed toward a collapse, which would make way for the establishment of a unified religious and political system led by Joseph Smith. As John Krakauer in Under the Banner of Heaven wrote, Joseph Smith's declaration of global Mormon domination was an expression of his grandiose vision for the future of the Church. His desire to establish a theocratic world government was tied to his belief in divine authority, a belief that he was the chosen one to lead humanity into a new unified religious and political era. This proclamation revealed his extreme sense of destiny and his willingness to challenge the very structure of existing societies. The document urged that no nations or people could remain neutral or idle as they were being reduced to one political and religious standard. The proclamation framed the idea of global Mormon domination as an inevitable and divinely sanctioned event that would reshape the world in the image of the Mormon theocratic vision. Richard Bushman in Rough Stone Rolling stated, "The April 6 proclamation signaled Smith's belief that the Mormon kingdom would eventually replace the old world order, and his ambition to govern the nations of the world was becoming clearer. By declaring the Mormon religion to be the only true system for governing, Joseph was positioning himself not only as a religious leader, but as a political ruler of a future global state." Although the proclamation did not result in immediate success, it laid the foundation for the Mormon quest for autonomy and political influence, which would continue after Smith's death in 1844. I hope this gave you a deeper understanding of what really happened. Now I want to hear from you. Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Episode 65, Sex, Lies, and Sermons, Joseph Smith's Final Months Exposed. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph Smith secretly formed the Council of 50, a shadow government plotting a global theocracy. Emma Smith called out corrupt male leaders and which halted the Relief Society. Orson Hyde was sent to D.C. to secure Smith military power over the West, and a bold proclamation declared Mormonism the world's destined ruler. This week, Joseph Smith drops the King Follett sermon bombshell, declaring God was once a man, and men can become gods. Dr. Robert Foster accuses a church leader of seducing his wife, published in a church paper. Joseph deeds land to Foster's wife, sparking rumors of a failed plural marriage attempt. William and Jane Law are excommunicated. Brigham Young stars in a Masonic play to fund Joseph's legal battles. William Law records in his journal that Smith tried to seduce Jane. Times and Seasons reprints Foster's allegation while pushing Smith's presidential campaign. Nauvoo is boiling, and the cracks at the top are starting to split wide open. Part 1. Becoming Like God. The King Follett sermon, delivered by Joseph Smith on April 7, 1844, isn't just one of the most theologically radical moments in Mormon history. It's the clearest declaration that Joseph had broken completely away from Christianity and was crafting a new religious universe centered on himself. Preached during General Conference in Nauvoo and named after Elder King Follett, who had died just weeks earlier, this sermon marked Smith's doctrinal endgame, a full-throated public announcement of the extreme theology he had been inching toward for years. Fawn Brodie was blunt when she stated, "With the King Follett sermon, Smith's theology had become so foreign to Christianity as to be unrecognizable. He had fashioned a God in his own image, a deity who was once a man, who still had a body, and who continued to learn and progress." No Man Knows My History, p. 375. There is no official version transcribed by Joseph Smith. Instead, the sermon was cobbled together from real-time notes by scribes including Willard Richards, Wilford Woodruff, Thomas Bullock, and William Clayton. The version published in History of the Church, Vol. 6, pp. 302-318, wasn't even compiled until 1855 by Jonathan Grimshaw and is significantly cleaned up and polished. This means anyone taking it at face value without consulting the raw accounts is already a step behind. Historians know better. They compare the scribal versions because what Smith said was so bold, so raw, so off the rails, it could barely be contained. Here's what Joseph said. God himself was once as we are now, and is an exalted man, and sits enthroned in yonder heavens. Let that sink in. Smith didn't just suggest God was like us, he flat out said God was us. LDS historian Richard L. Bushman didn't mince words either. In the King Follett Discourse, Joseph Smith stepped beyond all conventional bounds to declare that God was once a man and that humans could become gods. It was an extraordinary claim, one that placed him far outside the Christian mainstream. Rough Stone Rolling, p. 538. Smith didn't stop there. He declared that every human being has the potential to become a god. Not metaphorically, literally. You have got to learn how to be gods yourselves, the same as all gods have done before you. Terrell L. Givens, a Mormon apologist, even acknowledges the magnitude of this shift. With the King Follett Discourse, Joseph Smith effected nothing less than a conceptual revolution in the understanding of God and man. The sermon gave a distinctly anthropomorphic twist to the idea of deification. Wrestling the Angel, the Foundations of Mormon Thought, p. 118. This was cosmic insurrection against classical theism. Joseph didn't just elevate man, he dragged God down to our level, shattering the traditional line between creator and creation. He made exaltation into an assembly line, where even God was once a man climbing his way up the divine ladder. Smith made it crystal clear. It is the first principle of the gospel to know for a certainty the character of God, that he was once a man like us. This torched any remaining link to biblical Christianity. It wasn't restoration, it was reinvention. According to former CES instructor Grant Palmer, the theology of the King Follett Discourse was revolutionary. Joseph was no longer revealing a restored Christianity, but rather establishing a new religious cosmology grounded in divine embodiment and human exaltation. An Insider's View of Mormon Origins, p. 261. That's the heart of it. By 1844, Joseph Smith wasn't restoring anything. He was building a religion in his own image. This sermon is doctrinal dynamite, and no matter how believers try to frame it as inspired insight, it remains a radical rupture from any recognizable form of Christian theology. Smith didn't just rewrite the nature of God. He made it clear that he intended for his followers to become gods themselves, just like the exalted being he claimed God once was. This wasn't evolution, it was revolution, and it lit the theological fuse that still burns through Mormon doctrine to this day. Part 2. Adultery Accusations. In April 1844, Dr. Robert D. Foster had turned from insider to whistleblower, and what he exposed wasn't just financial or political corruption. It was personal and explosive. Robert Foster wasn't a fringe critic. He was a physician, a prominent merchant in Nauvoo, an officer in the Nauvoo Legion, and one of the original trustees of the Nauvoo House Association. This man was a major player in the game. He had Joseph's trust, and then he walked away. On April 17, 1844, the Nauvoo Neighbor, a church-run newspaper, edited by Apostle John Taylor, published an explosive claim from Foster. The article avoided naming names directly, but the implication was unmistakable. A high-ranking church leader had attempted to seduce his wife. This wasn't some anonymous pamphlet or whispered gossip. Foster's accusation appeared in a church-controlled publication. The editorial response? Carefully worded deflection. No denial, no name, just smoke. Just 1 year earlier, in March 1843, Joseph Smith had quietly deeded a parcel of church-owned land to Foster's wife, Sarah Finney Foster. Let that sink in. Smith transfers land not to Foster but to Sarah, with no formal explanation. This land deed is authentic and documented in the Hancock County property records. It's not just a rumor. It's cited by historian George D. Smith in Nauvoo Polygamy, but we called it celestial marriage, p. 140. The deed is significant because Joseph Smith rarely gave land to women outside of familial or polygamous ties. In fact, George D. Smith notes, outside the Smith family, virtually the only other women to whom he deeded property were those he had married. This makes the deed more than just a legal transaction. It's part of a broader pattern in Smith's secretive plural marriages. The historical record doesn't lie. The land wasn't given to just any woman. It was part of the quiet infrastructure behind his expanding web of spiritual wives. So what does this mean? According to historians, there are 3 plausible interpretations of the land transfer: a reward for compliance, a bribe to stay quiet, or part of a grooming attempt that failed. Because here's what most accounts agree on. Sarah said no. She reportedly rejected Smith's advances, just like Jane Law, Sarah Pratt, and Nancy Rigdon would also do in the same time period. Historian Dan Vogel makes it clear, John C. Foster's break with Joseph Smith wasn't simply political, it was deeply personal, and it cut to the heart of Smith's controversial conduct with women. The tipping point wasn't some ideological dispute, it was the explosive allegation that Smith tried to seduce Foster's wife. Vogel writes, It was the alleged attempt to seduce Sarah Pratt and then Jane Foster that turned William Law and Robert D. Foster against Smith. These incidents were more than doctrinal or political disagreements. They were perceived moral violations. Joseph Smith, The Making of a Prophet, p. 580. This wasn't just a difference of opinion. It was a matter of principle, and for Foster, a betrayal too serious to ignore. His loyalty to the church crumbled the moment Smith's private actions crossed into his personal life. This is what fractured the inner circle, not theology, but the abuse of trust. This wasn't anti-Mormon propaganda. It came from within the church, from loyal insiders, documented in church publications and county land records. The apologetic defense? Usually silence, or distraction, because the facts speak loud enough. In Quinn's words, the land deed to Sarah Foster remains unexplained and anomalous in Smith's otherwise male-centered pattern of property transfers. The Mormon hierarchy, origins of power. Joseph wasn't just building Zion. He was playing God, with people's land, people's trust, and in this case, another man's wife. On April 18, 1844, William Law, a former counselor in Joseph Smith's first presidency, was excommunicated from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His wife, Jane Law, was also excommunicated. Following his excommunication, Law sought to address what he perceived as corruption within the church. He organized a new religious movement, the True Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, positioning himself as its president. William Law's excommunication marked a significant turning point in the history of the Latter-day Saint movement, highlighting internal conflicts and dissent that challenged the church's leadership and doctrines during a critical period. Part 3. Theater, Freemasonry, and Legal Troubles. On April 24, 1844, the Nauvoo Masonic Lodge organized a fundraising theatrical performance to assist with Joseph Smith's mounting legal expenses. Brigham Young took on a leading role in the production, highlighting the close ties between the Latter-day Saint leadership and Freemasonry during this period. The event was more than just a play. It was a strategic move to rally support and resources amid increasing legal challenges facing Smith. The choice of a theatrical performance underscores the community's efforts to use cultural means to address pressing financial and legal issues. This fundraiser is documented in historical accounts, noting that Nauvoo Masons held a fundraising play on April 24, 1844, to pay Smith's mounting legal bills. Brigham Young and other LDS church leaders participated in lead roles. The intertwining of church leadership with Masonic practices during this time reflects the complex social and organizational dynamics within Nauvoo. The Masonic Lodge served not only as a fraternal organization, but also as a platform for community leaders to coordinate efforts in support of the church's interests. This event exemplifies how the Latter-day Saint community in Nauvoo leveraged various societal structures, including Freemasonry, to navigate the multifaceted challenges they faced in the mid-19th century. On May 13, 1844, William Law recorded a pivotal entry in his personal journal. He, Joseph Smith, had lately endeavored to seduce my wife and had found her a virtuous woman, the millennial star. This accusation wasn't an isolated claim. Jane Law herself later recounted that Smith had approached her with a proposal for a polyandrous marriage, suggesting that she give him half her love, while retaining the other half for her husband. The Law's refusal to participate in Smith's polygamous practices marked a significant turning point. Their dissent culminated in the publication of the Nauvoo Expositor, a newspaper that criticized Smith's doctrines and practices, including plural marriage. These events underscore the deep divisions and controversies within the early Latter-day Saint movement, particularly surrounding the practice of polygamy and the consolidation of power by its leadership. On May 15, 1844, the Times and Seasons published an issue that juxtaposed two significant narratives: the promotion of Joseph Smith's presidential campaign and the reprinting of serious allegations against a church leader. The front page prominently featured Smith's bid for the U.S. presidency, highlighting his political platform and the church's support for his candidacy. This political ambition was part of a broader strategy to seek redress for the saints' grievances and to assert their rights within the American political system. However, within the same issue, the newspaper reprinted accusations originally made by Dr. Robert D. Foster. While the article did not explicitly name Joseph Smith again, the context and timing led many contemporaries and later historians to infer that Smith was the subject of these allegations. The inclusion of both the political promotion and the reprinted allegations in the Times and Seasons illustrates the complex and tumultuous environment in Nauvoo during this period. The church was simultaneously expanding its political influence and grappling with internal dissent and serious accusations against its leadership. Thanks for watching. I hope this episode gave you something to think about. Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'm always interested in hearing different perspectives. Episode 66, Adulterer, Prophet, Fugitive, May 1844. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph Smith dropped the King Follett sermon declaring God was once a man and men can become gods. Dr. Robert Foster accused Joseph of seducing his wife. Joseph deeded land to Foster's wife, sparking rumors of a failed plural marriage attempt. William and Jane Law were excommunicated. Brigham Young starred in a Masonic play to fund Joseph's legal battles. William Law recorded in his journal that Smith tried to seduce Jane. Times and Seasons reprinted Foster's allegation while pushing Smith's presidential campaign. This week, Sidney Rigdon tried to reconcile with the Laws, but they demanded Joseph Smith renounce polygamy. He refused. William Law secured grand jury indictments against Smith for adultery with Maria Lawrence. From the pulpit, Smith denied having multiple wives and claimed he'd kept the church together better than Jesus. He traveled to Carthage but dodged the adultery trial. Law wrote a judge accusing Smith of mishandling the Lawrence estate. Meanwhile, Smith's journal quietly noted he drank a beer, an entry later scrubbed by church historians. Part 1. Mayday, Mayday. In May 1844, Sidney Rigdon, a counselor in Joseph Smith's first presidency, visited William Law in an effort to reconcile their differences. Law, who had been excommunicated from the church a month earlier, stated that he would only consider reconciliation if Joseph Smith publicly acknowledged that he had taught and practiced plural marriage, admitted to bringing forth a revelation supporting the doctrine, and declared the entire system, including the revelation, to be from hell. Law's condition was not met, and the reconciliation did not occur. According to William Law's own journal entry, dated May 13, 1844, the terms for reconciliation were crystal clear. I told him, Sidney, that if they wanted peace, they could have it on the following conditions: that Joseph Smith would acknowledge publicly that he had taught and practiced the doctrine of plurality of wives, that he brought a revelation supporting the doctrine, and that he should own the whole system, revelation and all, to be from hell. Did Joseph Smith or his associates attempt to reconcile with William Law before he published the Nauvoo Expositor? Fair LDS. According to the Tanners, William Law declared that Joseph could be restored to his confidence only on condition that he publicly admit his error in polygamy, denounce it as a doctrine of devils, and acknowledge that the revelation had been a deception. Joseph made no such confession. This incident underscores the deep divisions within the early Latter-day Saint movement over the practice of polygamy, contributing to the tensions that led to the publication of the Nauvoo Expositor and the subsequent events culminating in Joseph Smith's death. On May 23, 1844, William Law played a key role in obtaining several grand jury indictments against Joseph Smith. These indictments were issued by the Hancock County Grand Jury in Carthage, Illinois, and were a culmination of Law's increasingly public opposition to Smith's teachings and practices, particularly plural marriage. One of the key charges brought by Law was that Joseph Smith was living in an open state of adultery with Maria Lawrence. Maria Lawrence was a young woman who, along with her sister Sarah, had been placed under the guardianship of Joseph and Emma Smith after the death of their parents. Maria and Sarah were both considered plural wives of Joseph Smith, though this was kept secret from most members of the church and the public. Law alleged that Joseph Smith, lived with Maria Lawrence as a wife, despite the fact that plural marriage held no legal standing under Illinois law, was committing adultery, as Maria was not his legal wife under civil law, and he was already legally married to Emma. These indictments formed part of a broader effort by law and others to expose what they saw as deep corruption and doctrinal perversion, with particular focus on Smith's secret polygamous relationships and expanding political power. Part 2. Words of Lies, Joseph's Crooked Mouth. On Sunday, May 26, 1844, Joseph Smith addressed the congregation in Nauvoo, Illinois, responding to recent accusations of adultery and polygamy. In his sermon, he stated, "What a thing it is for a man to be accused of committing adultery and having 7 wives when I can only find one. I am the same man and as innocent as I was 14 years ago, and I can prove them all perjurers." This declaration came shortly after William Law and other dissenters had obtained grand jury indictments against Smith, accusing him of adultery, particularly concerning his relationship with Maria Lawrence. In his address, Smith denied the allegations and asserted his innocence, emphasizing that he had only one wife. He also criticized the dissenters, referring to them as apostates and perjurers, and expressed frustration over their refusal to confront him directly within the church. Smith mentioned that he had sent his brother Hiram and others to engage with the dissenters, but they were rebuffed. Joseph and the other leaders were absolutely determined to keep the secret of plural marriage tightly sealed from both the public and church members alike. LDS author John J. Stewart states that, due to the extreme prejudice existing against the doctrine, it had to be kept as confidential as possible, and even public denials of it made. Joseph Smith, The Mormon Prophet, p. 67-68. Stewart later admits that public denials of it were made by the church leaders, for the safety of the church and the individuals concerned. Joseph Smith, The Mormon Prophet, p. 148. This sermon reflects the escalating tensions within the church leadership and the broader community, as disputes over polygamy and church governance intensified in the weeks leading up to Smith's death. On May 26, 1844, Joseph Smith stood in front of the congregation and delivered one of the most arrogant boasts of his life. He declared, "I have more to boast of than ever any man had. I am the only man that has ever been able to keep a whole church together since the days of Adam. Neither Paul, John, Peter, nor Jesus ever did it. The followers of Jesus ran away from him, but the Latter-day Saints never ran away from me yet." History of the Church, Volume 6, 19. At a time when accusations of polygamy, adultery, and abuse of power were threatening to unravel his empire, Smith didn't deny the chaos. He bragged that he was greater than Jesus. And what about his claims? Let's break that fantasy apart, piece by piece. First, Paul. Joseph scoffs at Paul, but Paul came along after Jesus' death. Christianity was already spreading. Paul didn't invent the movement, he expanded it. And unlike Joseph's, Paul's version lasted. The Nicene Creed, rooted in the teachings of Paul and others, has kept Christianity unified for nearly 2,000 years. Yes, some splinters appeared during the Great Awakening, but those who rejected the creed came later, often during or after that movement. Mormonism wasn't a split from one of those groups. It was created during the religious chaos of that revivalist era, not as a branch from it. Now Jesus. Joseph claims Jesus' followers abandoned him. That's a lie dressed as scripture. Sure, Peter denied Jesus under threat of death, but Mary Magdalene didn't, nor did Jesus' mother, nor the apostles who continued preaching after the crucifixion, nor those who buried him. Jesus' followers didn't run, they carried the message. They built the foundation of Christianity, the very church Joseph tried to hijack. Now let's flip it. Did Joseph's followers stay with him? No. In 1837, after the Kirtland Safety Society bank collapsed, Warren Parrish, Luke S. Johnson, John F. Boynton, and others denounced Smith as a false prophet. They formed the Church of Christ, also known as the Parishites or Kirtland Schismatics, and even tried to seize the Kirtland Temple. While Smith and Sidney Rigdon fled to Canada in July 1837 to escape legal pressure, chaos erupted in Kirtland. One of the more bizarre moments came when a prophetess emerged claiming divine authority. Church leaders, fed up with Smith's failure, considered replacing Joseph and Rigdon entirely with her. Yes, replacing both of them. That's how deep the disillusionment ran. In 1838, David Whitmer, one of the three witnesses, was excommunicated and didn't stay silent. He started the Church of Christ, Whitmerite, with John Whitmer, William E. McClellan, and for a time, even Oliver Cowdery. In 1844, Joseph's own counselor, William Law, along with Wilson Law, Robert D. Foster, and Charles Ivins, broke away and created the True Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It was a direct response to Joseph's secret polygamy, his authoritarian control, and his political ambitions. And don't forget George M. Hinkle, who betrayed Joseph at Far West. He later formed his own Missouri-based sect, claiming Smith had lost his prophetic calling after his arrest. Let's tally that up. 1837, the Church of Christ, Parashite. 1837, emergence of a prophetess and calls to replace Smith and Rigdon. 1838, the Church of Christ, Whitmerite. 1844, the True Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. 1840s, Hinkle's Missouri Splinter Group. All of these formed before Joseph Smith's death, and every one of them rejected him, on grounds of fraud, deception, false prophecy, or corruption. So when Joseph said the Latter-day Saints never ran away from me yet, he wasn't just wrong, he was rewriting his own collapsing narrative. Joseph didn't unite a church, he split it, again and again. And when he dared to place himself above Jesus, claiming he alone kept the church together, it wasn't just arrogance, it was delusion. The truth is, they did run, they revolted, they started churches of their own, because Joseph Smith lost control long before he ever walked into Carthage. Part 3. Sanitized Scripture and a Glass of Beer. On May 27, 1844, Joseph Smith appeared at the Carthage courthouse, not to confront the most damning charges leveled against him, but to handle a relatively insignificant civil complaint filed by Charles A. Foster. What he deliberately avoided was the far more serious criminal indictment. The people of the state of Illinois viz. Joseph Smith Sen, which charged him with adultery and fornication. Charles A. Foster wasn't a distant critic. He was a former insider, someone who had once stood with the saints but had seen enough to know something was terribly wrong. Along with his brother Robert D. Foster, William Law, and the Higbee brothers, he had been cast out, silenced, and turned into an enemy for daring to challenge Smith's increasingly autocratic rule. These weren't bitter strangers. They were men who had been in the inner circle and had witnessed firsthand the secrets Joseph Smith was desperate to keep hidden. Plural marriage, coercive relationships, and a sweeping abuse of legal and spiritual authority in Nauvoo. The criminal indictment wasn't just legal theater. It was a critical flashpoint. The charge of adultery and fornication came on the heels of growing public awareness of Smith's secret marriages, many of which involved women who were already married to other men. This was the very behavior that had driven William Law, once Smith's own counselor, to label him a fallen prophet and break away to form a rival church. A courtroom hearing on these charges threatened to drag all of it into the open. And Smith knew it. His refusal to show up for that indictment wasn't accidental. It was deliberate evasion. It fit a long-running pattern. For years, Smith had dodged legal accountability, slipping through the grasp of authorities in New York, Ohio, Missouri, and now Illinois. In Nauvoo, he had erected a legal shield for himself. As mayor, judge, and commander of the Nauvoo Legion, he was effectively untouchable, manipulating city ordinances and court rulings to quash warrants and deflect outside scrutiny. This wasn't just a man protecting his name. It was a prophet-turned-politician building a private kingdom where he ruled unchecked. By ignoring a criminal indictment that could have laid bare his most guarded deceptions, Smith demonstrated not just fear, but total contempt for legal oversight. It wasn't evasion, it was hubris. The very next day, on May 28, 1844, William Law escalated the pressure. He wrote directly to Justice of the Peace Andrew Miller, submitting a formal complaint regarding Smith's role as legal guardian over the Lawrence sisters' estate. But this wasn't just a financial grievance. Law accused Smith of exploiting his guardianship to take advantage of the Lawrence girls, both financially and sexually, under the cover of spiritual authority and prophetic privilege. This wasn't rumor. Law's petition survives to this day, preserved in the Lawrence guardianship file and cited by legal historian Gordon A. Madsen in his article Serving as Guardian Under the Lawrence Estate, 1842-1844, published in BYU Studies Quarterly. Madsen writes, "The primary importance of Edward Lawrence's estate lies in its relevance to the fiduciary integrity of Joseph Smith, who agreed to serve gratuitously as guardian of the Lawrence children. Joseph Smith's actions as guardian have been seen as negligent or even exploitive, based on an 1887 interview of William Law by Wilhelm Weil. Law's May 28 petition, now publicly accessible via the Joseph Smith Papers, was more than a formal complaint. It was a tactical blow designed to tie Smith's illicit behavior to his civic and spiritual power. It underscored how Smith blurred the lines between prophet, mayor, judge, and husband, to the point that the law, the gospel, and personal desire became indistinguishable in his hands. This letter gave legal shape to what so many had begun to suspect, that Joseph Smith's moral failures weren't isolated incidents. They were the foundation of a collapsing regime built on secrecy, manipulation, and unchecked power. On June 1, 1844, just 26 days before his death, Joseph Smith's personal journal, as recorded by his scribe William Clayton, noted a simple but telling detail. He drank a glass of beer at Moser's. In isolation, the act was unremarkable. But as the LDS Church evolved, this entry became increasingly inconvenient. With the word of wisdom retroactively elevated to commandment status, Smith's casual beer outing no longer fit the carefully curated image of prophetic obedience. So it vanished, quietly omitted from later published versions of Smith's history. This historical whitewashing was flagged by critics like Gerald and Sandra Tanner, who wrote in Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, Chapter 13. Although the word of wisdom was given in 1833, Joseph Smith continued to drink. In his journal for June 1, 1844, we find, "Drank a glass of beer at Moser's." This statement has been deleted from later editions of church history. The church has tried to hide the fact that Joseph Smith drank liquor and that the word of wisdom was not observed as a commandment in his day. This isn't just about beer, it's about integrity in historical representation. While modern LDS leaders portray Smith as a health-obsessed prophet who championed divine dietary laws, the historical record tells a more human story. Scholars like D. Michael Quinn, Richard Bushman, and the Tanners have all documented how early leaders, including Smith, did not treat the word of wisdom as binding law, but as flexible counsel. Omitting these details isn't just revision, it's a deliberate reshaping of prophetic identity to suit modern expectations. And once again, the historical Joseph Smith doesn't match the one crafted in correlated manuals. Hope you picked up something new in this episode. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more no-nonsense Ex-Mormon content. Episode 67, Countdown to Carthage, the events of June 1844. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Sidney Rigdon tried to reconcile with the Laws, but they demanded Joseph Smith renounce polygamy. William Law secured grand jury indictments against Smith for adultery with Maria Lawrence. Smith denied having multiple wives and claimed he'd kept the church together better than Jesus. Joseph traveled to Carthage, but dodged his adultery trial. William Law wrote a judge accusing Smith of mishandling the Lawrence estate. Smith's own journal quietly noted he drank a beer, an entry later erased by church historians. This week, Joseph H. Jackson published startling disclosures in the Warsaw Signal, accusing Joseph Smith of counterfeiting, seduction, and involvement in the Boggs assassination attempt. Meanwhile, Zena Huntington's journal revealed the Smiths' ties to Freemasonry and new revelations. On June 7th, William Law's Nauvoo expositor exposed Smith's polygamy and political overreach. Days later, Smith convened the Nauvoo City Council, where he held full control, to label the paper a public nuisance. On June 10th, he ordered its destruction using the Nauvoo Legion, then publicly blessed the action as divinely inspired. A county judge issued arrest warrants for Smith and 17 others, but Nauvoo's own court dismissed the charges, while Smith himself presided the next day to absolve the rest. Part 1. The Warsaw Signal and Masonic Shadows. On June 1, 1844, Joseph H. Jackson published a series of allegations against Joseph Smith, Jr. in the Warsaw Signal, a newspaper based in Warsaw, Illinois. The publication was titled Startling Disclosures and contained serious accusations, including 1. Counterfeiting currency. Jackson claimed that Joseph Smith was involved in forging or producing counterfeit money, a grave criminal accusation at the time. 2. Seduction. The article accused Smith of immoral conduct involving women, implying sexual impropriety or seduction. 3. Attempted assassination of Governor Boggs. This was one of the most serious accusations. Governor Lilburn Boggs of Missouri had issued the infamous extermination order against Mormons in 1838. The Warsaw Signal accused Smith of plotting or attempting to assassinate Boggs, a charge never proven but widely speculated. The accusations contributed to an already tense and volatile atmosphere surrounding Smith and the Mormon community in Illinois. These allegations further damaged Smith's reputation among critics and intensified hostilities that would culminate in his assassination. Between June 5 and 9, 1844, Zena Huntington, one of Joseph Smith's plural wives and an early member of the Latter-day Saint community, recorded in her journal that she spent time with a relative's family, which during this period came to understand the kinsman degree of Freemasonry. She noted that her husband, Joseph Smith, was a master Mason and had attended a Masonic meeting. Her brother-in-law, Hiram Smith, also spoke eloquently at the meeting and read a revelation, blending religious experience with the Masonic gathering. From Zena's journal, went with Henry's uncle's family upon the hill. From this day I understand the kinsman's degree of Freemasonry. My husband, being a master Mason, attended meeting. Hiram Smith spoke exceeding well, also read a revelation. I went to see Sister Glesson and Sister Abigail Thorne in the past week. This entry highlights the close involvement of early Mormon leaders with Freemasonry during the early 1840s, a relationship that holds significant historical and theological interest. The kinsman degree is one of the degrees in Freemasonry that focuses on themes of kinship, loyalty, brotherhood, and the bonds that unite members beyond mere association, emphasizing a spiritual and fraternal connection between individuals. In the context of Mormonism, the understanding and experience of the kinsman degree and other Masonic rites are widely believed to have influenced the development of LDS temple ceremonies and rituals. Joseph Smith and other leaders incorporated elements of symbolism, moral lessons, and ritual structure from Freemasonry into Mormon temple ordinances, which aim to teach faith, commitment, and spiritual progression through sacred covenants. The kinsman degree, with its focus on familial and fraternal ties, resonated with Mormon teachings about eternal families and the importance of community bonds, making it a meaningful point of intersection between Mormon religious practice and Masonic tradition. Thus, Zena Huntington's journal entry not only provides a first-hand glimpse into the Mormon leaders' participation in Freemasonry, but also reflects the broader cultural and spiritual exchange that helped shape early LDS temple worship and communal identity during a pivotal time in church history. Part 2. Joseph ties his own noose. On June 7, 1844, the Nauvoo Expositor hit the streets like a thunderclap. One issue was all it needed. Funded and written by disillusioned insiders like William Law, a former counselor in the First Presidency, the paper was never meant to start a conversation. It was meant to blow the lid off a corrupt regime. It exposed Joseph Smith's secret polygamy, condemned his authoritarian grip on Nauvoo, and accused him of perverting both civil government and divine revelation for personal gain. The paper didn't mince words. It called Smith out for teaching doctrines that sap the very foundation of virtue and morality, and for establishing a spiritual wife doctrine that sanctions adultery and polygamy under the cloak of religion. It accused Smith of transforming Nauvoo into a theocratic stronghold where dissent was crushed and law bent to serve church leadership. The city was described as a place where liberty of conscience is unknown, where slavery is enthroned. The paper specifically targeted Smith's accumulation of civil and military power, stating, "We believe his pretensions to political power and his interference in temporal concerns have been marked by the most barefaced arrogance and impudence." The men behind the Expositor weren't outsiders. They were some of Smith's closest former allies, turned whistleblowers. William Law would later write, "Joseph was a complete libertine. He would receive revelations to suit his wishes and desires." They framed themselves not as enemies of the church, but as defenders of its original purity. The paper called for a return to principle, for separating church and state, and for ending the gross moral evils spreading under Smith's command. The expositor was a declaration of war from within, a document that revealed how far things had spiraled out of control at the highest levels. It laid the corruption bare for the public to see, and it made it absolutely clear. Joseph Smith's kingdom was crumbling from the inside out. On June 8, 1844, the day after the Nauvoo Expositor published its first and only issue, Joseph Smith convened a session of the Nauvoo City Council, over which he presided both as mayor and prophet. The meeting lasted nearly the entire day and was singularly focused on addressing the perceived threat posed by the expositor. Rather than pursuing legal remedies through the proper judicial channels, the council, dominated by Smith and his closest allies, assumed the role of judge and jury, effectively putting the newspaper's publishers on trial without jurisdiction or due process. After hours of heated deliberation, the council declared the Nauvoo Expositor a public nuisance and justified the extreme remedy of destroying the press under the guise of protecting public peace. This decision set the stage for the violent suppression of dissent, carried out just 2 days later, and exposed the extent to which Smith had blurred the lines between civic authority and prophetic command. Joseph Smith expressed that the publication was calculated to destroy the peace of the city, and posed a threat due to the mob spirit it could incite. Joseph Smith himself declared, "We are willing they should publish the truth, but it is unlawful to publish libels. The expositor is a nuisance and stinks in the nose of every honest man." Hiram Smith, Joseph's brother, also advocated for decisive action, suggesting that the best course was to smash the press and pie the type. After thorough deliberation, the council declared the Nauvoo Expositor a public nuisance. They passed a resolution instructing the mayor to remove the printing establishment and its materials without delay, in a manner he deemed appropriate. On June 10, 1844, under direct orders from Joseph Smith, the Nauvoo Expositor Press was destroyed. Acting on the resolution passed by the Nauvoo City Council 2 days earlier, which had declared the expositor a public nuisance, Smith issued a formal order as mayor for the town marshal to remove the offending press. Smith issued this statement: "You are hereby commanded to destroy the printing press from whence issues the Nauvoo Expositor, and pie the type of said printing establishment in the street, and burn all the expositors and libelous handbills found in said establishment. And if resistance be offered to your execution of this order by the owner or others, demolish the house, and if anyone threatens you or the mayor or the officers of the city, arrest those who threaten you, and fail not to execute this order without delay, and make due return thereon." Marshal John P. Greene, accompanied by members of the Nauvoo Legion, carried out the order. They entered the office of the expositor, broke the press into pieces, scattered the type, and burned the remaining printed materials in the street. Roberts acknowledged that while some attempted to justify the destruction of the Nauvoo Expositor Press on legal grounds, such justifications were unconvincing. He suggested that the action might be more defensible when considered from the perspective of expediency or necessity. The legality of the action of the mayor and city council was, of course, questionable, though some sought to defend it on legal grounds, but it must be conceded that neither proof nor argument for legality are convincing. On the grounds of expediency or necessity, the action is more defensible. B. H. Roberts, History of the Church, Vol. 6, p. 38. This perspective has been discussed in various analyses of the event, including critiques by Gerald and Sandra Tanner in their work Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, where they reference Roberts' statement to highlight internal acknowledgement of the questionable legality of the press's destruction. This was not a rogue act by a mob. It was a coordinated government-sanctioned operation, executed under color of law by city and militia officials loyal to Joseph Smith. Smith later praised the action, reportedly declaring the destruction was done by order of the city council and in the name of the Lord, or variations of that sentiment recorded by observers and critics. The press destruction was immediately condemned by outsiders and dissenters as a blatant violation of First Amendment rights. Even some Latter-day Saints expressed concern that the decision would provoke violent backlash. And they were right. This act directly triggered a legal and political crisis. Part 3. Joseph fought the law and the law. On June 12, 1844, just 2 days after the destruction of the Nouveau Expositor Press, legal consequences began to surface. Justice of the Peace Thomas Morrison, a non-Mormon justice in Carthage, Illinois, the Hancock County seat, issued a warrant for the arrest of Joseph Smith, his brother Hiram Smith, and 15 other city officials and members of the Nauvoo City Council involved in the June 10th destruction of the press. The charge? Riot, for unlawfully destroying private property belonging to the Nauvoo Expositor, which had printed only one issue before being declared a nuisance by the Nauvoo City Council and destroyed on orders from Mayor Joseph Smith. The warrant named 18 individuals, including Joseph Smith, mayor of Nauvoo; Hiram Smith, city councilman and church patriarch; John Taylor; William W. Phelps; N.K. Whitney, and others associated with the city council's actions and enforcement of the destruction. The warrant stated, did on the 10th day of June instant commit a riot at and within the county aforesaid, wherein they, with force and violence, broke into the office of the Nauvoo Expositor, and unlawfully and with force burned and destroyed the printing press, type and fixtures of the same, being the property of William Law, Wilson Law, Charles Ivins, Francis M. Higbee, Chauncey L. Higbee, Robert D. Foster, and Charles A. Foster. History of the Church, Volume 6, page 453. This was not just about breaking up a printing operation. It was viewed by outsiders, particularly critics of the LDS Church, as an authoritarian move to silence dissent. Even though the Nauvoo City Council framed it as a public safety measure, non-Mormon citizens saw it as a tyrannical abuse of municipal power and a violation of freedom of the press. In a letter dated June 22, 1844, Governor Ford expressed his disapproval of the Nauvoo City Council's actions. I now express to you my opinion that your conduct in the destruction of the press was a very gross outrage upon the laws and the liberties of the people. It may have been full of libels, but this did not authorize you to destroy it. In response to the arrest warrant, Joseph Smith and the others invoked the Nauvoo Charter, which granted the city unusual legal autonomy. They were quickly brought before the Nauvoo Municipal Court, which was stacked with Smith's allies, and unsurprisingly, the court dismissed the charges. This maneuver infuriated Illinois state officials and exacerbated anti-Mormon sentiment across Hancock County. Critics saw it as proof that Smith operated above the law and used Nauvoo's government as a personal shield. On June 18, 1844, amid escalating tensions following the destruction of the Nauvoo Expositor, Joseph Smith declared martial law in Nauvoo and mobilized the Nauvoo Legion, a city militia of approximately 5,000 men, to protect the city from potential mob violence. That afternoon, Smith delivered a rousing speech to the Legion, reportedly stating, I call God and angels to witness that I have unsheathed my sword with a firm and unalterable determination that this people shall have their legal rights and be protected from mob violence, or my blood shall be split upon the ground like water and my body consigned to the silent tomb. In response to these actions, Illinois Governor Thomas Ford viewed Smith's declaration of martial law as an act of treason. Ford mobilized the state militia and demanded that Smith and other city leaders submit to state authority. Facing the threat of arrest and potential violence, Smith initially fled Nauvoo across the Mississippi River into Iowa. Though the events of June 18th were far from the end of the story, we'll pick things up next episode. You do not want to miss what comes next. Joseph Smith's final week is a whirlwind of power, defiance, and deadly consequences. Stay tuned. I hope you learned something new. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and follow for more no-fluff ex-Mormon content that cuts through the faith-promoting fog. Episode 68, Joseph Smith's Last Week. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, Joseph H. Jackson published startling disclosures in the Warsaw Signal, accusing Joseph Smith of several crimes. Meanwhile, Zena Huntington's journal revealed the Smiths' ties to Freemasonry and new revelations. On June 7th, William Law's Nauvoo expositor exposed Smith's polygamy and political overreach. Smith convened the Nauvoo City Council to label the paper a public nuisance. Joseph ordered its destruction using the Nauvoo Legion. A judge issued arrest warrants for Smith and 17 others. But Nauvoo's own court dismissed the charges, while Smith himself presided the next day to absolve the rest. This week, a letter surfaced, allegedly from Joseph Smith, appointing James Strang as his prophetic successor. Meanwhile, the Nauvoo neighbor rushed out an edition, insisting that the expositor editors had fled Nauvoo voluntarily. As tensions escalated, Governor Thomas Ford personally traveled to Hancock County to confront the mounting allegations against Smith. In a desperate move, Joseph and Hiram Smith, along with close allies, fled into Iowa, instructing William Clayton to destroy sensitive records. At the same time, Smith covertly ordered Major General Jonathan Dunham to mobilize the Nauvoo Legion and launch an armed assault on Carthage to rescue him. This is an episode you do not want to miss. Part 1. Strang Days for Nauvoo. On June 18, 1844, just days before Joseph Smith was killed, a letter postmarked from Nauvoo, Illinois, was mailed to James Strang in Burlington, Wisconsin Territory. The letter, whose U.S. postal record confirms its origin and date, claimed to appoint Strang to a leadership position within the church and suggested he was chosen by Smith as a prophetic successor. This document became central to Strang's later claims to leadership and the foundation of the Strangite movement. While the LDS Church and Brigham Young's followers quickly dismissed the letter as a forgery, no definitive physical evidence has ever disproven its authenticity, and the Nauvoo postmark lends it a degree of credibility that other succession claims often lack. However, scholars remain unconvinced. FAIR, an LDS apologetics organization, argues that there is no credible evidence Joseph Smith ever authored or dictated such a letter, and suggests the timing and content align too conveniently with Strang's ambitions. Lawrence Foster, a respected historian, explicitly wrote, "For these and a number of other complex reasons, Morgan concludes that the letter was probably a forgery by Strang. I have carefully examined the original letter of appointment and fully concur with Morgan's judgments." Here, Foster references the earlier research of Dale L. Morgan, whose deep dive into the letter's origins also concluded it was likely fabricated. Even the widely respected LDS historian D. Michael Quinn, after inspecting the original document himself, stated that he fully concurred with Morgan's judgments regarding its inauthenticity. Lucy Mack Smith wrote in 1846 that the 12 Brighamites have abused my son William and trampled upon my children. They have also treated me with contempt. The Lord's hand is in this to save the church. Now mark it, these men are not right. God has not sent them to lead this kingdom. I am satisfied that Joseph appointed J.J. Strang. It is verily so. Fair respond to this with a statement made by Catherine Smith Salisbury, Joseph's sister, from 1886. I feel to write a few lines by way of explanation. In January, I received a letter asking for an explanation concerning my name being signed to a document or certificate in support of J.J. Strang being leader of the church, such certificate being found in the Strangite pamphlet, a thing I never heard of in my life until I received the letter from Elder Lewis. I now in truth declare that I never signed my name to such certificate or document, neither did I give my consent for anyone to sign it. I never knew anything about Strang or his work, nor heard of him for several years after I left Nauvoo. I do not believe that my mother, Lucy Smith, or my sisters, Lucy Milliken and Sophronia McClary, signed any such certificate. As for my husband, I know he looked forward to Joseph Smith taking his father's place. We based our strong reasons on my mother's teaching, as she was known to her grandson's calling. We all waited patiently for him to take his place. It is preposterous to think that Emma Smith, wife of my brother Joseph, would sign such certificate, when she knew of her son's blessing in Liberty Jail, and knew beyond a doubt that he would fill his father's place in God's own due time. Such was her testimony all the way through. So I say the whole thing was a forgery. Whoever the perpetrator was, his acts will surely be revealed sometime, as justice will prevail. I expect to meet this testimony before the judgment bar of God. The problem here is that Catherine Smith speaks only in terms of belief, not certainty. Her statement is an opinion, not a confirmation rooted in fact. Meanwhile, we know that William Smith was openly aligned with the Strangite movement before his eventual excommunication, which speaks volumes about the Smith family's early support for Strang. More importantly, not a single member of the Smith family, aside from Catherine, ever denied the authenticity of the letter appointing Strang, nor did they contradict the written accounts supporting his claim. Even Lucy Max Smith, the prophet's own mother, never rejected Strang's leadership. Silence from the rest of the family isn't just telling, it's damning. Despite the skepticism of modern scholars and apologists, Strang's followers considered the letter authentic and divinely inspired, fueling a breakaway movement that lasted for years. The letter remains one of the most mysterious and contested artifacts from the chaotic Latter-day Saint succession crisis. Part 2. Destruction of Press. In the immediate aftermath of the Nauvoo expositor's destruction between June 10th and June 15th, William Law, Wilson Law, the Higbee brothers, and the Foster brothers fled Nauvoo under duress. Their departure was not a voluntary relocation, but a desperate escape from an increasingly volatile and lawless environment. Francis Higbee later testified that mobs loyal to Joseph Smith were inciting violence against them, and the dissenters feared for their lives. The rule of law within Nauvoo had collapsed, replaced by intimidation, threats, and open hostility toward critics of Smith's regime. Fleeing under the shadow of potential assassination, the dissenters sought refuge in nearby communities such as Carthage. There, they began working with Illinois state officials to pursue legal action against Smith, whose control over Nauvoo had become increasingly authoritarian. In an effort to counter public backlash, the Nauvoo Neighbor, a newspaper aligned with Smith and the city government, published a special extra edition on June 21, 1844. It claimed the expositor editors had left Nauvoo of their own accord and had not been threatened. This narrative directly contradicted the testimonies of those who fled, and served as a calculated attempt to deflect growing accusations that the city government had deployed extra-legal, mob-like tactics to suppress opposition. William Law later recounted that he and his associates were systematically threatened, harassed, and driven out of the city by fear, a forced exile rather than a choice. Their removal marked a turning point in the deepening crisis that would culminate in Joseph Smith's arrest. On June 21, 1844, Illinois Governor Thomas Ford traveled to Hancock County in response to the escalating crisis following the destruction of the Nauvoo Expositor Press. That same day, he issued a sharply worded letter to the mayor and city council of Nauvoo, directly condemning their actions. In his statement, Ford called the destruction of the press a very gross outrage upon the laws and the liberties of the people. Ford proceeded with, "There are many newspapers in this state which have been wrongfully abusing me for more than a year, and yet such is my regard for the liberty of the press and the rights of a free people in a republican government that I would shed the last drop of my blood to protect those presses from any illegal violence." This public rebuke made clear that the state government viewed the city's actions not just as improper, but as a serious violation of constitutional rights. Ford's reaction further fueled tensions and underscored the growing perception that Nauvoo's leadership under Joseph Smith had become dangerously authoritarian and lawless. Thomas C. Sharp went as far as printing in the Warsaw Signal, "War and extermination is inevitable. Citizens arise, one and all. Can you stand by and suffer such infernal devils to rob men of their property and rights without avenging them? We have no time for comment. Every man will make his own. Let it be made with powder and ball." LDS Apostle Dallin H. Oakes counters with, "The suppression of the expositor was a legal but unwise action. The city council had authority under the Nauvoo Charter to declare nuisances and abate them, but the destruction of the press was a drastic measure that inflamed public opinion." The Nauvoo City Charter, granted by the Illinois legislature in 1840, gave the city council powers that were unusually broad for a municipality, including declaring nuisances and abating them. But this charter was exceptionally controversial because it essentially allowed Nauvoo to operate with a degree of autonomy that clashed with state authority. When the Nauvoo Council declared the Nauvoo expositor a nuisance and destroyed the press, they were technically acting under their charter's powers. However, the state of Illinois, and many outside observers, argued that the charter's provisions conflicted with state law and constitutional protections, especially concerning freedom of the press and due process. In other words, while the Nauvoo Council acted legally under their city charter, that charter itself was in tension and arguably in conflict with Illinois state law, making the action highly contentious and widely seen as unlawful beyond Nauvoo's walls. Part 3. Smith's illegal actions. On the night of June 22, 1844, Joseph Smith fled Nauvoo with his brother Hiram, Apostle Willard Richards, and bodyguard Porter Rockwell, seeking to avoid arrest amid escalating tensions. Before departing, he instructed his clerk, William Clayton, to burn or bury the minutes of the secretive Council of 50, aiming to protect sensitive information from potential enemies. Clayton recorded, "About noon pressed, Joseph dictated a letter to Emma. He appears much troubled about the disposition of the people. He said he would rather go to Carthage and die than be a means of the destruction of his people. He, however, advised me to get the papers and records of the kingdom and put them in a place of safety, and also to put the key of the Masonic Hall into the hands of Dr. Bernheisel. I accordingly went and took possession of the records and papers and buried them in my garden." William Clayton Journal, entry for June 22, 1844, published in an intimate chronicle, The Journals of William Clayton, edited by George D. Smith, Signature Books, 1995, p. 144. This action underscores the gravity of the situation and Smith's concern over the council's records. Smith's departure was met with criticism from some church members who felt abandoned during a time of crisis. Reynolds Cahoon reportedly confronted Smith, saying, "You always said if the church would stick to you, you would stick to the church. Now trouble comes and you are the first to run." Others, like Lorenzo D. Wasson and Hiram Kimball, accused him of cowardice, likening his departure to a shepherd abandoning his flock when wolves appear. Part 4. Smith on the run. In a letter dated June 22, 1844, Joseph Smith conveyed his reluctance to submit to arrest due to fears for his safety, stating, "But, notwithstanding this, we would not hesitate to stand another trial according to your Excellency's wish, were it not that we are confident our lives would be in danger. We dare not come. Writs, we are assured, are issued against us in various parts of the country. For what? To drag us from place to place, from court to court, across the creeks and prairies, till some bloodthirsty villain could find his opportunity to shoot us. We dare not come, though your Excellency promises protection. Yet, at the same time, you have expressed fears that you could not control the mob, in which case we are left to the mercy of the merciless. Sir, we dare not come, for our lives would be in danger, and we are guilty of no crime." Subsequently, in a letter dated June 23, 1844, Smith expressed a willingness to meet with Governor Ford under certain conditions. "But from the explanation, I now offer to come to you at Carthage on the morrow, as early as shall be convenient for you to escort us into headquarters, provided we can have a fair trial, not be abused, nor have my witnesses abused, and have all things done in due form of law, without partiality, and you may depend on my honor, without the show of a great armed force to produce excitement in the minds of the timid." On June 24, 1844, Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram emerged from hiding and made their way to Carthage, Illinois, after intense pressure and accusations mounted against them. Under criticism from both followers and critics for abandoning the city, Joseph reportedly declared, "If my life is of no value to my friends, it is of none to myself," expressing a sense of resignation as he chose to face arrest rather than remain in hiding as a coward. Upon arriving in Carthage, the Smith brothers were charged not only with inciting the destruction of the printing press, a blatant violation of freedom of the press, but also with treason against the state of Illinois, stemming from Joseph's declaration of martial law in Nauvoo and the mobilization of the Nauvoo Legion. These charges would ultimately place them in the Carthage jail. According to the LDS's church newspaper Deseret News, underpinning the treason charge against the prophet was his declaration of martial law in the face of a threat of mob violence against the people of Nauvoo. Joseph Smith's legal involvement. Despite his initial hesitation and well-founded fears, Joseph Smith ultimately surrendered, driven by pressure, supposed loyalty to his followers, and perhaps fatalism. His decision to face the law, under assurances of protection, would prove misplaced. Within days, the treason charge would become a death sentence. Episode 69, The Day That Joseph Died. Welcome to the Hidden and Distorted History of the Church series, where we will be looking at the historical aspects of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. In this series, I will try and inform those unaware of the true facts of Mormon history. Recap. Last week, a letter surfaced, allegedly from Joseph Smith, appointing James Strang as his prophetic successor. Meanwhile, the Nauvoo neighbor rushed out an edition, insisting that the expositor editors had fled Nauvoo voluntarily. As tensions escalated, Governor Thomas Ford personally traveled to Hancock County to confront the mounting allegations against Smith. In a desperate move, Joseph and Hiram Smith, along with close allies, fled into Iowa, instructing William Clayton to destroy sensitive records. This week, we dive into the dramatic final hours of Joseph Smith's life. Did he secretly order the Nauvoo Legion to break him out of Carthage jail? Were Joseph and Hiram armed? And if so, why has that story been downplayed? And how exactly did Joseph Smith meet his end? We uncover the lesser-known details, confront the myths, and examine the chaos, conflict, and controversy that surrounded Joseph's final stand. Part 1. A Letter of Escape. On the morning of June 27, 1844, the very day he was killed, Joseph Smith wasn't preparing to meet his fate. He was planning a jailbreak. From his jail cell in Carthage, Smith covertly sent a letter to Jonathan Dunham, commander of the Nauvoo Legion and one of his most loyal insiders. The message wasn't vague. It was a desperate order. Mobilize the Nauvoo Legion and storm Carthage to break him out by force. Dunham refused. His reasoning? Never recorded. But the reality on the ground was brutal and obvious. The Nauvoo Legion had already been forced into disbandment under direct threat from Governor Ford. An armed assault on Carthage would have triggered full-blown civil war. Nauvoo itself, families, homes, the entire city, would have been annihilated in retaliation. And Dunham, perhaps foolishly, believed the governor's lies about protection. Smith's order to attack exposes the myth of the meek martyr as a lie. He wasn't peacefully accepting death. He was ordering sedition from a jail cell. He was ready to unleash war to save himself. The very treason charges he claimed were bogus? This confirms them. Alan J. Stout, a Nauvoo Legion member, recorded what Dunham did when that order came. According to Stout, Dunham, would not let a single company go, although he had received orders from Joseph. As cited in D. Michael Quinn's The Mormon Hierarchy, 1987, p. 144, and Linda King Newell and Valine Avery's Mormon Enigma, 1984. There it is, confirmation from inside the ranks. Smith gave the order, Dunham refused, and Joseph died in that jail. What does this tell us? Smith still believed military power could save him, even in his last hours. His trusted inner circle cracked under pressure. Mormon militarism wasn't some accidental background. It was central to Smith's strategy, his downfall, and the myth that followed. John Taylor, an apostle who was literally in the jail with Joseph, later confirmed the same thing. He wrote, "We sent word to Nauvoo to have the Legion come out, but no relief came. Joseph said if they had come, we should have been saved." History of the Church, Volume 7, pp. 102-103, compiled by B. H. Roberts, drawing from Taylor's account. But here's the twist. Just 3 days earlier, on June 24th, Joseph Smith had officially ordered Dunham to stand down. His letter read, "You are hereby ordered by General Joseph Smith to comply strictly with the orders of the governor and to use your utmost exertions to preserve the peace." That's from the Joseph Smith Papers in History of the Church, Vol. 6, p. 561. So which is it? Publicly, Smith tells Dunham to keep the peace. Privately, he sends a message to launch a militia rescue. Was the stand-down order a smokescreen? A PR move to cover a planned jailbreak? You tell me. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Some historians, like D. Michael Quinn, argue that Dunham's refusal to act was one of the final nails in Smith's coffin, the moment that sealed his fate by shutting down his last escape plan before it could launch. Part 2. Hiram and Joseph's Last Day. Joseph and Hiram Smith woke up in the upstairs room of Carthage jail, where they were imprisoned on treason charges, not just for destroying the Nauvoo Expositor printing press days earlier, but for declaring martial law, illegally activating the Nauvoo Legion, and running Nauvoo as a theocratic state above Illinois law. That morning, between 6 and 9 a.m., Joseph and Hiram read scriptures together with apostles John Taylor and Willard Richards, who were not prisoners but had voluntarily come to stay with them. They focused on 2 Corinthians 11:12 and the Book of Ether, steeling themselves for what was coming. According to John Taylor, Joseph bore his testimony to the guards of the divine authenticity of the Book of Mormon, the mission of the prophet, and the restoration of the gospel. The morning passed off quietly. Joseph read from 2 Corinthians 11 and 12 and from the Book of Ether, and the brethren conversed about prophets who had suffered for the truth's sake, Abinadi, Alma, and Moroni. History of the Church, Vol. 7, p. 95, B. H. Roberts, compiling from original accounts. Richard Bushman stated in Rough Stone Rolling, "The morning was marked by scripture reading and prayer, as well as letter writing. But the record of these activities is fragmentary and based on recollections recorded years later." By this point, tensions in Carthage were at a boiling point. Smith wasn't sitting in peaceful resignation. He was actively writing desperate messages, including the now infamous letter to Jonathan Dunham, a last-ditch call to rally the Nauvoo Legion and storm Carthage by force. Also that morning, Cyrus Wheelock smuggled a 6-shooter pistol into the jail and gave it to Joseph Smith, who hid it under his mattress. Hiram received a single-shot pistol as well. These were not symbolic gestures. Joseph would later unload that pistol into the mob during the final shootout. That same morning, Governor Thomas Ford made the fatal decision to leave Carthage, taking most of the state militia with him to Nauvoo. Ostensibly, he claimed he was going to investigate the destruction of the Expositor, but in doing so, he abandoned Joseph and Hiram, leaving them exposed and guarded only by the Carthage Greys, a local militia notoriously hostile to the Smiths. Joseph was fully aware of the betrayal. His reported question to a guard, "Will you leave us to be butchered?" was not mere fear, but a cold acknowledgement that the governor had handed them over to their enemies. And Smith knew it. He had sent messages to Dunham, demanded legal counsel once again, and was juggling public orders for peace with private plans for an armed jailbreak that were doomed to fail. By early afternoon, Joseph and Hiram Smith were trapped in Carthage jail. The mob was gathering outside, emboldened by the lack of real protection and the government's perceived betrayal. Inside, Joseph and Hiram were not resigned martyrs waiting for death. They were desperate men scrambling for survival. Joseph had already received a pistol smuggled in by Cyrus Wheelock, and Hiram had his own firearm. They kept these weapons hidden, but ready. Joseph had sent out multiple urgent letters, including pleas to Jonathan Dunham and others to raise the Nauvoo Legion and come rescue them by force. These weren't empty words, they were calls for armed intervention. Legal pleas were stonewalled. Requests for help were flat out ignored. The jailers refused to let Willard Richards or anyone else leave to deliver critical messages. The men were effectively cut off, isolated in a powder keg waiting to blow. And it wasn't incompetence. It was strategic. So the question has to be asked. Were Richards and Taylor deliberately prevented from leaving to stop them from rallying the Nauvoo Legion themselves? To keep them from stepping in where Dunham had failed? Or worse, were these calculated countermeasures designed to ensure Joseph Smith wouldn't escape like he had a history of doing? This wasn't neglect. It was deliberate containment. A calculated move to make sure Smith had no way out, no allies, and no escape. John Taylor played a poor wayfaring man of grief twice on a borrowed melodeon at Joseph's insistence, offering a brief, grim reprieve from the mounting tension. But the sound of the mob outside grew louder, the threat more immediate. Joseph paced nervously, prayed sporadically, and repeatedly scanned the area outside, knowing full well that the mob was gearing up for violence. And here's what the church won't tell you. These weren't holy, word-of-wisdom abiding prophets sitting in sober silence. They were terrified, cornered, and taking the edge off however they could. According to multiple sources, Joseph, Hiram, Taylor, and Richards all drank wine and used tobacco that day. Willard Richards personally sent for wine, claiming it was for sacrament purposes, but that excuse doesn't hold up. There's no record of a sacrament service happening that afternoon. The wine was shared among the men as they sat in a room, fearing for their lives. Dr. Richards sent for some wine. It has been reported that this was taken as a sacrament. It was no such thing. Our spirits were generally dull and heavy, and it was sent for to revive us. John Taylor, Martyrdom of Joseph Smith, History of the Church, Vol. 7, p. 101. John Taylor makes it crystal clear. This wasn't a religious ordinance. This was self-medication. They were drinking because they were on edge, not because they were holding a sacrament meeting. In the afternoon, Joseph requested some wine, which was sent for. It came in a bottle, and we all drank of it with the jailer. Willard Richards, Carthage Jail Account, June 27, 1844. Cyrus Wheelock brought a pipe and tobacco, and some of the brethren used it. Parley P. Pratt, The Autobiography of Parley Parker Pratt, 1874, p. 317. These aren't enemies of the church talking. These are apostles, first-hand witnesses. They admitted it. And yet, this part gets whitewashed or omitted entirely from Sunday school discussions and church manuals. Joseph Smith wasn't upholding the word of wisdom on the day he died. He was breaking it, and so was everyone with him. So while the church portrays Joseph and Hiram as serene martyrs reading scripture, the reality is far more human. They were terrified, drinking wine to calm their nerves, puffing tobacco, and waiting for a mob to come kill them. These weren't angelic saints in a final moment of transcendence. They were desperate men facing imminent death and doing what anyone else might do, numbing the fear. No reinforcements were coming. The Carthage Greys were complicit by their inaction. The mob had the government's blessing in all but name. By 4 p.m., the stage was set for the bloody assault on the room where Smith, Taylor, and Richards resided. Part 3. Joseph's Last Stand. After being jailed on charges of treason stemming from their destruction of the Nauvoo Expositor printing press and declaration of martial law in Nauvoo, Joseph and Hiram Smith were confined in Carthage jail under the guard of the Carthage Greys. By early evening, a mob of anti-Mormon locals and vigilantes, organized and motivated by Smith's aggressive theocratic actions, including threats of violence and intimidation against non-Mormons, gathered outside, preparing for an attack. This was no spontaneous uprising, but a calculated response to Smith's repeated abuses of power. Governor Thomas Ford withdrew most of the state militia earlier that day, effectively abandoning any official protection. The Carthage Greys stationed as guards took no action to stop the mob from assembling or escalating violence. As tensions rose, the mob taunted and threatened the Smiths through the windows. The guards inside, some reportedly drinking and siding with the mob, allowed this hostility to escalate unchecked. By 5 p.m., the mob had surrounded Carthage jail, taking up positions for the attack. The Carthage Greys militia, instead of protecting the prisoners, stood down or openly sided with the attackers, leaving Joseph, Hiram, and their companions completely exposed. They were trapped not only by the jail's walls, but by a mob empowered by a hostile militia and an absent governor. Around 5:15, the mob surged up the stairs, attempting to force open the door to the Smiths' room. John Taylor and Willard Richards recalled that all four men, Joseph, Hiram, Taylor, and Richards, pressed their full weight against the door, holding off 8 to 12 men trying to break through. As attackers shoved their muskets through the doorway, Willard Richards struck at their hands with his walking stick, desperately trying to keep the firearms from reaching inside. But chaos was erupting. Contrary to sanitized church accounts, Joseph and Hiram were armed and fought back. Both fired their guns into the mob, hitting at least 3 attackers. This was not a peaceful slaughter. It was a violent shootout, one in which the Smith brothers actively resisted before being overwhelmed by the mob's gunfire. At the door, Hiram was the first to fall. A bullet tore through the wooden panels and struck him in the face. He collapsed, crying out, "I am a dead man," before succumbing almost immediately. Joseph fought on, firing his pepper-box pistol into the hallway, hitting several attackers, but the mob pressed harder. John Taylor took 4 bullets, but survived by rolling under a bed, hiding himself amid the chaos. Willard Richards escaped injury almost entirely, later noting, "Not a hole was made in my robe." As gunfire tore through the room, Joseph made a desperate plea from the window, reportedly calling out, "O Lord, my God," to his fellow Masons below for aid. Whether this was part of the secret Masonic signal, "O Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son?" or a final hope for rescue, it went unanswered. Then, wounded and bleeding, Joseph fell from the second-story window to the ground below, where he died shortly after. There are conspiracy theories that Willard Richards was in Carthage not to protect Joseph Smith, but to assassinate him. The claim is that Richards and John Taylor were co-conspirators, acting on Brigham Young's secret orders to eliminate Smith and clear the path for Young's takeover. But that theory falls apart the moment you look at the basic facts. First, Brigham Young was in Boston at the time of Smith's arrest. A letter from Nauvoo to Boston, under ideal conditions, would take about 10 days to arrive. The Smith brothers were already dead by then. A response would take another 10 days. That's 20 days minimum for communication, and that completely blows the timeline. There was simply no time to send or receive assassination orders. Second, if Willard Richards actually pushed Smith out the window, then no one was holding the door against the mob. The attackers would have burst in immediately, seen Richards in the act, blaming him publicly to deflect their own guilt. But no such report exists. The mob saw Joseph fall from the window. They didn't see anyone throw him. Third, John Taylor was brutally wounded, shot multiple times. In an age without antibiotics or modern surgery, those were potentially fatal injuries. Why would Taylor risk his life and endure that trauma just to carry out an assassination? It doesn't hold water. It's not logical. It's not rational. It's desperation dressed up as theory. In the end, this conspiracy collapses under the weight of its own nonsense. It doesn't survive even the most basic scrutiny. After the murders, the mob unleashed their fury on the jail's interior. They overturned furniture, smashed the window panes with rifle butts, tore down doors, and ripped down the shutters. Reports describe them throwing items out the windows and stomping over personal belongings, showing deliberate disrespect. The mob's fury did not end there. Some accounts claim Joseph's body was dragged and propped against a well, possibly shot again before the attackers finally fled, leaving behind dead and wounded men. Despite the violence and clear culpability, no one was ever convicted. This is not the sanitized Sunday school version that is skipped over entirely. The Smith brothers may have been dead, but the real chaos was yet to break out. If you enjoyed this episode, drop a comment below. Please give it a like and subscribe to the channel. I hope you learned something new. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and follow for more no-fluff ex-Mormon content that cuts through the faith-promoting fog. Please watch for future videos, and thank you so kindly for watching. This is the Ex-Mormon Informant signing off for the day.